The man's brother is a burly man. But when facing a younger brother who is being bullied on campus, and he showed no mercy. Instead, call him trash. Not only did he refuse to stand up for his brother, Huang Kaomi returned, threatened him to say it was my brother if he dared to go outside. Then I will kill you myself. Huang Kaomin gnashed his teeth. I can't help but scream. You're going too far. Am I not your only relative in the world? But my brother turned around and left on his own. Shut the door as if you didn't hear it. And I've been gone for 3 years. Yellow grass rice during this time. I suffer from school bullying every day. Until he got a phone call. I just found out that my brother is dead. And at this point, he just froze. Although the two have not seen each other for 3 years, but Huang Kaomi still decided to come and see him one last time. The cause of my brother's death was riding a motorcycle in the middle of the night. Accidentally hit a truck. Caused my immediate death. After a fierce struggle in Huang Kaomin's heart. Decided to give up his brother's body. After all, scum like him, in some people's minds, must be the object of hatred. Instead of paying for his funeral, it's better to buy a few more WoW avatars for yourself. But just as Huang Kaomin left, and one of the guys stopped him, handed a package. Please at least accept this. Actually, I understand. You rejected the body because you couldn't afford a funeral. Come on, I almost forgot to give it to you just now. These are all accidents, paraphernalia found at the scene. After Huang Kaomin receives the package, I found a seat nearby and sat down. I can't calm down for a long time. I didn't expect someone as bold as my brother. How could you end up like this? Now, really the only one left. Just thinking about it, he couldn't help but drop the little pearl. But just then, the phone rang in the package. Huang Kaomin found a mobile phone inside. And it's still open. The first message on the homepage is Gangmaster. Is the national wandering going well? But when Huang Kaomin wants to open it to view, but found that the phone has a lock screen secret. Originally, he just wanted to try. See if it's a national gesture. The password turned on the phone. So we checked the information on the phone. And there was one message that really interested him. It turned out to be Jiang Shiju from his own school. Open it up. Found that the person actually praised. Jiang Shiju has a good character. This couldn't help but make Huang Kaomin feel speechless for a while. Remember how the other party usually bullies you? I couldn't help but scold him. When Huang Kaomin read all the news, then I learned that this is a group of bad local hooligans. So it is placed. A collective message was sent in the top group chat. I want to call all these guys, so that the police can send them to step on the sewing machine. And this is what happened. But someone grabbed his ear. The person who came was Han Changxi. When he noticed the package next to him, I found out that someone was hanging up. But instead of the slightest sympathy, instead, he also put the contents of the package all poured out. When Huang Kaomin reacts, it's too late. Although these relics are for themselves, not important at all, but someone else intervened without authorization. It made him very uncomfortable. I can't stand the anger in my heart anymore. Directly rushed towards Han Changxi. Pushed him off. But it wasn't over. Han Changhe just wanted to stand up. Yellow grass. Min had already punched him in the face. Although it was also caused by falling from a height. Got scarred. But he still held onto his body. Non-stop North and South Korea, Changhe launched an attack. The result is now. Jiangxi pig punched Huang Kaomin in the face. Knocked him out. What the hell is going on here? I'm just going to a convenience store. Han Changhe, why are you covered in blood? That bastard took advantage of me. Pushed me off the top. Then this behavior is too bad. Even if you beat him up, it shouldn't be illegal, right? Speaking of which, Jiang Shiju couldn't help but smile. Huang Kaomin heard the words and couldn't care less about the injury, want to stand up and run away. Jiang Shiju, I don't want to let each other go so easily. Just as he was trying to catch up, but was knocked to the ground by a sudden blow. After he stood up, I want to see who the person who attacked me is. It turned out that the person who came was his eldest brother, Guo Jijiang, and he stood there. I don't know why the other party hit me. I don't know why. It's just that the gang leader said you're a scumbag. It's not enough to kill you many times. Huang Kaoman trembled when she heard the words. I didn't expect the person I just sent the message to. It was him. Although I don't know what's going on. But Jiang Shiju doesn't want to be slaughtered by others. Han Changshi, lying on the ground, saw this. Quickly persuade him to stop. Speaking of which, tears welled up in his eyes. Because there are hundreds of people behind him at this time. Come to the clothes they are wearing, and Guo Jijiang's is exactly the same. One can tell at a glance that they are a gang. Huang Kaoman looked at the scene in front of her. I can't help sweating. Are these guys all my brother's men? When Jiang Shiju reacts, I am already surrounded. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you are a scumbag or not. It's just a guy that the gang leader doesn't like. We have to deal with it. Because this is the purpose of our emperor gang. When he said that, and everybody just swarmed up to them, beats Jiangxi all over with blood. And all this is seen by the yellow grass rice. It seems that this time it is a thank you, brother. The power you left behind. I will make good use of it. Own this phone. You can rule half of the underworld in H country. But the yellow grass girl uses it to clean up the campus environment. Taught those scumbags a lesson. Not only did he use his victims as human seats. I had to strip and run around the playground for 2.5 hours. Even with such harsh conditions. He still does. Because the eyes of the Emperor gang are everywhere. And this also attracted the attention of a group of high-level officials. After all, within the past week, more than 20 people have been brutally attacked by the Emperor gang. But as the captain, Du Zhangfu was also very puzzled. I've been sitting idly by. What's going on lately? I think they might have been beaten up. If it is really to dominate Dacian, then they should have beaten up the 3rd grade. But they're staring at the 1st graders. So this is most likely a personal grudge. Disputes caused. In that case, then find the one who doesn't know the sky height, thick 1st grade kid, then bring him to me. Don't worry, that's what I mean. The next morning, they gathered together the suspects. I want to find out the culprit of the old man's murder. The residents group saw this and got straight to the point. State your purpose. That is, to find the culprit of the old man's murder. The culprit and I have been able to determine. The prisoner is among you. When Huang Kaoman heard this, I can't help but tremble. How could it suddenly shrink? The suspicion, suspect range, and the mouth corner of the title group can't help but pick up slightly. The prisoner must be thinking at this moment. How on earth is that possible? It turned out that it was all his bluff. The people present are just the objects of his suspicion. I'll give you a chance. The prisoner better turn himself in now. Otherwise, I can guarantee it. It's going to take you through life. Torture like never before. Although Huang Kaoman felt very scared. But he still didn't choose to stand up. If that's the case, there's no way. Everyone is not allowed to move. Search from the front. It looks like I'm really done this time. I actually brought my phone here. If it's discovered, you can't deny it. And at this time, there happened to be a person in front of him who was moving. The person being examined saw a punch. So Huang Kaoman took this opportunity. Give or take. Pull out your phone and want to ask the Emperor's gang. Immediately come to the auditorium of Longri High School. And the community suddenly came over. What are you doing? I was so scared that Huang Kaoman broke out in a cold sweat. Forgot to answer for a while. I said don't move. Why are you still fiddling with your phone? The guy who secretly hired someone else to do the murder. Could it be you? After saying this, the two are ready to grab the phone. But the yellow grass rice is firmly held. Don't want to let go. This man is furious. Raise your fist and attack the opponent. And this is what happened. There was a voice. In fact, the secret. I'm the guy who hired someone else to do the murder. Jin Duokong said, trembling. Only then did the man's hand come back. I went to him and asked again. Did you do all this? Jin Duokong saw this and knelt directly on the ground. I just hate those rascals who bully me so much. So I paid the emperor to help. This? Let the residents group be stunned for a moment. I clearly never mentioned who the person who did it was. How does this kid know? Is he really a criminal? Resident group. But suddenly realized something was wrong. Turn around immediately. Directly snatched Huang Kaiman's mobile phone. Ask the other party what the password is for unlocking the lock. 4,520 results when he opened it. I found out that the text messages inside were full of advertisements, and he stood there. I don't know what to say. After reacting, he returned the phone to the other party. At this time, the subordinates have also finished checking Jin Duokong's cell phone. There's nothing on this kid's phone. I was afraid of being discovered. Deleted the chat history. And the residents didn't have any doubts. After all, it's such a big deal. How could someone come out and pretend to be a criminal? Definitely this nest. We scared him into confessing. In this way, my ability will be in Dujian again. Leave an impression in your husband's mind. Let's strengthen the relationship of trust between us. I can continue to manipulate evil as I please. Apprentice and then give Jin on the spot. A punch in the stomach. You must have been mentally prepared. But before that, you guys can go now. But when Huang Kaiman left, still can't help looking back. I don't understand Kim Duokong. Why did you lie about being a criminal? And how did he know? That's what the Emperor gang did. This soft egg who is bullied every day. There is an all-powerful underworld brother. Not just the leader of a violent society. It is the existence that all gangs fear. Just one instruction from him. You can make someone disappear from this world in minutes. But now, he died in a car accident. The phone was in the hands of his younger brother, Huang Kaiming. He used it to clean up the campus. As a result, his friend was brutally beaten. It turned out to be a group of people who suspected someone of hiring to commit murder, so the suspicious objects were gathered together. Want to check their phone chat history? Just when it's Huang Kaiman's turn. Jin Duokong actually took the initiative to help take the blame. He lied about asking the Emperor for help. And the reason he did it, it was because of a scene I saw by chance. I never thought of that. The Emperor gang will completely exceed my expectations. When Huang Kaiman heard this, his face was full of embarrassment. It seems that you have to be careful when talking to yourself in the future. But anyway, I'm the one who got you beaten up like this. Kim Duokong. But let him not take it to heart. After all, when everyone made fun of me, only you reached out to me. Although you may not have noticed. But I will never forget that for the rest of my life. And on the day when the whole county got nervous. I know I shouldn't have thought that way. But I feel very happy. So you don't have to feel sorry. Better go back quickly. They let me stay here for a while. Going to take me to meet a guy named Du Jian after school. Husband's buddy. It won't kill me no matter what. But Huang Kaiman doesn't think so. He not only helped Kim Duokong tear off the tape, and let the other party not be so self-conscious because of that responsibility. It's easy to watch scum learn their lesson. Also fun. We should enjoy ourselves. Laugh enough. Just like them. Huang Kaiming said through gritted teeth. But despite this, they still come for me after school. Don't worry about that. Instead, are you ready to enjoy it? At the same time, there are 40 people in a classroom. But there are 39 people sleeping on the table. The back door slowly opened. A group of people are approaching, in front of a student who had just woken up. Ask him where the resident group of the 3rd grade and 4th classes, after knowing the result. In the shocked eyes of the whole class. Surround the residents. One of them had a fire extinguisher. The next second, it hit him in the head. It turned out that Huang Kaiman sent 2 messages to the Emperor gang. Clean up the residents of Ruhiko for me. Right now. When the younger brother of the residents group saw this scene. Can't sit still for an instant. Want to come up and help. Result, he just punched him in the head. He fell to the ground. Can't even stand up. And that red hair is fierce. Staring at the crowd. Anyone who dares to get in our way will die. Then they returned to the team, kicking frantically at the group of residents lying on the ground. The teacher was so frightened that he ran out of the classroom on the spot, called the police station. This is Long Hugao. A group of hooligans suddenly broke in. Come quickly now. The classroom next door also heard a noise. Doubt if something happened. Du Jianfu, who was woken up, slapped the back of the head on the front table. What are you nagging about, brat? And the other side at this time, the Emperor gang is still beating up the residents group. He's been beaten and covered in blood. You can only ask the other party to let you go. After several people saw that the heat was about the same, tell him not to move. Let me take a picture. And the onlookers were shocked. Unexpectedly, the residents group will also have a day to beg for mercy. After all, he is a complete figure in a group. He usually bullies others. Just thinking about this, they can't help but smile. The photo is so good. The helper should be satisfied, right? While a man is admiring a photo. But someone grabbed his shoulder. The emperor will help you consider this place. Then he punched him out the window. The remaining few people saw this and wanted to besiege. But Du Jinfu's combat power is amazing. 1 on 3 never loses. Not only can you avoid the oncoming fist, you can also grab the post shake to counterattack. Just a moment. The 3 were knocked to the ground. Until then, Du Jianfu let out a roar. Where do you think this is? How dare you provoke in public? And he just finished. Someone attacked from behind. Strangle Du Jinfu's neck and hold him firmly. Another person grabbed a fire extinguisher. Just smashed it at his head. When the police arrive, only Du was left standing in the classroom. Jianfu, the rest have been brought down by him. Song China on the side was shocked. As expected of the school bully leader in the school, the fire extinguisher beckoned him countless times. I actually carried it all. Get out of the way, you bastard. I saw Huang Mao punch the classmate in front of him. Fly out. And behind him were countless figures. This group is a belated group. The scene soon became a commotion. Big brother. What the hell is going on? What does Emperor Gang mean? Du Jifu roared when he saw this. You all listen to me. Those bastards from the Emperor Gang raided us. It's all about that despicable. Instructed by the ultimate helper. Just because of that scumbag's order. The nation will suffer. We must not suffer in vain. This time, it's our turn. Make the enemy pay with disdain for Long Rigao. The price of care. So far, so good. But as of today, the Emperor Gang is our enemy. Huang Kayaman gradually becomes serious. Even if drama, democracy is a perfect character, but the rascals in this school. In the end, it was still gathered together with him as the center. To dismantle this difficult power, you have to get rid of Du Jianfu, the sole person. Baby scum. Sure, I'll give it a try. I will bring you down completely. Huang Kayaman's mouth can't help but pick up slightly. Little did they know that his unusual behavior, it has attracted the attention of the senior management of the Emperor Gang. Gangmaster has been so strange recently. Why do you always call? We do such interesting errands. Teenagers only need one message. You can lay thousands of corpses everywhere. But this time, it failed to attack one person. Instead, it caused the school to fall deeper into oppression. Among them, when Huang Kayaman, when you learn that a person has to pay 100,000 yuans a day for protection, immediately came to the toilet. Ask Guo Jiking what's going on. We had successfully blocked Du Jianfu yesterday. But that guy. I actually joined the Dacian Federation. If you touch him, it's like declaring war. And Guo Jiking has always maintained this idea. Just as I was getting ready. But someone stopped him. The person who came was Park Shi, the captain of the first team of the Emperor Gang. Because he thought it was an unnecessary fight. I will explain to the helper privately. That's why Guo Jiking didn't report it. When Huang Kayaman saw the news. Grit your teeth angrily. Why is it simple? And this bastard again? It turned out that he was in the process of the imperial history. Emperor Gang found an interesting thing. That's these guys. There is actually a complete system. So far as I know, there are 3 organizations in it. And each brigade basically operates independently. One of the team leaders is this guy named Park Shi. And the guy, according to the message he sent, you can guess, this guy, probably responsible for the overall management of the Emperor gang. It acts like a staff officer. That's why. Let the simple and long hands grow longer and longer. As a result, every time Huang Chaiming issued an order, are strictly controlled by him. Only 5-7 troops were sent. If more troops had come to school that day, except for the residence group, maybe even Du Jianfu can clean up together. So Huang Kaiman imitated his brother's tone, sent a message to educate him. As a result, judging from the message sent by the other party, the two do not seem to have a superior-subordinate relationship, but friends. Huang Kaiman suddenly broke into a cold sweat. How could I make such a low-level mistake? Obviously, it can be found through chat records. He speaks in a very casual manner. The two are clearly in an equal relationship. In that case, it is better not to create contradictions. After all, if I can't help but mess around, maybe it will make the other party start. At that time, we can only act on his face. But fortunately, Guo Jiking, the captain of the 2nd Brigade, is a combat maniac who submits unconditionally. Just send him to deal with Du Jianfu. As for how to manage the school, talk about it later. And it was again blocked by the simple and the yellow grass gritted its teeth in anger. How dare you break my peace? Then I have to make you pay. But little did he know that the other party also held the same idea. Just because of what I said. Since when do you have any doubts? That made her very uncomfortable. So the next few days, he just kept going against it. No matter what order the helper gives. He refused for all kinds of high-sounding reasons. Huang Kaiman is also very helpless about this. After all, he is not Emperor Huang Wu, unable to use force to get the other party to correct their position. But if no action is taken, it will give him a lot of confidence. It's okay to disagree. In that way, when I use this gun in the future, it won't be so easy. Not sure about the sub that shoots out in a row. Is the bullet empty or live? It's all undecided. Like this gun that has changed flavor. What to do? Just as Huang Kaiming was hiding in the toilet, thinking, but was startled by a sudden sound. So he stuck his head out. Want to see what's going on? Found in the corridor at this time, a group of people has gathered. Du Jianfu asked his younger brother in a low voice. Are the teachers in a meeting? Until it is confirmed that it is time, just let the group of guys behind you walk in. These are the ones who didn't pay. You showed me clearly. If anyone dares to take my words as farts in the future, just wait and see. After joining the Daisian Federation, I have to pay a subscription fee for this sign every day. As a result, a group can only ask the students in the school for it. To put it bluntly, it is a shameless person who intends to use it for nothing. When Huang Kaiman, after noticing Song Min at the end of the line, I couldn't sit still. It seems that we need to find a way to take action quickly. And so what he did that night was, he spent the rest of the night flipping through his phone. Want to find information about simplicity and relevance? But it's full of basic apps. There is no decent social software at all. If so, how can I get my name right? Be obedient and simple and teach lessons. Witness. Until he found a photo. In addition to simple and there is actually a girl. And the clothes he was wearing were still Long Hegao's school uniform. He's ostensibly a harmless high school scumbag. Behind the scenes, he controls the H country, the largest underworld syndicate. The emperor can help him issue orders in recent days. All were thwarted by Park Shi, the second in command of the emperor's gang. And the school was further oppressed. So he is ready to make the other party pay the price. Although I can't be like my brother Huang Wu Emperor. Use of force. Let others put themselves in the right place. But I can use the information I have gathered over the past few days. Make up a lie. Let Du Jianfu misunderstand. Kidnapping Nobu Shiwa's girlfriend. To stimulate him to shoot. It turned out to be just a few days ago when Huang Kaiman pays the protection fee. From the conversation between the two, the residence group still hasn't regained consciousness, and Du Jianfu is in a state of being on the spot. I happen to know. Simple and has a girlfriend. So Huang Kaiman passed the transfer, compiled a lie and sent it to Du Jianfu. And so it was. When he found out why the residents were being cleaned up. It's because my girlfriend has 2 feet on 2 boats. At the same time, the simplicity and communication with the Emperor gang, he immediately asked his younger brother to go to Yinshan girls' school. Bring this girl to meet you. And Huang Kaiman, in order to know the progress of this matter, he called his brother to follow Du Jianfu together. Came to an abandoned warehouse. And they can see everything through the window. Simple, and just one person solved a lot of younger brothers. Just as if he wanted to question Du Jianfu. Why would you want to do such a crazy thing? They have no martial arts ethics. Punched him directly in the face. You bastard. Since then, I don't like you anymore. Especially those disgusting eyes. Then he launched a crazy attack. They had the upper hand for a while. The 2 people outside looked terrified. Afraid that the simple and will lose. Even Huang Kaiman couldn't help complaining in his heart. If you knew you couldn't beat Du Jianfu, just bring some of your men. You have to come alone for that face. After seeing that the other party has not fought back, Du Jianfu thought he couldn't beat himself. Started spraying trash talk. And the simple and did not understand a word. I saw him grab Du Jianfu's arm. The next second gave him a shoulder fall. He threw Du Jianfu to the ground. Immediately made up a kick in his face. Blood splattered. Du Jianfu's cheek sunk in an instant. I lost one of my front teeth. The simplicity and black blood on his face at this time. I've racked my brains and I can't figure it out. What disgusting thing did you do? Let you do this. Du Jianfu covered his nose and stood up slowly. Turned around and attacked him again. Garbage kept spraying in his mouth. Words can be simple and just a sideways. He tripped Du Jianfu to the ground. No matter how many times he stands up, we're easily knocked down. It's just taking Du Jian, husband, playing like a child. Until this time, he remembered the advice the man had given him. Emperor Gang, you can't do it alone. But it's too late. Simple and grabbed his hair and wanted to question each other. What the hell did you do? It turned out that Du Jianfu had passed out. So he had to give up the interrogation. Untied his girlfriend. Just as the 2 were about to leave, the other party's reinforcements entered the house. Huang Kaiman saw this and called his brother to prepare to leave. Because it's about to get busy here. It turns out that reinforcements from the Emperor Gang have arrived. And all this, it's all Huang Kaiman's plan to take down Longri. The reason is the intention to clean up the fanatic who besieged the second in command of the Emperor Gang. Just a moment. A group of people will be destroyed. These guys, why would you do such a crazy thing? Kidnapping someone else's girlfriend. Simple and Wenyan looked back at Du Jianfu. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, no matter what, you shouldn't do such a dirty thing. If we were before, teach them a lesson. I guess that won't happen. And the Federation guys. He actually used Dragon Day to stimulate us. In addition, this intention to harm the cadres and provoke us. If you don't pursue this matter, then we really can't hang up our face. You should know that too. Simple, and seeing this, he had to agree. After all, this is no longer my personal grudge. It's about gangs. So starting today, take Dragon Day out of the hands of the Federation. If anyone dares to resist, then let them understand thoroughly. Which side should I follow in the future? Just a week later, the school was completely taken down by the Emperor Gang. From now on, the money offered will be returned. Those guys from the Dragon Day Regiment are burdened. Because the nature of the 2 organizations is completely different. The Daisian Federation is an alliance between schools. That's why they use schools as units. Charge exorbitant protection fees. But in the Emperor Gang, it falls on everybody. After all, the Emperor Gang was founded by Emperor Huang Wu's transcendent charisma is condensed. It's a non-college component. And yellow grass, meant to prevent them from collecting money at school. I made a rule on purpose. That's the people of the Dragon Day group. Not to ordinary students. Persecution for money. The reason is the punishment for provoking the cadres of the Emperor gang. Looking at the deflated Han Changxi, Huang Keaman couldn't help but show a bad smile. Even his own good brother can't help but praise. The Emperor helped this sign to be true. How badly do they have to be punished? To become so listless. Looks like it was taken over by the Emperor gang. Maybe it's not such a bad thing. After all, every time a bad student borrows money from someone else, the following will happen. He was directly sent flying by the Dragon Day group. You bastard! How dare you break the rules? Don't you know the Emperor gang? Are your eyes everywhere? In case of discovery, we are the only ones who suffer. Quandao County. I couldn't help but roar when I said this. Then not only walk with your arms around the shoulders of your classmates, he also expressed his intention to invite the other party to the commissary. I just ask your lord to let him go in large quantities. Huang Keaman, who was hiding and peeking, can't help but smile with satisfaction. I didn't expect this kid from Quandao County is actually a usable person. It turns out that there can be no friction in the school. This results in a group of people will treat other bad students. Control from now on. I just need to manage it. Well, make sure to maintain the status quo. After all, the group must still be somewhere outside the school. Keep doing it. There will still be people who are bullied and suffer. But I'm just an ordinary person. Can't create a world completely free of scum. Although I'm sorry. But this is the limit of what I can do. After all, if you go deeper, it is very likely to arouse the suspicion of Simple and so for the sake of the future, I can't keep bothering him. But there is one thing I am very curious about. Could it be that Emperor Huang Wu felt unhappy because of his heart? Will you go wandering across the country? Just when Huang Keaman calms down and thinks. The phone in the drawer suddenly lit up. The phone rang for a while. Pulled Huang Keaman back from thinking. And the teacher also stopped what he was doing. Ask which guy's phone is ringing. Huang Keaman had to take the initiative to admit it when he saw this, and apologize to the teacher. But I was very confused. I clearly turned off the ringtone and vibration. Why is it still ringing? So he picked up his phone and glanced at it. I found out that the person who called was Ma Heli, but he didn't know him at all. Wait until after school. Song China is as usual. Invite Huang Keaman to the game hall to play games. Sorry, I may not be able to go today. For a time, Song China couldn't help but stand still. I don't know what happened to Huang Keaman today. And he sat down in a park. Seems to be waiting for someone. It was just now. Ma Heli sent him 2 messages. Show that you have something you want to give you. What shocked Huang Keaman even more was Huang Wudi even has a girlfriend. Until a moment later, only one person came slowly. Are you the one sent by Brother 5 Emperors? When Huang Keaman saw Ma Heli, I can't help but have red eyes. I didn't expect the other party to be quite beautiful. Could it be that the reason why Emperor Huang Wu was not happy? Is it because of this girl? And I don't know why. Feel this girl. I seem to like my brother very much. As for the other cadres of the Emperor gang, you should also know Ma Heli, the existence of this person. But if he continues to pursue my brother, I'm afraid it will make my situation dangerous. Therefore, Huang Keaman had to rely on breaking up to get rid of each other. But Ma Heli directly fried Wang. It means that he already knows that Emperor Huang Wu is not alive. As soon as the sentence comes out, I can't help but let Huang Keaman, I'm not holding anything in my hand, fell to the ground. He couldn't help but take a step back. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I wrong? I can tell by the look on your face. You must be thinking right now. How do you know? I saw Ma Heli get closer to Huang Keaman. Whispered. After all, I killed him. Can you say, I don't know? How could you possibly kill him? But he said he didn't lie to you. I was the one who killed your brother. I didn't expect him to know that I was his brother. Can't it be true? But Emperor Huang Wu was obviously killed by a truck. At this time, Huang Keaman's heart has been shaken. I saw Ma Heli continue to speak. The truck driver's son. The victim who suffered from your brother. It turned out that his son wanted to follow Emperor Huang Wu. joined the Emperor gang. As a result, he was unfortunately shot in the head during the melee and died. But I stopped the uncle who wanted to commit suicide. Then put Emperor Huangwu. He was told when and where it would appear, so that he can kill Emperor Huangwu. But what I didn't expect was, he actually took all his hatred, all rushed to Emperor Huangwu, who influenced his son. In that case, it's reasonable to say I killed it. Until now, Huang Qiamen believed his words. However, the day after Emperor Huangwu died, I met Guo Jijiang, who was on his way somewhere. From his mouth, the gang leader actually asked everyone to gather at Jiachuankyo. I was really taken aback at first. I thought it was the undead showing up or something. Until I went through the Daejeon police department. I just found out that it was the guy's brother who left it. The goods were taken away after Huang Qiamen hears this. But there is no way. If you call the police yourself, the news of the brother's death will be made public. He only knew this to be so arrogant. So Huang Qiamen went straight to the point. Asked the other person what they want to do. After all, if he was going to teach a lesson impersonating Emperor Huangwu, we wouldn't have met this way. In that case, then I'll just say it. I want you to continue pretending to be the gang leader. Manipulate the Emperor gang to destroy the Daejeon Federation. When Huang Qiamen heard this, he was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly do that? In the beginning, I just want to put myself in school. Get it sorted out. But Ma Heli pressed the yellow grass rice. You designed it to make it simple and attack Longri, right? I don't know how to answer for a moment. And he goes on to speak. Since then, I've been following the movements of Dragon Day. After all, it can make and the conservatives took action. This shows that your kid is quite good too. I just used the information I had. Forget it, but the other party came forward. If you are an average person, I will definitely only think of impersonating Emperor Huang to protect my brother or something. Only care about protecting yourself. Even most people don't even have that. Don't dare to do it, but you use the power of the gang leader to punish the bad guys. In terms of eradicating scum, you're more serious than anyone else, and a very quick-witted person. After all, I almost got into a technical school. It turns out that in the Dragon Day, where local ruffians and the only one who studies seriously is Yellow Grass Rice. But after he contradicted the group of guys who made fun of him, become the target of bullying. Even the day before the tech school entrance exam, he was also locked in a warehouse by those guys. This caused the Yellow Grass Rice to fail to rush to the examination room, and since then, he gave up studying altogether. So I came to Dragon Day to study. Am I right? My brother's life is going dark at the same time. Do you know what his brother is doing? He's picking up people from the Federation. At that time, my own brother was a member of the Federation. But since being punched by Emperor Huangwu, become a vegetable. I haven't woken up yet. And that guy's loyal subordinates. He was actually willing to go to prison in his place. I was speechless. It turned out that he approached Emperor Huangwu for revenge. But why does he have to deal with the Federation? Whether it is the Federation or the Emperor gang, I'm already tired of it. At the beginning, I only planned to take revenge on Emperor Huangwu. But now, I think it should be possible to have greater ambitions. That is to help me take this disgusting battlefield. Eradicate completely. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but smile maniacally. Of course, you can also refuse, but then you have to be mentally prepared. Because I will reveal all the truth. Then you just wait to be killed. If you don't want to die, you are about to become king. Huang Qiamen was so frightened by these words that his legs couldn't help but go soft, sitting on the ground. I just want to bring peace back to the school. How did you get into this trouble? Am I being too greedy? But due to the situation, I had no choice but to agree to his request. Only then did Ma Heli smile again. There we go. What a good boy. But despite this, it's far from over. Because he also has to confirm. Are you qualified for me to provide support? As long as you can pass my test, I can agree to any request. As a result, in the next second, Ma Heli changed his face. I didn't expect you to be more spooky than you thought. Huang Kaoman was excited and quickly changed the topic. Tell me the test content. Since the appearance of the Emperor Gang, the expansion of power. But in the end, under the obstruction of the Federation, his momentum was greatly reduced. Eventually formed the current situation. And there's a bunch of guys who don't belong to the Federation. But it wasn't wiped out. Instead, have a place. That's Qingbai High School in Dade District. Huang Kaoman was shocked when she heard this. There's no organization behind it. There is still a place. Mingming Long Rigao was taken down in an instant. Because there is something called Qingbai. Kanazawa of Yamaoka holds the stage first, so you will be invincible. And your test is to use the Emperor Gang. Get blue coins. And the other side at this time, Wu Yun's also received the Emperor's Gang. Take over the news of Dragon Day. He was so angry that he couldn't help shaking all over. I didn't expect it. For the sake of my previous friendship, I gave him a hand. In the end, he moved the Emperor Gang because the cadre's lover was picked up. It's nothing. Mainly the trend of the Federation. The power was eaten by the Emperor's Gang. And put Du Jian, husband, that bastard is the one who pulled me into the Federation. So the main reason. Or did the Federation I caused suffer? The scum of the experience. This makes it very likely that I will be held accountable. Just thinking about this. If you don't agree, you can't help but be angry. Taught everyone in the hallway a lesson. Only then did he stand up. Ready to take advantage of the news before it reaches the guy. Find a way to fix it. Resolve. The chief of staff called at this time. Wu Yun suddenly froze in place. I didn't expect to come, whatever I was afraid of. But in the current situation, fighting his fear, he answered the phone. I've heard. Do you feel now? Because I accidentally let a fool in. It might be over. It's not like that. I think that kid is good. Might help improve combat power. And the attitude of the younger brother to the boss. Very puzzling. The so-called chief of staff doesn't seem to be very old. Just a guy who talks hard. As for making him so submissive, there's nothing you can do about it. After all, you probably didn't expect he will move the lover of the cadre. But are you curious? Dragon Day is under the command of an adjacent federation. The interior of 2 high schools. For what should be, for the Emperor Gang who broke through from the front. It doesn't have any advantages. That seems to be why. Simple and I have been trying my best not to cause disputes. But then something happened that he had to attack. The reason for Dragon Day, but Wu Yun's thought it was all due. It's the fault of that lunatic Jianfu, but the chief of staff doesn't think so. Instead, he asked the other party for one thing. Let Wu Yun's check it out. What is the real reason? As for the chief, I'll say hi for you. The teenager leans on his deceased brother's cell phone, pretending to be the gangster emperor of country age. I didn't expect my butt to be hot yet. The fake identity is exposed. He cried and begged his brother's men to let him go. But the 2 captains didn't appreciate it at all. When I saw that I was going to hell to find my brother, he suddenly woke up from his dream. But he was still trembling with fear. And it's all because of my brother's girlfriend. He actually threatened him to attack Qingbai. If it's not done, will Huang Kaoming tell others the news of the fake gang leader. So he had to go and investigate the enemy himself. After all, this is Qingbai Mountain, the site of the proud son, Kanazawa Senro. Even Emperor Huang Wu couldn't easily take it down. So I have to find another entry point. Unexpectedly, the yellow grass rice did not take a few steps. I was stopped by the students here and forcibly taken to a remote corner. Torture. Whose spy are you? Is it the Federation or the Emperor Gang? Because, judging from the school uniform on the other party, we'd know he is not a student of Qingbai High School. And the commotion here soon attracted the attention of others. But it was Kanazawa Heian who came when he learned that this person was most likely a joint. Yes, when the spy, his eyes twisted. Huang Kaoman, in an instant, I felt a sense of oppression. I can't help but be scared into a cold sweat. Several people are going to beat him half to death first. And then I put it back. But Kanazawa didn't think it was necessary to be so troublesome. Just take a punch. And then you throw a punch. Remember, next life never come around. King Bai. Huang Kaiman hurriedly expressed when he saw this. Someone from the Emperor gang has infiltrated here. Kanazawa, who heard the sentence, froze in place. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if I take that punch, I'm afraid it will be life-threatening. But the two younger brothers on the side are deeply skeptical. I think this guy in front of me is talking nonsense. Jin Zexian questioned the other party. What did you mean by that sentence just now? The people of the Emperor gang have completely set their sights on the blue coins, in order to find out what's going on inside. Specially placed an eyeliner in this school. If you don't believe me, you can go to the bathroom on the 3rd floor to confirm. If you dare to lie to me. But it's not as simple as getting punched. And it worked out just fine. And they really did catch a fresh face there. Kanazawa couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, turn around and ask the other party, what the hell are you? And Huang Kaiman is ready to confess part of the truth. Show that you can figure it out. All the movements of the Emperor gang. I want to offer you some help. It was just now. Wang Chaiming sent a message to a younger brother of the Emperor gang. Let him sneak into the bathroom on the 3rd floor and wait for instructions. Maybe he didn't even think about it until he died. I was just being used as a cannon fodder. After a few people took off his clothes, I'm ready to find a place to deal with it. Huang Kaiman is for this reason. You can walk out of the blue wall safely. I didn't expect that guy who looks stupid to be able to understand this. I should have beaten him up just now, so that we can torture this secret. Let's forget it. After all, we did get help. Brother Zexian, are you really going to accept that kid? Although he looks suspicious, but judging by the school uniform, he is from Long Hagao, so he has every reason to be a Disney Emperor gang. After all, his school is for him to swallow. And the Emperor gang will do that. Presumably for an offensive. Carry out preparatory work. But as long as I'm around, I won't let King Bai fall into chaos again. As for what he has, or wait to get through this crisis, let's talk about it later. The first thing Huang Kaiman did when he went back, he reported the progress to Ma Heli. But the other party not only did not praise, let him take action as soon as possible. If the Federation takes the green first coin, you should know the consequences, right? Huang Kaiman is very helpless about this. Who let their own handle fell into the hands of this witch. Meanwhile, the other side, the Federation also sent the captain of the 10th team, Zhang Tazhong. It was only his first day here. He pointed out the problem to the point. The new currency, guys, obviously has such strong combat power, but stayed put. Don't you think something is wrong? As soon as the sentence comes out, Dong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But he couldn't think of a reason. They had to throw it back at him. And Zhengtai Chinese can't help but grin. You'd better use your own brain. I'm doing this for your own good. In order to create a perfect study for his brother. Environment became a hopeless scum. Not only did he beat up all the gangsters in the neighborhood, also unified Kingbai, all the bad boys in high schools. But his behavior aroused the dissatisfaction of others. Because he has never taken the initiative to expand his power, he only knows to let everyone take care of his younger brother. And all of this was just walked to the door of the yellow grass rice. Here, so he went to Kingbai Middle School. By asking the students here, I found Kanazawa's younger brother, Kim-sun. The other party thought that Huang Kaomi was his brother's subordinate. They followed him to the restaurant. Little did they know that this was their last lunch. Because Huang Chaiming, I have secretly sent a message to the Emperor gang. Half an hour later, Dade went to ambush the Golden Sun. Then you just have to find a reason. Just bring people there. But Yellow Grass Rice couldn't help but remind him. Don't trust others too much. The Golden Sun was a little unresponsive. I don't know why the other party suddenly said this. Am I wrong? You follow me so unsuspecting. What if I'm your brother's enemy? It's not that you don't know my brother's strength. Even if you accidentally get involved in some bad incident, he can save me too. What if there are many people on the other side? So what's the big deal? My brother doesn't have no subordinates. As a result, the two are chatting. just because of this topic. But no matter what, gold. The son always believed that his brother would come to save him. After all, he had promised at his father's funeral. No matter what happens, I will definitely guarantee, protect you. And my brother didn't break his promise. Once I was bullied by my classmates. When he got the news, and he came over, take the little bastard who bullied me. They were beaten up before they gave up. This moment, Huang Kaeman couldn't help but froze in place. Recall the scene when I asked my brother for help. He couldn't help but clench his fists. I don't know why. I suddenly envied this kid in my heart. But he finally got up, prepared to take the Golden Sun to the Emperor's gang to ambush. The location, after all, your own life is in the hands of a witch. If I hadn't won the blue coins, I'm afraid it would be me who died. Especially in the face of death. There is no one who is not selfish. After bringing the Golden Sun to the agreed location, Huang Kaeman found a reason to leave. And here he is. Answered the previous question. The reason why I follow you unsuspecting. It's because I think you're a good person. Then he bowed to Huang Kaeman. Express gratitude. It's a sentence like this. It actually made Huang Kaeman change his mind. Run towards the school with the Golden Sun. Because he realized Kanazawa's true intentions. It's not a gang game. It's the innocence and clarity that I want to protect my brother. Rather than completely destroy your ideal brotherhood. I would rather choose decapitation. Meanwhile, the other side. Kanazawa is still working out in the gym. But a younger brother broke in. Jung Tae-young, the captain of the Daejeon Federation. Come to Kinbai. The news at the gate of the middle school told him. His face suddenly changed. Not even wearing a coat. Immediately rushed towards the school. But it's still too late. Huang Kaeman was kicked flying by the oncoming man. And behind the Golden Sun. Then a group of punks appeared. No surprises. Zheng Taezong grasps the target very easily. He used his phone to send a message to Kanazawa. If you want to save your brother, just come to the location on the map alone. And the Golden Sun, who was detained by several people in the room. Still, don't forget to say harsh words. But unexpectedly, Zheng Taezong didn't get used to it at all. Kicked him directly in the face. Then I grabbed his hair. Even your brother can't save you this time. After all, the entire commando team is here. Even the Fighting King can't beat 50 people. What's more, you are still in our hands. Then Kanazawa came first, so we can only lie down obediently. Let us fight. The subordinates on the side asked Zheng Taezong what to do with the remaining one. Just in case. Let's lock it up until the battle is over. Unexpectedly, the two of them left. Huang Kaeman broke free. And it's all thanks to the nail behind it. So we came to the side of the Golden Sun, ready to undo the tape for him, but found that he had already hung the little pearl. He kept saying stupid things. Seeing this, Huang Kaeman patted his shoulder. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Until then, the Golden Sun stopped crying. Then came to the door, carefully observed the outside. And it's full of people. It's impossible to sneak out. Fortunately, I usually carry 2 mobile phones with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be really planted here this time. Now, just want to catch the Golden Sun in the name. Call the Emperor for help. Can make a scuffle here. Then I can take this opportunity. Escape from here with the Golden Sun. It is also the younger brother who is bullied by the school. The 2 underworld brothers made a cut. However, different reaction. A brother who not only scolds himself as trash, and threatened him if he dared to go out, said it was my brother. Then I will kill you myself. At the risk of suspension. I also want to take the little thugs who bully my brother. Give it a beating. Now, it's all about saving my kidnapped brother. No matter how much they beat themselves. No, without suspicion. But even so, I'm still concerned about my brother's safety. And this behavior also makes the other party even more angry. Just kicked him to the ground. But Kanazawa got back on his feet. And come to each other. Warn him if he dares to touch a single hair of the sun. I have to kill you. The roar sent the man into a cold sweat. So, In order to be brave, he commanded everyone to come forward and fight Kanazawa-san. Still haven't returned the hand. Meanwhile, the other side, Huang Kaming, also found a way to get the best of both worlds. Not only can it safeguard the friendship between the brothers, you can also get blue coins. That is, in the name of catching the Golden Sun. Called the Emperor Gang over. And I took advantage of their melee. Escape with the Golden Sun. Don't just work for a moment. One person broke through the siege and entered the container. When he saw the two of them, he was also slightly stunned. He opened his mouth to ask which kid was the Golden Sun. But neither of them answered. And just then, another person came in anger. But the other party is in his hands. Didn't last 2.5 seconds. Got knocked out with one punch. Then he turned to look. Found on the school uniform of the Golden Sun. Write your name. Just as he was about to reach out and grab. But someone attacked him from behind. But he didn't fall. Instead, he stood up again. This scene made Huang Kaemin tremble all over. But still roar and run forward. The Golden Sun after reaction. He quickened his pace. The other party wants to come forward. To stop Huang Kaemin, he took this opportunity to pounce. And held him by the neck with the steel bar. It didn't last. Huang Kaemin was dumped by him. But fortunately, the Golden Sun has run out. I may not be so lucky. And the other side at this time, the Golden Sun is still running. No matter how tired, he still didn't stop. Because Huang Kaemin told him, your brother is a tough guy. But considering your safety, he will definitely be in a situation where he still can't fight back. So when you go out, you have to let him know you're safe. Although I still have a cell phone in my hand. But for some reason, I can't use it to make phone calls. As for the location, it should be the open space in the Mia building. At the same time, the Daisian Federation has also set its own conditions. I need Kanazawa to take my leg first, in exchange for my brother's safety. Then he took out a hammer. It means that this condition is quite kind, right? But what everyone didn't expect was, Kanazawa agreed without the slightest hesitation. But before that, I have to confirm the safety of the sun. Pei Dong sees this. He instructed the younger brother on the side. Give them a call and let them know. I don't know why. The other side did not choose to answer the phone. And this is what happened. There was a voice that attracted everyone's attention. Brother, I'm fine. Then he waved towards the clearing. Show your safety. Pei Dong sees this. He immediately let his two younger brothers go up and catch him. Unexpectedly, Kanazawa Wonderland rushed over directly, hold one in one hand, smashed the two to the ground. He lost consciousness on the spot. Then he stood up again. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This moment, Pei Dong realized the severity of the matter. He subconsciously said, it's over. And the other side at this time, Huang Kaming, I also deeply appreciate the horror of the Emperor Gang. I've just been manipulating them before. So it's not very clear. I didn't expect a mere subordinate. You can easily hang yourself. It turned out that his brother Huang Wudi, always above such a group of beasts. If it weren't for me, I would have to chase the Golden Sun. Otherwise, you will die today. But Huang Kaemin didn't want him to leave. Because, according to the you know what Gentazong said. Only a small number of people went to Kanazawa Shin's side. In this case, if someone else finds out that the Golden Sun is missing, maybe the troops will be concentrated in Kanazawa Prefecture. So he started taunting you. Are you going to slip away? As soon as the sentence comes out, the other party suddenly froze in place. Can't help but look back at the yellow grass. Rice, what did you say? But he actually repeated it. I asked if you wanted to run away. If you're trying to provoke me, then I congratulate you on your success. Then he rushed towards Huang Kaemin. He ducked and reached out to pick up the dropped weapon. But his behavior was also noticed by the other party. Just kicked Huang Kaemin's butt. Kicked him out. You mean brat? Are you planning to use your weapon to attack me again? Don't you know that a man is a man? Is the fist the last word? I'll show you. What does it feel like to have a fist harder than iron? As a result, the two only fought for one round. Huang Kaiman was beaten with bruises and swollen faces. I really don't understand. How dare you, Kanayo, bluff like this? Makes me think you really have 2 strokes. It turned out to be weak. But Huang Kaiman still forced her body to stand up. And the other party's words. It also reminded him of his brother. Just thinking about this, Huang Kaiman rushed towards the other party again. Use all your strength. Pushed him against the nail behind him. When he reacts, there's a hole in the butt. He was instantly carried away by anger. Rushed towards Huang Kaiman, who escaped. Little do you know that you have fallen into the other party's trap. It was just now. Huang Kaiman was kicked on this shelf by him. But the shelf doesn't move. This shows that he is not an ordinary species, so Huang Kaiman took advantage of the time to fall. I stuck the steel rod in. Now, all he has to do is use leverage. Stepping on the other side of the steel rod, you can pry a gap in the shelf. Just like this. No matter how heavy it is, it can be easily knocked down. And so it was. In an instant, countless items hit the opponent. He looked at the scene in front of him. Can't help but stand still. The next second, it was hit by an incoming overhead. Cause yourself to lose mobility. Only then did Huang Kaiman breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, complain to each other. What a muscular idiot. There's nothing harder than iron. Then the next thing to do is to recover the blue wall. So the other side of the same time. One appeared on the battlefield. The guy who surprised everyone. The person who came was Guo, the captain of the second team of the Emperor Gang. Jiking only saw the smiling Xiaojin on his face. Z first said hello. What are you doing? In this campus that is above strength. There is a rumor that is, don't provoke. Man in black coat. Because they come from the worst gangs. Power Emperor Gang. And this person in front of him is the second team of the Emperor Gang, Captain Guo. Jiking. This made Pei Dong a little stunned. I don't understand why this guy is here. But he cared about Kanazawa Prefecture. But this behavior aroused the vigilance of the other party. Seeing this, Guo Jijiang quickly explained. He said he was not here to teach a lesson. I just wanted to give you a suggestion. But before he could speak, Kanazawa interrupted him first. If you want to take the opportunity, Wu me to join the Emperor Gang. I'm afraid it's a little late. Because the crisis has been lifted. Next second, a group of people appeared in the street in front of them. Kingby's people. So you'd better get out of here. I don't plan to group. Hit a guy who's not here to do it. Ki Guo Jijiang. Just smile and say something you will regret. Then he turned and left. Seeing this scene, Pei Dong turned and ran. No intention of fighting at all. And the boys went around. Ask about Brother Zexian's status. Instead of chasing down the enemy, the trash. Let him go. He should have woken up too. You can't get green coins with your own skills. But just 2 younger brothers hold Kanazawa on the way back first. An accident happened. One of the boys actually raised a hammer. Want to sneak attack from behind. Little do they know, their own shadow already betrayed him. The next second, Kanazawa will use a back kick first. Kicked my brother away. Then he questioned the crowd in front of him. What does that mean? But I haven't waited for them to answer. A voice came from behind. Does it even need to be asked? Of course, I betrayed you. I saw Zhengtai strangling the neck of the Golden Sun. It was just now. Golden Sun went to Kingby's people for help. Little did they know that they had already betrayed Kanazawa Heian. Instead, he defected to the Daisian Federation. But even so, Kanazawa still wants to know. When did you started to have that thought? From realizing that you've been using me to protect his brother's safety. We are not babysitters. I also want to live a better life. Make yourself famous in Daisian. These words can't help but make Kanazawa fall into deep thought. I was going to do my best. At least not where the sun is. Infested with that atmosphere of violence. I didn't expect to be able to stop this trend, after all. In this scene in front of you, it was prepared by Jemtazong from a long time ago. In the end, he wanted Kingbai to be incorporated into Daisian United. Encourage Kanazawa's younger brother to create some negative public opinion. However, there was still a bit of a surprise in this plan. That is, the condition of the container was unexpected. Although I didn't expect it. The strike team can do things seamlessly. And I want to create variables. I also deliberately included that useless guy. Locked up. That gave him a chance to do something. Only so, to create all the missions of the commando team. The moment of failure. By my own ingenuity. Turn the tide. That's my strategy. After all, so far, coins are in a strong situation between us and the Emperor gang. A crucial position. As long as I can take it on my own. In that case, sure to get the approval of the Chief of Staff. Now, just take a good look at your proud brother. The situation of being beaten up by his subordinates. At this moment, Kanazawa can no longer support his injured body. Start shaking. But even so, he refused to give up. Question the crowd in front of you. Are you trying to become famous on the battlefield? Then try and see if you can knock me down. But he just finished saying that. The body knelt down uncontrollably. The golden sun saw the scene and couldn't help but drop a little pearl. He already knew that his brother couldn't take it anymore, but the close people still dare not come forward. I thought Kanazawa would choose to beg for mercy first. Unexpectedly, it was hands-on, so he encouraged his partner to get up. How much they despise us. You actually want to rely on one person to single out our big board, then give gold. Z first shows the horror of Kingbai. But he wasn't finished. The golden sun bit his arm. The pain was so great that she couldn't help but release her right hand. He took the opportunity to run out. Stand in front of my brother. If anyone dares to touch my brother, I will never give up. In his heart, he remembered what Huang Grass-Mi had said. This time, it's your turn to save your brother. In that case, then send your brothers on the road together. I kind of have company. But just then, Guo Jijiang suddenly appeared. Kick the little brother in front of you flying. It's weird. Everything was actually told to the gang leader. Kanazawa was very puzzled. Didn't you just leave? I just went to the toilet. Everyone in front of them was in a state of confusion. I don't understand why Guo Jijiang is here. Minions of that federation. You may have misunderstood something. The word clear coin. I'm not talking about those cats and dogs. It refers to Kanazawa alone. A group without this man, it's nothing. How dare you rebel? It's too self-sufficient. This sentence made the close crowd angry, waving his fist at him. But Guo Jijiang is just a sideways, evaded the attack. Then he punched the opponent in the chest. Knocked him out. But just then. But there was a sixth in the back who punched Guo Jijiang. But it didn't hurt. Instead, grab each other's head. With an arrogant face. You probably don't know anything. Will you be fearless and rashly make a move? Just show off. Emperor Gang. Guo Jijiang took a punch from himself. Then it was pointed at his head. A head hammer came hard. Then it's like throwing trash. Turning his eyes white, he threw it out. Looking at the two who fell to the ground, Guo Jijiang couldn't help but show a crazy smile. Come on, next. But no one dared to go up and do it. After all, this guy in front of me, but the captain of the second team of the Emperor Gang. Guo Jijiang waved his hand. Motion everyone to go together. Does no one still want to create something to show off? Coming. Kanazawa Shan, known as the proud son of King Bishan. Why did you choose to join the Emperor list? Just because Huang Kaming exposed the truth to him. Represents Emperor Huang Wu, the leader of the Emperor Gang, is no longer alive, and he is his own brother. And now, still using it. Dead brother's phone. To control the Emperor Gang. As for why, I will reveal the truth to you. Because not only are you not optimistic about anything, still a man who cherishes his younger brother very much. But so far, I only accepted that my brother was replacing me. News of brother's location. I must join the Emperor. What is the reason for helping? That's for the sun. After all, my purpose. I want to take Daejeon. This mortal battlefield is completely cleared. Make this place non-existent. Federation and Emperor Gang. This kind of organization. So I have to use the Emperor Gang first. Crash the Federation. But I want to keep relying on deception. The cadres of the Emperor gang will advance the plan. It doesn't feel like a moment. So, I hope you can join the 4th team of the Emperor gang. Captain, although it is nominally for you to join the Emperor gang. But I mean, actually, I want you to be my partner. If it is Kanazawa-sen, so far. I'm afraid I will reject this question immediately, because he fully has the ability to protect the green coins. But that's another story. For now, those guys from Emperor King have been bought by the Federation. Betrayed him. At the same time, I also owe Guo Jijiang a favor. Aware of Kingdi, unable to escape the influence of the Federation and the Emperor gang. Plus, I just received the question I gave. Kanazawa has no reason to refuse. He didn't even think about the time it took to just change clothes. I met the guy who hurt his brother. And the mastermind behind this. But although the other party is only 10th. But in the Federation, it can be regarded as the top row. No guy. Facing the physically overdrawn Jin Jushan. He wasn't a coward. He even prevailed in the duel. Not a few moments. Knocked Kanazawa to the ground first. This made the two people watching the battle very worried. Thinking about whether to go up and help, but the Golden Sun rejected the proposal. Because he firmly believes that his brother will not lose, and so it was. Seeing that Zheng Tizong wanted to replenish the knife, Kanazawa advanced use of single-handed floor support, used the power of the rollover to hit him in the face. Then he took advantage of the time when Zheng Tai fell to the ground, slowly stood up. And it's because of this momentary time difference. So he couldn't escape the next blow. You can only use your face to eat Kanazawa's punch. He was instantly blasted 10 meters away. It didn't stop until it hit the wall. Kanazawa, after the fight, I can't help but complain. This dress is a little tight. But the next second, he couldn't support the injured body. Start shaking. The Golden Sun immediately hugged him when he saw this. Want to help support the body. Wang Xiaoman came to Zheng Tizong's side. Found something on him. And this scene was first seen by Kanazawa. After all, I can find such a good opportunity to win over himself. He must be caught with the Golden Sun again. I knew my subordinates would betray me. And the reason why Huang Qiamen can know. Because his 2 phones are on the phone. So much so that everything Shodnaka said. He heard it all clearly. But even so, Kanazawa still doesn't completely trust Huang Ke Rice. However, for the long-term benefit, he's not going to do that kind of chicken killing now. Egg retrieval. A few days after the Qingbai rebellion broke out, the Emperor gang officially held the establishment of the 4th team. The atmosphere of the ceremony was very strange. No one in the crowd applauded. For a time, Guo Jijiang couldn't help but feel very confused. I don't understand these guys. Why is this reaction? And just then, the simplicity and face-to-face approach as the captain of the 1st team. It should be normal to have this reaction, right? After all, he made us suffer a lot. Not to mention, there are not a few guys who have been taught a lesson by Kanazawa first. Anyway, to treat a man who was once an enemy. As a captain, it is normal to have resistance. To be honest, I'm also skeptical of your movements. You guy. Why did you decide to join the Emperor list? Obviously not interested in melee. Now, you have to step in. For a while, the atmosphere in the audience became more calm. All eyes are on the 3 captains. And Guo Jijiang, who was caught in the middle, was also very uncomfortable. Sure enough, shouldn't you be extravagant and accept him warmly? Actually, he's quite to my liking. Until Kanazawa chooses to explain first. It relieved the awkward atmosphere. Frankly speaking, the reason why I decided to join the Emperor gang. Not because I appreciate you. I have no intention of making a name for myself. It's just that the helper needs me. I'd like to see it too. What will the road he embarked on lead to? That's all there is to it. The 2 captains who heard this reply can't help but be stunned for a moment. In the end, it was still simple, and he relieved him. Although a former enemy. But anyone present can't deny Kanazawa's ability. For the sake of hegemony. Happy and idle. As expected of the helper. Since it is his opinion, then we are meaningless. Welcome aboard. Then he stretched out his right hand. Seeing this, Guo Jijiang on the side quickly echoed. Okay, let's all have some eyesight. The moment the two shook hands, there was a warm applause in the audience. That's all. Kanazawa first successfully became the Emperor Gang 4 captain. At this time, in a bar on the other side. Chief of Staff of the Daisian Federation. It has passed the existing message. Get the conjecture that Emperor Huangwu is not alive. How much must one hate one's brother? Only willing ruthlessly destroy the treasures he holds dear. But this series of abnormal actions. But it aroused the suspicion of my brother's former opponent. Because of his understanding of Emperor Huangwu, he would never give up on a partner so easily. The result is now good. He actually did nothing for the strategic Dragon Day fight. Although he finally succeeded in taking over Dragon Day, but their men also suffered heavy casualties. And in the process, their actions are more than conquest. It's more like a sweep. The biggest beneficiary behind this. It's the ordinary who can finally go to school with peace of mind. Livestock can be seen from various signs. It can be concluded that Emperor Huangwu is currently in a situation where he cannot command. That fake gang leader should be through some means. He deceived the cadres in the gang to help him do things. Wu Yun was excited when he heard these words. Immediately want to take this opportunity, take down the Emperor Gang in one fell swoop. However, the proposal was rejected by the Chief of Staff. And also hope that he can keep the secret for the time being. Because we can't be sure. Is there any inside story about the Emperor Gang in the Federation? When they need to know the news, it could get messy. Let the Federation take advantage. But we can't ignore their strength either. After all, the captain of the first team of the Emperor Gang is not easy. He is not only level with Emperor Huangwu, sitting flat old friend, also has a strong command ability. Maybe it will be new help. We might as well do it differently. It might be safer this way. That is to pull out the livestock behind and kill it. Then use the means that can control the Emperor Gang. Take it for yourself. In this way, the guys from the Emperor Gang, you'll be fooled around by us. What do you think of my plan? Isn't that funny? But Wu Yun's felt very standing. He thinks the Chief of Staff is a lunatic. And the other side at this time, Huang Keiaman is worried about the shortage of manpower. Because Kanazawa Prefecture's strength is very strong. In just 2 weeks, Qingbai has become a starting point. Successfully captured 3 surrounding areas. This led to the next step in the alliance's formation. But with the current manpower, I'm afraid it's hard to handle. If you really want to widen the combat gap, then you have to introduce an ace player who can motivate ordinary members. Wang Xiaoman, after some thought. So I decided to transfer a few from the first 2 teams. The result of this proposal, but was rejected by the sudden arrival of Ma Heli. The Emperor Gang is not a company. Those so-called ace players. It's all because of worshipping Emperor Huangwu just joined the Emperor Gang. But in the end, their driving force, or the loyalty from the various captains. After all, and under his control for so long. Suddenly let a group of guys like this come to the hands of Kanazawa. It will only arouse their disgust. It leads to resistance. This is the new member. The reason for being sent to the 4th team. If you simply transfer this matter to another post, conceptualized equal sign, you're just going to lose them. So you can only introduce new blood. And Kanazawa agreed with the idea. And I hope you all can help together. But such a request. On the contrary, it made Huang Chaiming very distressed, because there are so many things to worry about. Make him really busy. But I want to be exposed before. Bring it up and get the Federation done. Then the 4th team must be strengthened. Plus Huang Keiaman. I don't know what to do. In order to find talent suitable for sending to the battlefield. For reasons of thinking. He's not watching the road. Caused himself to bump into someone. Only then did Huang Keiaman come back to her senses and look forward. He found out that the person who came was Zhang, who had bullied him. West Pig. It's because of this. That's why he was helped by the Emperor. He got a good beating. I didn't expect to be back on campus now. However, This guy's force. It seems to have been approved by Guo Jijiang. I don't know if I can find a way to get this guy join, but this should cause resistance from the Emperor gang, right? The result has not yet waited for Huang Kao Minsi to finish the exam. He was sent flying by Jiang Shiju. He just remembered. This guy was hospitalized some time ago. We have no idea what's happening at school. Haven't seen you for a few days. Huang Kaoman, you have become successful. How dare you stand in my way? Count Han Changxi before you. A count pushed from a height. I will give it back today. I'll beat you to death. But just then. But there is a hand on Jiang Shiju's shoulder. With this kind of behavior of beating people up. Really off-putting. What if he is a guy who hides his strength? Maybe he's a cut. Super master of boxing. I'm just afraid of this happening. I dare not touch everyone. But Jiang Shiju was very puzzled. I don't know who this guy in front of me is. Result. He actually pushed it directly with his forehead. Arrogant expression. I am a new transfer. Is there a problem? It's such a farce. Soon attracted a crowd of onlookers. Crowds come to eat melons. One after another. Who do you think will win? And Jiangxi Pearl is because of face reasons. The first to move, but the other party is not simple. After dodging the incoming fist, I punched him in the face. Just one hit. He knocked Jiang Shiju unconscious. But a group of people came at this moment. Want to kill each other with more people. Seeing this speechless scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Even newly transferred students. Generally, it can't be easily provoked. Don't you guys read manga? Then he compared his fingers in front of him. Signal a few people to go together. Transfer students' first day of school. It angered the local school bully. Let's meet at the bridge after school. But he didn't panic at all. Instead, he happily came to the agreed place. Just one sentence scared the school bully and fled. It was just now. Kingelchen bullied his classmates because he didn't like Jiangxi beads. He taught the other party a lesson. But this action of his has angered a group of people. If it wasn't for the class bell, it just rang. I'm afraid he will be doomed. This led to the arrival of Jin Lechen in the new class. The atmosphere is very strange, so he took the initiative to make a joke. I want to liven up the atmosphere. But the entire classroom, he was the only one who succeeded by himself. Amuse. Everyone else has a straight face. I didn't feel any smiles. Since you don't like jokes, then I'll ask a serious question. Does anyone know where to meet Emperor Huangwu? As soon as the sentence comes out, and the crowd was shocked. Even Huang Kaoman was very surprised. Just when he wanted to ask further, the teacher interrupted him. Express a personal question or ask it later. Are there any students willing to make gold today? Lekin's campus guide. And no one wanted to. The teacher sees the situation. I want to randomly select a lucky person. But just then, Huang Kaoman volunteered. Took the task. Because he felt the need to learn about Jin Lechen. After all, the person the other party is looking for is his own brother. Just got out of class. Jin Lechen found Huang Kaoman. I'm going to invite him to the commissary to eat bread. And Huang Kaoman wants to take this opportunity. Asked the other party about the purpose of looking for Emperor Huangwu, and he just started talking. I felt someone pushing me from behind. The next second, Huang Kaoman loses control. Fell towards the stairs. Fortunately, Jin Lechen caught it in time. To avoid the accident, his eyes tilted to the side. Asked the other party if they know. Almost got someone rolling down the stairs. The person who came was Du Jianfu, the boss of the group, who was looking for trouble. After Huang Kaoman saw him, he whispered the news to Jin Lechun, but he is not cowardly at all. Instead, let the other party apologize quickly. The two younger brothers on the side sneered. Han Changxi even mocked yellow grass rice. Is this a complete equity transfer, student? The result is a sentence like this. Infuriated Jin Lechen. I didn't expect you to be a watermelon-headed dwarf. To actually stand with them. It's rare. Lu Jianfu didn't say much about it. Just to make him want me to apologize. Just wait for me at the bridge hole of Jiaquan Bridge after school. Then he turned and left. Huang Qiamen saw that the other party had not yet woken up. He wanted to find an opportunity to call someone to teach him another lesson. Unexpectedly, Jin Lechen was full of fighting spirit. I can't wait to go now. Scared, Huang Qiamen hurriedly stopped. It means that the other party may play dirty. There's no need to listen to them. If that's the case, then I'm going all the more. And the reason he did this, all because of something 2 years ago. At that time, it was just because of my friend accidentally grazed his shoulder. As a result, everyone present, all given by him, others beat up. I was so scared that I knelt down and begged for mercy. That's how we dodged a bullet. But from that day on, I made up my mind. Not only revenge. And from now on, I will never bow to the wicked again. So, for whatever reason, I won't run away. This can't help but make Huang Qiamen feel very distressed. His own brother was alive. How many bad things have you done? It will cause other regions to come after him. Wait until after school. Jin Lechen came to the appointed place. And a group of people have already determined in advance. Let's give him some color and see. But luckily he didn't. Instead, I asked the other parties backstage first. After all, he wanted to find Huang on the first day he came. Emperor Wu is simply outrageous. If he chooses to play dirty, the Emperor gang hiding high will choose to shoot without hesitation. Because yellow grass rice makes Kanazawa pay attention first. Maybe that guy could be our partner. Even if it doesn't work, can't let go, he continues to search for a deceased enemy. As a result, Jin Lechen didn't say it was okay. As soon as he opens his mouth, it is Wang Fry. It's actually the chief of staff of the Dacian Federation. Tell him that as long as he comes to Longri, he can find Emperor Huang Wu. In the beginning, people thought he was talking big. Until he told what the chief of staff looked like. This made Du Jianfu break out in a cold sweat. He had heard Wu Yun say this before. You know, a little bit. It is said that the identity of the chief of staff, very few people in the Federation know. I didn't expect this transfer student to know each other. And Jin Lechen is not ready to explain too much. Just let everyone go. I won't because you are seniors. Just be merciful. Look at your subordinates. When you are about to rush up and teach each other a lesson. Lu Jianfu hurriedly called to stop. Let them follow their lead. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. In the end, only a confused Jin Lechen was left. I didn't expect it. The guy who looks like a weak chicken. He's an incredible big shot. Just a reputation. You can scare the other party and run away. Teenagers are only beaten up because they were in middle school. I made up my mind to take revenge. And from now on, I will never bow to the wicked again. But after Jin Lechen becomes stronger. But I can't find the one wearing the dragon pattern anymore. Jacket guy. Until the chief of staff of the Dacian Federation came to him. Just found out the man who beat him up was named Huang Wudi. One of the 2 strongest groups in Dacian. Boss of the Emperor gang. If you want to find him, then you have to transfer to Dragon Day. As a result, Jin Lechen just transferred to the first day. Conflict with the local school bully. If the chief of staff wasn't famous enough, this conflict is 100% inevitable. But even so, his performance is still noticed by many people, including the captain of the 4th team of the Emperor gang, Kanazawa Prefecture. So that night, he told me everything that happened here. I told the yellow grass rice, and their conversations are too far apart. Didn't hear clearly, but you can kind of get a sense of what's going on. Compared to Du Jianfu, he let the transfer student go, more like being scared and running away. Finish this sentence. He hung up the phone. But Huang Qiamen has been unable to calm down for a long time. Ma Heli can't understand. I don't think this kind of thing needs to be taken so seriously. It's not as simple as you think. Because of Du Jianfu, it is impossible when the number of people is dominant. Scared away by each other. It turned out that he was just with Jin Lechen. After a few words, he left. That means there is something for Du Jianfu. Fear arose. To know that it can be done like this. Except for the Emperor gang, it is the Federation. Do you mean? Is Jin Lechen related to the Federation? And the other side at this time. And it worked out. Jinla, Chanzhen, and Shen Kai shared what happened today. The other party couldn't help but complain. You are indeed a bad person. Put gold for a while, Lichun doesn't know how to explain it. So he had to change the topic of Lu Shangkai. You seem to be awesome. A reputation, you can scare the leader away. They just don't want to offend the Federation, right? After all, there was a little conflict between the two sides before. It's you. It's not that I haven't found the one who knows Emperor Huangwu yet. Falling guy. Don't worry, today is only the first day. I'm sure I'll find him. Come back. He should be curious about who you know. This sentence confused Jin Lechen. But Lu Shangkai did not choose to explain. When he goes back to school, Huang Kaiman wanted to get words out of the other party's mouth. Ask if Jin Lechen knows anyone in Daejeon. It can't be for revenge. Go to a place where there are no relatives. And he doesn't care. It is easy to be trapped by the other party. When I heard the chief of staff of the Daejeon Federation, can't help but be stunned for a moment. I'm glad I don't have him yet. After all, Mahari once mentioned him. It is said to be a very smart and hot guy. Yellow Grass Rice thinks of this. A terrible conjecture was born in my heart. That is Jinsen. Chief, it has been speculated that the fake gang leader is in Dragon Day. And he is now. It's just taking advantage of the unsuspecting Jin Lechen to intimidate someone from Dragon Day. If this continues, his list of suspects is sure to get smaller and smaller. Then at this time, the only thing I can do is break through head-on. So he made a request to Jin Lechen. That's to meet the chief of staff. Meanwhile, the other side, Rain is sitting on a Maybach. And along the way, the driver was flattering him almost non-stop. I want to make a good impression in front of the young master. But he only took one glance. I guess that this uncle should be new here. So he kindly reminded the other party. My parents like people who are taciturn. You don't matter in front of me. It's better to pay attention in front of them. I can understand you. After all, people are always in the right place, interested in the existence of a world different from your own. Finish this sentence. He looked at the phone. At this time, Jin Lechen sent a message. Ask him if he is free today. But Lu Shangkai was not in a hurry to reply. I made a plan in my mind. Summarized that he successfully concealed Emperor Huangwu, news of death, and use his vengeance. Placed him in Dragon Day. Because I figured with his character, it will definitely cause friction with the little gangsters in Longri. Du Jianfu did not disappoint me either. I did provoke Jin Lechen. I'm afraid now he's with the Federation staff. Long related message. It's been spread. If there is someone pretending to be a gang leader in Dragon Day, we'll definitely guess. I want to use Jin Lechen to discredit the election. Suspects intention, then this person will definitely respond. And so it was. It's only been a day. Some people want to see themselves. Can you believe this teacher's good student? It's actually the chief of staff of the gang who does all kinds of evil. With his command, can actually make the defeated Daejeon Federation become able to fight against the Emperor's court. And he is now. It is even more concluded that someone is impersonating the 5 emperors. So he tried to force out the impersonator. He actually chose to meet the suspect in private. But Huang Kaiman contacted Kanazawa County. I want him to find someone to catch. Daejeon United Chief of Staff. As a result, when he saw the Chief of Staff for the first time, can't help but be stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, the other party is not only his own age. Still attending the best high school experimental college in the area. At first, Huang Kaiman suspected that he was a substitute. But Jin Lechen obviously knows each other. Just when Huang Kaiman was at a loss, Jin Lechen suddenly stood up. Expressed that you want to go to the toilet. You talk first. But when he left, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. And Lu Shangkai also chose to get straight to the point. I don't know if you know. Although I am the chief of staff of the Federation, but it will not be active on the front line, so I will try my best not to reveal my identity. And guess why? Huang Kaiman is hesitant about this. Because you don't want to be the target of the Emperor gang. I didn't expect you to know very well, and those guys trying to find out who I am. Most of them are from the Emperor gang. But Huang Kaiman, why do you want to see me? Are you trying to get rid of me too? The result has not waited for the other party to say the reason. There were a bunch of people gathered around. He didn't panic at all when he saw this behind the scenes. Instead, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I cursed in my heart, what a fool. In this way, I can't confirm that you are an imposter. Is there someone to replace the gang leader? At the same time, nearby guests also slowly came forward. It turned out that Lu Shang was just trying to prevent this from happening. The manpower of the Federation has been arranged here in advance. But he didn't choose to reveal his identity. But tell them. Attack after discovering the Emperor gang. Just when he thought the game was over, the people from the Emperor gang attacked the Yellow Grass Rice Tower, stunned in place. Did you know that you violated the policy of the Emperor gang? Unauthorized conflict at school. And the guy who's with you, he also needs to be punished. At this time, Jin Lechen had just finished using the toilet. I saw the scene in front of me, and he was furious. I want to rush forward and kill these guys. But I haven't waited for myself to act, but a group of people rushed up. A dispute with the Emperor gang. If it weren't for Lu Shang, he would have called him. Jin Lechen is probably still standing there watching the play. Unexpectedly, the rumors that the Emperor helped rectify the discipline of Longri, it was real. This is amazing. It turns out that Huang Kaiman just sent out the order. Yes, go teach Kim a lesson for causing conflict at school. Lechan and his classmates. Because what he wants is to be in the Emperor gang and the Federation. Without doubting yourself. Resolve the Chief of Staff. Achieve a perfect victory. Kanazawa, who is hiding in the dark and monitoring like this, I can't help but sigh. Huang Kaiming, what an amazing guy you are. Meanwhile, Huang Kaiming, I've chosen to take the initiative. Let's compare who is smarter. Did you ask me why I wanted to see you? This is because I am the younger brother of Emperor Huang Wu. Coming. The first encounter between Huang Kaiming and the Chief of Staff. He chose to reveal the truth. Not only will his brother be Huang Wu, the news of the Emperor was told to the other party. He also said he had been in a car accident not long ago. Is no longer alive. It was just now. Jin Lechen due to part-time reasons. So I had to say goodbye in advance, but he left. The atmosphere between the two instantly cooled down. After all, the reason why Lu Shangkai revealed his identity with Huang Kaiming, it's because he suspects the other party. If it's really a fake gang leader, then I definitely won't let Daisian United go like this. Chief of Staff. That's why I plan to wait for the people from the Emperor gang to appear, and then respond with pre-arranged manpower. It turned out that the person the Emperor gang was looking for was not him. It was Jin Lechen. And that did surprise him a little bit. But even so, there are still two possibilities. One is that he is as Jin Lechen said. Really? My fan. The second is that his mind is quite smart. Although I don't know what the reason is. But it doesn't matter. It's just a domestic animal, after all. Someone will be sent to arrest him later. Just ask a simple and rude question. But when the two were ready to say goodbye, Huang Kaiman revealed the truth at this time. This made Lu Shangkai slightly stunned. I don't know what the other party's purpose is. And Huang Kaiman then said, the reason. King Yuchen is a good person. I can't let him continue to pursue a dead person. But I'm afraid this will make a difference between you. Misunderstanding. After all, he came to Daisian because he believed in you. That's why I wanted to meet you. In the beginning, I'm still thinking if you were a very fierce-looking guy, then I'll keep my mouth shut. After meeting, I just realized that you are a person with a little common sense, so you should understand what I'm trying to say. If he wants to continue playing a laugh, a squinting genius, then you have to put everything. Tell Jin Lechen. As long as there is no Jin Lechen by his side, it is equivalent to losing the ability to be in the dragon. Means of daily exploration. So what are you going to do, Chief of Staff? Unexpectedly, the other party actually said. Lechan had long guessed that Emperor Huang Wu was no longer alive. The reason why he said that. Because I want to find the fake Emperor Huang Wu's fake gang leader. Huang Kaiman broke into a cold sweat when he heard the news. This guy is really looking for me. But he still chose to pretend to understand and be confused. And Lu Shangkai also patiently gave Huang Kaiming. Explain why. The current Emperor gang, I don't know that someone pretended to be a gang leader and commanded them, so I wanted to carry them. Sneak out that person. Seize his means to manipulate the Emperor gang. So, I hope you can pretend you don't know anything too. But Huang Kaiman could tell at a glance that he was lying. Because there is no way for Jin Lechen to know about it. But he said so. If he had told the truth to Jin Lechen, then my intention to interfere with his search will be exposed. But there's one thing I'm curious about. Why didn't you hold a funeral for Emperor Huang Wu? Huang Kaiman broke out in a cold sweat when she heard the words. I didn't expect it. Fang is still doubting himself. But he got over it very quickly. Explained that he is because he has no money. No funeral. Although this reason is very far-fetched. But it doesn't matter. After all, as long as he doesn't know the existence of mobile phones, can't do anything to me. But Huang Taoming soon realized that something was wrong. If he is attacked by the Federation, the Emperor Gang will be leaderless. At that time, the cadres will definitely detect something unusual. If so, you will be reduced to a useless existence, and I lost my usefulness. I will definitely be ruthlessly abandoned by that witch. So I have to maintain my own safety. If you look at it from this point of view, I have to be glad this guy is planning these things without telling everyone. Now, just have to destroy his skeptical look. You'll be fine. But Lu Shankai did it for some reason. Gotta go home early. But before he left, still stopped Huang Kaiman. I want to add a contact information with the other party. It's convenient to talk later. Until he left, Huang Kaiman just made a summary. I can't help but wonder if I chose to participate. Show your face in front of the chief. Is it really correct? After all, it would lead him to the dragon. I am the only one who cares about me among the many students in Japan. But also thanks to this meeting. That's how I got to know the chief of staff. The next point is how he will act. And the other side at this time, Lu Shankai is also recalling everything that happened today. If Huang Kaiman is really a gang leader imposter, then he doesn't have to confess that he is Emperor Huang Wu's younger brother, and what he said had a second meaning. That is, if you don't hit him indiscriminately, then you really are ignorant. Just thinking about this, Lu Shankai couldn't help laughing. This gave the driver in front a big fright. I saw him smile madly. That's really interesting. Obviously, it's just a domestic animal. In that case, then I'll be educated and have a few tricks with you. Woman wants to use beauty on a straight man of steel to drive a wedge between him and his brother. But he didn't know. Instead, he called in his friends to help. Little do I know that yellow grass, rice, and women are a gang. Because it's very difficult for him to get rid of the chief of staff. If you use the Emperor Gang, make the other party suspicious. But if Kim Lechen attacks the chief of staff, what will happen? Just when he was hesitant to adopt this plan, Ma Heli called. Said that he had made an appointment to meet with Jin Lechen. It was just now. He ran into each other on the street. So I took the initiative to add a contact information. I want to make an appointment with Jin Lechen to meet. And the reason why he did it, it's because Huang Kaiman once mentioned it to him. Even if you can't encourage it, Jin Lechen killed the chief of staff. You can also obtain various intelligence from the other party. But on the other side, Jin Lechen's face was red. After all, it was the first time in his life being approached by a girl. I can't help but wonder if this is a conspiracy. But the hands are, like, out of control. I clicked on his avatar. Looking at each other's selfies, Jin Lechen fell into self-doubt. Could it be that his appearance is in Daejeon? Very popular, but when he thought of his brother still lying in the hospital bed, he threw the phone away. The purpose of coming to Daejeon, it's to avenge Emperor Huang Wu for the brothers. But now, it's because of a woman. It's too useless. But he didn't hold on to this idea for half a second. I explained it in my heart. This is the ordeal that threatens my path to justice. Must be hardship. So you must not back down. And that's where the beginning happened. Zinlikan pulled the yellow grass rice and came together. But he couldn't help complaining in his heart. How can there be a fool? Take your friends on a date with a woman. From this perspective, Zinlikan should only be good at fighting. Just a canayo in this regard. However, in his mouth, he still praised the other party for being amazing. Someone asked for a number. People like me can't even think about it. As soon as the sentence comes out, Jin Lechen couldn't help but get close to Huang Kaiman's ear. Because he also feels a little suspicious. Suddenly asked me for contact information. He said he was going on a date or something. Could it be a new type of fraud? So you'll help me observe it later. Let's see if he really likes me. When I heard this, Huang Kaiman was frightened and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I didn't expect Jin Lechen to be on this issue. So sharp. But the two just finished discussing. Ma Heli arrived at the agreed location. When Huang Kaiman saw his appearance, I can't help but be stunned for a while. Is this the true model of Ma Heli? On the side, Jin Lechen was very excited. Accidentally, his legs went soft and he sat on the ground. And Ma Heli, on the surface, it looks like it's asking Jin Lechen, who is this friend? Secretly communicate with Huang Kaiman. What's the matter with you? Why did you choose to intervene in this matter? But Yellow Grass Rice is also very helpless. Tell him not to worry. I'll find the right time to leave later. There is only one pure Jin Lechen in the audience, introducing their friends to each other. After he is introduced, the two of them started dating today. Huang Kaiman is secretly observing from behind. I found that although Jin Lechen likes Ma Heli very much, but still didn't let down his vigilance. That is to say, your focus today is to find something that allows me to say to Jin Lechen, go out and Heli likes his bases. In other words, you have to find the advantages of Jin Lechen. So they went to the cinema. After all, it shows the charm of a man. Gotta use that trick. But the horror movie in front of you, it didn't make Ma Heli feel a trace of fear. Instead, it's boring. But he still chose to put on a look of fear. I want Jin Lechen to protect myself. But he fainted in fear. No matter how Yellow Grass Rice shouts, he just didn't wake up. And then, several people went to the photo studio, ready to take a headshot. Unexpectedly, Jin Lechen and camera phobia. I was so scared that I was sweating. Even when eating. He can't eat spicy food at all. Otherwise, it will go into shock on the spot. So several people were forced to. So I had to come to TAB to sing. But Jin Lechen doesn't know what disease he has. Came to the toilet to vomit. And Ma Heli's performance, it aroused his suspicions. After all today, there is absolutely no place to make the other party happy. But he didn't want to go home. Instead of smiling at me, there must be another motive. This makes Huang Kaiman can't help but complain. How is he useless except for fighting? Go on like this. Not only could he not accept Ma Heli's kindness to him, it deepened suspicion. But at this point, he remembered the only good thing about Jin Lechen. That's a fight. So he went to the private room next door. Deliberately provoke the gangsters here. Tell them to come to private room 6 if they don't agree. Then close the door and leave. But Jin Lechen has a stomachache. Want to go home early. And just then, the door was pushed open. Which bastard came to my private room to provoke just now? Just when Huang Kaiman thought Jin Lechen. When you can finally show your best skills. The next second he couldn't laugh. Because the person who came was actually the captain of the second team of the Emperor Gang. He came to Ma Heli with a fierce face. Ask him why he is with two men. Stay here. Could it be cheating? The two were scared into cold sweat. I didn't expect Guo Jijiang to appear here. Looks like it's going to be over this time. Coming. Jin Lechen is about to usher in the first battle of Daejeon. But he is the captain of the second team of the Emperor Gang. Guo Jijiang. It was just now. Yellow Grass Rice. In order to give full play to the advantages of Jin Lechen's fight, I specially came to the private room next door, messing with the punks here. If you make him dissatisfied, come to room 6. The angry two were ready to settle accounts. As a result, he bumped into Guo, who had just come back from using the toilet. After some inquiries, we found out. During the time I was away, someone suddenly rushed in and provoked us. Guo Jijiang was furious when he heard the sentence. I came to private room 6 alone. Because the Emperor Gang has rules. People without jackets are not allowed to fight. Unexpectedly met Ma Heli, the girlfriend of the gang leader. And he was sitting with two men. So Guo Jijiang questioned him. You can't be cheating, can you? Jin Lechen noticed the dragon pattern on the other party's body. The jacket immediately blocked in front of the two. Because he thinks Maheli, it's impossible to have it with the Emperor gang. It's just the delusion of the guy in front of you. Guo Jijiang laughed angrily at this sentence. But for various reasons, I can't explain it myself. You can only question Maheli. Unexpectedly, Jin Lechen actually took the lead in moving his hand. He also warned the other party not to yell at him. This scene made Huang Taoman's mouth open in shock. I don't know what to say. Guo Jijiang, who was punched. Because I didn't understand the situation, I wasn't going to fight back. As a result, Jin Lechen also ridiculed. Not only is he trash, he also said that the gang leader is also garbage. Guo Jijiang couldn't bear it anymore. You don't want to live, do you? Then he rushed towards Jin Lechen. But this punch was blocked by the opponent with both hands. Huang Kayaman saw this scene. I want to persuade Maheli. Get out of here with yourself first. But the other party wanted to take this opportunity. Test Jin Lechen's combat effectiveness. Let's see if he can. How many seconds did Jijiang's hands last? And so it was. The two have played less than 3 rounds. Jin Lechen began to fall into the disadvantage. Got kicked by the opponent. When I saw that Guo Jijiang was about to attack again, Jin Lechen actually played a little clever. Quickly take off your coat and throw it at him. Then he took the opportunity to punch him again. How about not forgetting to taunt after the fight? And Guo Jijiang didn't care about it at all. Instead, praise each other for being cute. In this way, the two fought for several rounds. Except for the 2 punches from the sneak attack. He never hit the opponent again. Beaten the whole time. And he started to question his life. What the hell is going on with this kid? Completely different from what it looks like on the surface. It's actually quite spicy. He and those guys from Ruji. Not on the same level at all. Is it really the Emperor gang? You can only hit with both hands at a time. No chance of retaliation. Maheli, who was on the side, couldn't help but complain. Did I expect too much? Why do I always feel like his performance was a bit too poor? It is also up to him to deal with the captain level people. It's really too reluctant. Huang Kayaman's mood was completely different from his. I silently encouraged Jin Lechen in my heart. Although he is in the situation of using the Emperor gang. But now I somehow want to cheer for you. You must not be banned. District Huangwu Emperor's men were defeated. And at this time, Jin Lechen was also very afraid. Inwardly, you're going crazy. I won't lose. Result next second. Guo Jijiang's fist hit him in the face. Unexpectedly, Jin Lechen did not pass out because of this. Instead, he picked up a table. Hit the opponent hard. The situation was turned upside down in an instant. Huang Kayaman on the side was very excited. I didn't expect him to actually win. Guo Jijiang. So he went up and kissed his ass. But Jin Lechen scratched his head awkwardly. After all, he also knew I won with a weapon. And Ma Healy's face was still cold. Because he was a man who became captain very early on. In the Emperor gang, he was known as the general of the Ghost Wave. How could Jin Lechen win him alone? In the next second, Guo Jijiang stood up again. You are so insidious. You deliberately gave up your defense just now. Let me attack your face. And then you're going to secretly throw it on the table, right? If you want to beat me by this means, then you're just daydreaming. Come on, let's move on. You have to have a great time playing with me today. Jin Lechen at the moment, I can accurately feel the momentum. He has confirmed it. Guo Jijiang is definitely a lunatic. I can't win him. A man comes to a strange city for revenge. But he found, I can't even beat one of the other party's subordinates. Despite all the dastardly means used in the battle. But still unable to defeat the captain of the second team of the Emperor gang, Guo Jijiang, even scared by his momentum. If it wasn't for Huang Kayaman impersonating the gang leader in time, publish a message. Let the younger brother call Guo Jijiang away. The defeat of King Lechun is absolutely unavoidable. And before he left, he looked at the horse. Together, let him explain to the gang leader himself. Why did you help the emperor? Hostile people together. Then he turned and left. But Jin Lechen stopped the other party. Let him at least leave a name before leaving. This behavior aroused the dissatisfaction of the two younger brothers. And Guo Jijiang didn't mind. And he got his name. Except for accidents like today. Guy like you won't get a chance to meet me alone. So you don't have to remember my name. After a few people leave, Jin Lekin's mood is still unable to calm down for a long time. However, Ma Heli asked him where to play next. This can't help but make Jin Lechen slightly stunned. Even Huang Keiming was puzzled. So the two began to discuss in a low voice. After all, as long as you are a normal person, encounter this kind of thing, should want to go home immediately. After seeing that, Jin Lechen was obviously unhappy. Ma Heli didn't hold back too much either. Just handed over some trauma medicine. Let him at least take this. Jin Lechen scratched his head awkwardly at this scene. I don't know what to say. You don't have to thank me. Instead, I should thank you. After all, you have been protecting the side just now. I fight. Am I right? At this moment, Huang Keiming was fully enlightened. It turned out that Jin Lechen was dealing with it under unfavorable conditions. Guo Jijiang and Ma Heli took advantage of that. But Jin Lechen was blushed by these words. I didn't expect the other party to see this. Little do they know that Ma Heli has done all this. It's all just to seduce Jin Lechen. So he did everything he could. I want to keep the other party and play for a while. Huang Keiming also had to admire Ma Heli. Really an expert at seducing people. Jin Lechen, now. It should have fallen completely. As a result, things went far beyond his expectations. Jin Lechen not only did not fall, and firmly rejected the offer. After he said sorry, he left without looking back. But my hands are still shaking. Because he also wants to be with everyone. But no matter what, Jin Lechen, I feel that I can't play leisurely like this anymore. Although it was really under unfavorable conditions just now. But even so, he wouldn't allow himself to be crushed like this. Gold. Lechan's eyes became extremely firm at this moment. No more regret. Since I'm the frog in the well, then I have to adapt to the new environment. Strive to raise your level. Huang Keiming still couldn't believe it until now. Kim Lechen actually gave up the opportunity to continue dating. Ma Heli snorted coldly. That's why I say guys who fight hard. No way. Huang Keiming, who heard this, couldn't help but tease. But he's obviously stubborn. Express that he did not mean hope to succeed in one day. But then again, I still invite you today. Nothing, I haven't been this happy in a long time. If nothing happens, I'll be going back then. These words can't help but make Huang Kaomi slightly stunned. Doubt. Have you never really understood Mahi? Liko hasn't had much time to think yet. I got a text message. When Huang Keiming took out his mobile phone to check, it turned out that the person who came was the chief of staff. He asked if he could spare a moment. I have something I want to talk to you about. I didn't expect him to want to meet me alone. What is the conspiracy behind this? And he didn't ask me when I had time. Instead, can you make time? What an arrogant guy. A dispute arose after meeting with him. Would it be better if I refused? It can increase with risk. The probability of being able to acquire his weakness will also increase synchronously. When Huang Keiming was thinking about countermeasures. But I heard the sound of slaps from the next street. So he couldn't help but wonder. Want to see what's going on. It turns out that the person who was taught a lesson, it was Ma Heli who had just parted with him. I didn't expect the arrogant and domineering witch on weekdays would have ended up like this. The scene in front of him can't help but make Huang Keiming stunned for a moment, and through the dialogue between them, you can also know what happened. Several people are because of Ma Heli. My brother became a vegetable. Dare to use your hands and feet like this. Warn each other before leaving. Next time, remember not to wear clothes so eye-catching. Huang Keiming looked at the backs of several people leaving. He wanted the emperor to teach them a lesson. But it was stopped by the sudden arrival of Ma Heli. By the way, let the other party take him home. Although Huang Keiming was very puzzled, but still chose to agree. And this time, the result surprised him. He originally thought that Ma Heli should be the daughter, Miss or something. I didn't expect it to be similar to myself. It's even worse. Ma Heli seemed to have seen Huang Kaiman's thoughts. Answer. I have to bear my brother's medical expenses. That's why I moved here. This can't help but make Huang Kaiman feel guilty. After all, it's all his brother's fault. So he asked the other party, who are the girls who bullied you just now? And Ma Heli is not at all affected by this. Told him what had happened. At that time, they were popular in the group. Bao Mai also fell in love with the brother. I want to confess to each other. But unexpectedly, the boy took the initiative to find him. But things didn't go as he expected. The boy came this time for a horse. Healy's contact information. Hongbo Mai is out of jealousy. Claims that he is not familiar with him. After seeing my plan go to waste, the boy also turned around and left. Since then, Ma Heli became the object of their hatred. Often spoof each other. At first, Malcolm didn't care. But things are gradually going beyond the bottom line. They actually spread rumors publicly. Also sent the message to others. When Malcolm got the news, he slapped the other party in anger. The classroom went quiet. The eyes of the whole class are looking this way. Ma Heli, at this time, I can't help but shed tears from the corners of my eyes. But he still asked the other party that you slandered me, right? And Hongbo Mai did not refute this either. What's the matter? Don't you like to seduce people? I'm just promoting myself for you, so that you can better find a rich boy. After listening to these words, Ma Heli broke the defense instantly. I want to give the other person another slap, but the hand he raised, but was firmly grasped by her boyfriend, dragged Mary away abruptly. I want to teach her a lesson. It just arrived at the door of the classroom. One foot sent the man flying. It was Mary's brother who came. He came and stunned the audience. Come to Hongbo Mai. Taught him a lesson. He hasn't dared to provoke me since then. Until I learned that my brother had become a vegetable. Just changed back to the way it used to be. After listening to this story, Huang Kaiming couldn't bear it anymore, when even took out the phone. And he stopped him. Tell him never to do that. After all, even if I am bullied, I don't want to ask my brother to help. What's more, with the help of the power of the Emperor Gang. So you'd better forget everything you saw today. It's my own business. You just have to figure out a way to catch the chief of staff. But even so, Yellow Grass Rice still has no choice to give up. Instead, I'm going to give Hongbo Mai a taste. What is true bullying? The next morning, Guo Jijiang appeared at the gate of their school. Want to know about Red by asking others. Bao Mei's whereabouts. Coming. Guo Jijiang is about to fall in love. Just now, Yellow Grass Rice in revenge for the red hair beauty, Shang Maheli, asked for all the information about Guo Jijiang. Among them are the types he likes. And Hongbo Mai happened to be the one he liked. So Huang Kaiman let Jin Zishan gave him the wrong message. Claims that the girl in the photo likes him. Guo Jijiang, who learned of this, immediately came to Baiyan Women's High School. I want the girl on the side to send a message to Hongbo Mai. Said someone was waiting for him at the school gate. On the other side, Hongbao Mei is bullying a girl. Just because he didn't buy coffee. I poured the whole bottle of milk on him. He also brought a mop to wash the other party's face. Until the bullying is over. Only a few people left the women's toilet. On the way back to the classroom, Li Zhao also asked Hongbo Mai, how are you getting along with brother Yuan Zhong recently? Did you take the opponent? If it weren't for the fact that the kid was a bit handsome, I'm too lazy to seduce him. I've been pretending to be a lady these days. I'm exhausted, but there should be a response soon. Just as the three of them were discussing. But a girl came over. It means that there is a brother looking for you at the school gate. Hongbo Mai heard the words. He revealed a complacent expression, showing off his achievements to his two sisters. As a result, when he arrived at the school gate, the whole person can't help but be stunned for a moment, because the person who came was not his brother Yuanzong, but a fierce-looking man. He can't help but step back subconsciously, holding on to the courage to ask who the other party is. Unexpectedly, Guo Jijiang came directly up. Wang fried. Don't you like me? Hongbo Mai suddenly broke into a cold sweat. You seem to have misunderstood. The two girlfriends who peeked at the side were also frightened. I didn't expect Hongbo Mai to know such a person. After seeing the reactions of the two, the red envelope, Beauty knows this, it will definitely misunderstand them. So he directly stopped the other party. Tell him not to go on. Even delusional. How could I possibly like a bad guy like you? Get out of here. Let's finish talking. Hongbo Mai turned and left. But he doesn't know. My nightmare has just begun. Because the character Huang Kaming set for him is arrogant. No matter how much you like it, I still say hate. And Guo Jijiang is the kind of person who even gets rejected. A rude man who will also chase after his crush. As long as you hate. Guo Jijiang is more energetic. The next morning, there are many people in the class discussing Red Bao Mei thing. In the end, it was her best friend who reminded her. Better let her hurry to the concession stand. The commissary at this time. It's full of students eating melons. When the red envelope doesn't squeeze through the crowd, when I see the scene in front of me. His eyes twisted slightly. It was Guo Jijiang who came. He wants to buy all the coffee in the concession stand. But Auntie insisted not to sell it to off-campus personnel. Until Guo Jijiang saw Hongbo Mai in the crowd. And I came up with a solution. Let him come and buy it. Pay for it yourself. After all, this aunt said, he doesn't sell it. I can't just grab it. But he was puzzled. Ask who the other party is. Why would you do that? Guo Jijiang can't help but complain. You set it up too much, haven't you? I don't even know Guo Jijiang from the Emperor Gang. Of course, I want your contact information. After all, I like your arrogant look. After seeing each other's crazy eyes, Hongbo Mai was completely panicked. If there are boring rumors like that, you may never be able to get along with Yuan again. Brother Zhang remains ambiguous, so he decided to take a break. The other party gave Guo Jijiang's contact information. Tell him not to come back to school, but Hongbo Mai still doesn't understand. How can I be entangled by this guy? How crazy is Guo Jijiang after falling in love? Actually found someone they like. Beat him up and then grab the phone. When Hong Bao-mei got the news, his face turned livid. To know yourself for a second. Just finished showing off to my girlfriends. I'm about to take brother Yuan Zhang. And now, he's told he's done it. I also promise that I will never appear in front of you again. And here's what's even scarier. Guo Jijiang actually appeared at the door of his own house. Angry Red Bao-mei directly threw the phone to the ground. I finally hooked up with a handsome guy. It was stirred up like this. So I have to fight tooth for tooth. Make you as unlucky as me. So he dialed his ex-boyfriend's number. I want him to help kill Guo Jijiang. As long as this requirement can be fulfilled, I agree with whatever you say. Pei Yuanqi couldn't help but reveal an evil smile when he heard the words. This is what you said. After the phone call, Hongbo Mai went downstairs and found Guo Jijiang. Let him accompany himself to bring love. After arriving at the destination, Hongbo Mai asked the question she had been puzzled by for a long time. Where on earth did you meet me? Guo Jijiang was confused when he heard the words. I shouldn't have asked where you met me. After all, I heard that you fell in love with me at the first sight. Hearing the sentence, Hongbo Mai couldn't help but open mouth. Which bastard spread the rumor? But Guo Jijiang thought the other party was shy. That's why I said that. Little do they know that Hongbo Mai has already moved to kill. We're stalling now. Waiting for his ex-boyfriend to arrive. So he found another topic. Ask Guo Jijiang what happened to his clothes. You feel handsome too. This dragon jacket is the symbol of the Emperor Gang. Guo Jijiang said this with pride on his face. Then like a fan. Keep saying good things about the gang leader. This made Hongbo Mai speechless. I don't know what he's talking about. I only know that Guo Jijiang is very respected. Worship the man named Gangmaster. When asked if he likes the leader, Guo Jijin answered without hesitation, of course. After all, it was the first time I met him. Those who truly want to follow. In a word, he is the best man. So no matter what the cost. I will definitely make him a king. But then again, you really don't know about this jacket? Does it mean anything? At this point, he couldn't help but mutter. The guy who beat the horse's heart. I seem to be wearing a jacket like this. But Guo Jijiang didn't hear it because the wind was too loud. I want him to say it again. But he said nothing. In that case, then let's go eat. But stay motionless. It's really not my style. Just treat it as a red envelope and don't want to find a reason. Stay a little longer. The ex-boyfriend finally brought someone to the destination. As soon as he got out of the car, he couldn't help but tease. This man looks terrible. How could you be bothered by him? I saw 5 men get out of the van. The guy in the lead is also holding a mace. But Guo Jijiang looked calm. Just asked Hongbao Mai, do you know him? But I haven't waited for Hongbao Mai to answer yet. The other party takes the initiative to speak. Why are you always so humane? Bad guys matter. Guo Jijiang reacted in his words, learning that Hongbao Mai is a very dangerous woman. But even so, he was still tempted. After all, that's the only way to fit his character. Just as Guo Jijiang wanted to let Hongbao Mai, when you hide behind yourself, he just ran over. Even when you get in the car. I also told a few people, hurry up and do it for me. Kill him and throw him into the lake. And Guo Jijiang was speechless. Couldn't help but complain. A woman's heart really changes. But Pei Yuanqi didn't want ink marks. Let his little brother go up and kill him directly. The result has not been a moment. Several people were all knocked to the ground. Guo Jijiang grabbed a card. It turns out that the other party is engaged in the lending industry, suddenly disdainful. After all, bullying, the second-rate thing. Would it be bad? The man's first date. It was tragically jumped by 5 big Han immortals. Girlfriend not only ran away, he was also mocked by the other party. As a result, 4 of his subordinates neither lasted more than 2.5 minutes in the hands of Guo Jijiang. But even so, he's still dismissive. Think of each other. It's just a scene of horseplay at the student level. And then you're actually killing on the spot. So the two are not on the same level at all. It turned out that a long time ago, Pei Yuanqi was spiked once by Ma Healy's brother. But he was not reconciled. I want to find someone to avenge myself. But the other party not only did not help him, he also persuaded Pei Yuanqi to apologize to Ma Jiaxing. After all, that guy is from the Federation. If you want to do well in Daejeon, then you must not offend this force. And soon enough, I will also join the Federation. Just a few days after this incident, Hongbao Mai also asked him to break up. Because he felt that the escort was actually too embarrassing. It was actually killed in one move. Just when the red envelope plum wants to leave. But Pei Yuanqi grabbed his hair. Ask him to repeat what he just said. But just then, there was a group of people approaching, threatening Pei Yuanqi to let go of Hongbao Mai. Otherwise, you can try a 4. Due to the number of people, he had to follow the other party's instructions. Let go of the red hair, beauty, and the 2 were just before leaving. Feed Pei Yuanqi a wave of dog food. He was shaking with anger. Finally chose to flee Daejeon. Come to the Gongju to get along with all kinds of gangsters. In the process, I don't know how many wars I've been through to achieve today's achievements. So it's up to you, the guy who plays gang games. Still wants to beat me. It's just a dream. I'd like to see it. How many times can you dodge an attack? And in the next battle, Pei Yuanqi, it is also the back rock that successfully catches the other party's dodge. Hit him hard on the shoulder with a stick. Guo Jijiang reacted in time. Use your head to block the attack. But even so, he was still knocked out. But he doesn't care about his injuries. Instead, he looked at the clothes for the first time. Discovered the attack just now. Or cut the clothes? Pei Yuanqi noticed this move. Can't help but be stunned for a moment. Doubt. This kid is because he doesn't want his clothes to crack. Will block the attack with your head. Just thinking about this, Pei Yuanqi thought that the other party was looking down on him. And he's charging at him with a mace. But at this time, Guo Zi will be righteous. After dodging the incoming attack, they immediately organized a counterattack. Kicked him directly in the chin. And that's a normal shot. It made Pei Yuanqi doubt life. What's up with this sense of weight? Is the other party really a student? Why have I never been in another gang? Feel it. But Guo Jijiang didn't stop there. Instead, he punched him in the face. In an instant, he was knocked from the land to the lake. But that's not all. Close to the paltry 2 hits. It can't dissipate the anger of Dugui Hashi Jijiang at all. The screams kept coming. Scared Hongbei Omei into a cold sweat. Because he knows very well. This miserable sound is from his ex-boyfriend Pei Yuanqi. Until the lake was covered in blood. Guo Jijiang just stopped. Student level. Do you think that man named Huangwu Emperor? Is this the only level? I didn't expect it to be because of a prank from a girl. The harmed H country. The largest underworld syndicate almost disappeared. And the first person to discover the truth. It was Guo Zi, the captain of the second team, in charge of fighting Zhang just now. The red envelope, Mai, who realized that something was wrong, wanted to call the police for help. Broke the glass door first, threatening the other person to keep his mouth shut if he wants to live. And Hongbo Mai, after getting out of the car, immediately knelt on the ground. I begged Guo Jijiang to let him go, but the other party still felt inexplicable until this time. I obviously didn't do anything to offend myself. Woman thing. Why do you want to plot against me? Even to achieve this goal. Lie to have a crush on me. Speaking of which, the red-haired beauty couldn't help choking up. He doesn't even remember saying that. As soon as the sentence comes out, Guo Jijiang felt even more angry. Then you mean that brother Zexian lied to me? But he quickly thought of something. So he point to the 4 people who fell to the ground over there and ask, are these guys just you doing it? If that's the case, I might have offended somewhere. Pass them. After all, I usually offend to many people. I can't remember. Although the red-haired beauty doesn't understand what Guo Jijiang is talking about. But he sees, after seeing the opportunity to escape the immediate danger. He insisted that he was in danger. The result is now. A familiar voice sounded behind him. You've got that disgusting stink again. Obviously asking for help from others. But they don't follow the most basic principles. The guy from the Emperor gang. I admit that you are better than me. But you have absolutely no idea that thing about your gang leader. And this sentence aroused the interest of Guo Jijiang. So he asked the other party to talk about it. If it doesn't work, you don't want to live. If I'm not mistaken, you once killed a person because of the gang leader. So I suffered a little bit. Right? After seeing that Guo Jijiang didn't respond. He's not going to continue to sell. He said he was going to fight with the kid from the Daisian Federation. Beating him into a vegetable. Hongbo Mai, who heard this, instantly realized that something was wrong. I want to stop Pei Yuanqi. But he continued to speak. Even did an analysis for Guo Jijiang. Was your gang leader more than usual at that time? More angry. Don't you find it strange? Hearing the sentence, Guo Jijiang couldn't help but be slightly stunned, remembering the scene of the past. No matter how much you persuade, the gang leader just didn't listen. He also threatened Guo Jijiang not to follow. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my face and not recognizing people. The gang leader only brought a few direct subordinates, troops to attack the Federation. And the 2 captains did not participate, leaving 30 seriously injured on the Federation side. A coma is to make this matter irreversible. Because one of them is lying in the hospital sick. Coma in bed. I don't wake up, so I'm forced to. They had to choose to pay for the gang leader. Price candidate. After all, this is about the survival of the Emperor gang. From now on, the gang leader never mentioned it again. And we didn't speak. So I don't know what happened. But this guy in front of me. But pretend to know very well. He even claimed that the woman kneeling over there. I should know the truth of this better than I do. In the beginning, Guo Jijiang still can't believe it. After all, he didn't even know the Emperor gang, until Pei Yuanqi revealed the reason. It's because that girl hates a girl. Only entrusted someone to teach his brother a lesson. Let that person induce your help. Lessons learned from the stars of the Daisian Federation. But even so, Hongbo Mai is still unwilling to admit the truth. Lied that Pei Yuanqi was lying. But Guo Jijiang didn't want to care so much. He only knew that the other party was already suspected. Then you have to find out the truth yourself. Even if you run to the end of hell, I will also chase after. By then, if I find out that you are lying, it wouldn't leave a small wound like this. So you better tell the truth. Cold sweat in Hung Bamei's words. Tell everything you know. It's all said. When I heard that the man was Ma Healy's brother, can't help but be stunned for a moment. But just to be on the safe side, he also specially showed the photo to Hong Bamei. Until confirmed, Guo Jijiang gritted his teeth. No wonder I met Ma Healy on KTV that day. I always feel something is wrong. So this is what happened. Coming. Guo Jijiang finally knows the truth behind everything. Just now, he learned from Hong Baomei's mouth. Ma Healy, it was actually the deer who was turned into a vegetable by the helper sister and the person who encouraged the gang leader to take action. It was actually the captain of the first team of the Emperor gang debugging the ghost. So much so that the mace in my hand is not stable. Fell to the ground. Although Guo Jijiang felt a headache. But he knows himself. We have to get this information out now. The one that was passed on to the Emperor gang. And he was ready to go. And when she caught a glimpse of Pei Yuanqi's extremely poor face, Hong Bamei, I want Guo Jijiang to take him away too. But Guo Jijiang rejected his request. Express that if you didn't have more important things to do, execute. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Pei Yuanqi, who saw the scene, I had a bad laugh. Come to Hong Bamei immediately. Pulled his hair and walked into the van. At this time, Guo Jijiang then drive the motorcycle to 200 yards. I can't wait to return to the Emperor's helper immediately. He also dialed the numbers of other members. But they didn't answer. Just be Guo. When Jijiang focuses on his phone, little do they know that danger is quietly approaching, so much so that he accidentally causing himself to be caught by the people of the Federation. When Guo Jijiang woke up, it has appeared in a warehouse. The man in front of him is a 9 from the Daisian Federation. Team captain, woman on. He couldn't help but tease whether the other party was broken in love. That's why you're wandering around unsuspecting. But Guo Jijiang ignored it. He was complaining, I shouldn't be here now. But his move caused minute dissatisfaction in the text, so he leaned forward to provoke the other party. As a result, Guo Jijiang actually bit his nose directly. Minwen screamed in pain. His younger brother saw the scene. He wanted to help. Only then did Guo Jijiang get down. But the nose on Minwen is bleeding profusely. I can't wait to kill him now. Fortunately, he was stopped in time by 2 younger brothers because the chief of staff promised to keep him alive. Guo Jijiang provoked the other party. If you don't do it now, I will regret it in the future. But Min Wenshang ignored it. They mocked him for his ignorance. He believes that Guo Jijiang is still unaware of his situation. So I told him directly. You are now the wife of the chief of staff. In this case, he asked us to let you go for a while. It means he is preparing a more brutal plan. And the other side at this time, Huang Kaming also followed the navigation map. Came to Lu Shangkai's house. It turned out to be a luxury villa. But he didn't have the time to sigh. I had to pick myself up. Just one mistake. This game will end immediately. Until then, Wang Xiaoman just rang the doorbell. And Lu Shangkai took him to a study. And let him come to the tea table here to chat slowly. The two seem to be very compatible on the surface. Appearance. In fact, everyone is looking for each other's flaws in their hearts. Lu Shangkai gave Huang Kayaman the feeling. A boy born with a golden key. Anyway, I feel him and that kind of sweat. The smelly fight scenes are irrelevant. It turned out to be the chief of staff of the Daisian Federation. Yellow grass. Rice really doesn't understand. Why would he bring someone who is not suitable for him? Name. Is this going to make a difference in his life? What help? Obviously, a young master born with a golden key. Behind his back is a gang chief of staff. And now, it's all about finding enemies. False gang leader of power, called the suspect home. He wants to take advantage of Guo Zi, test each other in the future. See what happens. But he didn't do it directly. Instead, he asked Huang Keaman a question first. Do you think that fake gang leader? What means did he use to manipulate the emperor? Huang Keaman couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I didn't expect Liu Shangkai called himself here for this reason. So he told the other party the correct answer. Probably by text message or something. After all, in this situation, hastily pretending to be wrong. It gets weirder. Unexpectedly, Liu Shangkai actually asked along this answer. What your brother left behind? Is there a cell phone or something in there? And this time, the answer, yellow grass rice, is not ready to tell the truth. Because the other party cannot confirm the authenticity of the content. It turned out that he just said what was inside. Without a cell phone. Liu Shangkai actually put on a gloomy expression. Question Huang Keaman. Is that true? You won't lie to me again, will you? I was so scared that Huang Keaman broke out in a cold sweat. But he didn't waver. Insisted that there was nothing special in it. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a lucky guy. Accidentally picked up a cell phone. And they're just using it. But that guy is definitely in Dragon Day. There's no question about that. Huang Keaman asked the other party. Why are you obsessed with defeating the Emperor gang? You shouldn't have to work hard for this kind of thing, right? Is there some deep hatred? As a result, Liu Shangkai said lightly. It's just an amateur activity. It's like comforting a tired test taker. And the livestock that joined forces. When pulling the king off his horse. Helpful. I thought you would understand what I was thinking. After all, the bottom of society, that's how it should be used. With these words, he was ready to leave. But Huang Keaman did not understand. What does it mean to bring the king down? But you can tell by the look on his face. Definitely not a good thing. So I had to stop him. Taro, Shangkai turned around and asked Huang Tao at this time. Min, one last thing. Our people accidentally caught the second fan of the Emperor gang. Team Captain, Guo Jijiang. If it were you, how will you make good use of that, kid? Huang Keaman had to pretend to be confused when he saw this. Isn't it a good thing to catch cadres? That's right, he is an important fighting force of the Emperor gang. Maybe you don't need to find the fake leader. Can also be agreed through this matter. To defeat the Emperor gang. So I want to make good use of him. Can you help me think about it? Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Although I don't know what I can think of, but I will try my best to help. But Liu Xiang just left. Wang Xiaoman panicked instantly. What the hell is he talking about? How could Guo Jijiang be arrested? Shouldn't he be teaching a lesson? Hongbo Mai. So what exactly happened? Will cause him to be caught. It wasn't always the chief of staff watching my reaction. Lie. But if what he said is true, it would be a big loss to lose him. After all, Guo Jijiang is not only outstanding in strength, still a guy who is loyal to the gang leader. So I have to know the exact situation now. Only so, to confirm whether what he said is true. But if I ask to go home in my current situation, I'm afraid it will deepen his suspicions. That defeats what I'm here for. So Huang Keaman found the housekeeper. Asked the other party where the bathroom is. Because he can only deal with it calmly now. If what the chief of staff says is true, then I have to rescue Guo from this house. Jijiang, little do I know. This scene. They were all seen by Liu Xiang in the monitoring room. Will Huang Keaman choose to take out his mobile phone? Coming. Huang Keaman, in order to dispel the suspicion of the chief of staff, choose to go deep into the enemy camp. But just to be on the safe side. Or let Kanazawa wait for him at the door first. But Kanazawa is very worried. I'm afraid Huang Keaman won't be able to come back, and so it was. He's in a very dangerous situation. Once the yellow grass rice takes out the phone, the chief of staff in the surveillance room, you can confirm the identity of the other party, because he just deliberately revealed the news that Guo Jijiang was arrested. If yellow grass rice is a fake gang leader, then you will definitely find a way to confirm the authenticity. After all, the only thing he can do now, it is to give orders to the Emperor gang. Let others confirm the situation. So get out that phone quickly. But the result is that the yellow grass rice is stunned in place. I'm amazed that the bathroom here looks like. It's bigger than your own room. This made Liu Shangkai a little stunned. I can't believe he didn't do anything. Just to go to the toilet. Little did he know that Huang Keaman had been scared into a cold sweat. because he was about to take out his phone just now. If you do that, something big could happen. After all, the chief of staff is suspicious of me now. According to this assumption, to analyze the current situation, if he wanted to know how I would react, it should have been said on the spot. But he told me when he left the room. This shows that he was curious about the time was left alone in the room. What's your reaction? So there's definitely something here. Let him witness it with his own eyes. Otherwise, he couldn't have finished that sentence. Haven't waited to see my reaction. You have to leave the room. After all, it's the only way to give me time to think independently. But it still feels a little illogical. He should have thought in advance that I would go to the bathroom. So let's say the whole room is participating. It doesn't matter if it's in the chief's field of vision. As for the camera he installed for me, or was it already there? It doesn't matter. Now, there are two facts that I can deduce. The first is ginseng. Conspiracy. Chang wants to have the means to manipulate the Emperor gang. That is, he wants to get Emperor Huangwu's mobile phone. The second is before seeing the phone with your own eyes. He wanted to hide his doubts about me. After all, he didn't want me to give up to live. Mobile phone, but I am because of Ma Healy's relationship. Now, I have to use the Emperor gang no matter what. But the chief of staff can't even know about it. As for me coming to this house, he did not use force to force his surrender. Probably because I was afraid I didn't put Huang. Bring me Emperor Wu's phone. That would increase my vigilance. So he was only there with his own eyes when confirming that I hold Emperor Huangwu's mobile phone. Will be robbed on the spot. After all, he is a man who is only foolproof. The guy who will take action. And so it was. The butler is waiting in the corner. Master's instructions, although Yellow Grass Rice doesn't know that he has achieved this. What a fun thing to do. But if he's really that attentive. Careful, guy. Then I can only give up on Guo Jijiang. At the same time, the monitoring room. Lu Shangkai also fell into thinking. After he came back from the bathroom. Just sitting like this. Could it be that the news leaked? But I clearly instructed Wu Yun's to remind Ming. Daoshan temporarily kept the matter of Guo Jijiang's arrest a secret, so he tried to confirm his conjecture. Call Ming Du. Ask him about it, except Wu Yun's. Have you told anyone else? But he said he only talked to him. No one else had time to say. Wu Yun's contacted me immediately. Said parameter. The chief told me not to tell the United States. Others in the Union. And then, I didn't tell anyone about it either. Guo Jijiang has been detained here. Then you are in the process of catching him. Has anyone seen it? No one should have seen it. After all, we immediately he brought it to a nearby abandoned place. Factory, if in 10 minutes. If I don't contact you again, you can get rid of that guy. But Ming Du, who hung up the phone, was very dissatisfied. Complaining to each other without even a compliment. If not the president, I will definitely let Wu Yun tell me who he really is. Then beat him up. Even though it makes me feel very uncomfortable. But anyway, it's all going to be my credit. And 10 minutes later, I can teach that guy a hard lesson. Obviously, they are all trump cards in their respective gangs, but the strength of the two is very different. Liu Zhengxiu, the fists that hit the opponent are like cotton. And He Jun only used one punch. Turned his eyes white. The reason why the gold content of the two is so different. Because the system of the organization is different. Ace of the Emperor Gang. It refers to the guy who was approved by the 4 captains. Federations are the left arm with serial numbers. The right arm turned out to be Huang Keiaman for the sake of insurance. I have been in phone contact with Kanazawa. So what the chief of staff said. And he heard everything. So he sent a message to Guo Jijiang. Want to confirm the truth. But the other party did not reply. If it were normal, he will definitely reply within a minute. News and Huang Taoming didn't say anything. This means that he is in a difficult situation to issue the situation of instructions. But Kanazawa also knew very well. Guo Jijiang is an indispensable fighting force of the Emperor Gang. You must not let him have an accident. Just when Kanazawa was at a loss. And there was banging on the phone. It seems to be the sound of fingers tapping on the screen. And the frequency of each time is 3. He reacted quickly. This is Huang Keiman sending a certain message to herself. Kanazawa. At first, I thought it was Morse code or something. But he doesn't think it's right. After all, I know absolutely nothing about these things. Huang Keiman, it is impossible to convey a message to me in this way. So he thought in a simpler direction. Think Huang Keiman, the message I want to convey to myself is the number 3. But in the current situation, the significance of the number 3, it can't be where Guo Jijiang is located. Are you referring to the 3rd Brigade? It turned out that he had asked Yellow Grass Rice a long time ago. Since he is the captain of the 4th Brigade. So who is the captain of the 3rd Brigade? But the answer to this question, even Huang Keiman doesn't know. Because he read the bill of the Emperor Gang. I just found out that the Emperor Gang has a 3rd Brigade. But those guys, it's like I've never been in combat. It should be an independent army. Although I have the cell phone number of their captain. But since I don't know him and Emperor Huang Wu, what is the relationship between? So there is no hurry to contact. But just in case, I'll give you his phone number first. Could Huang Keiman be referring to the 3rd Brigade? Do you know the location of Bo Jijiang? You can look at the current situation. I can only choose to gamble. And when Kanazawa first called the other party's phone number, he only said one sentence, Yan Lu. Enter the abandoned factory no. 38. Then hung up the phone. This can't help but make Kanazawa look confused. But he still chose to trust the other party. Tell the news to the people of the Emperor Gang. And that's where the beginning happened. A showdown between 2 aces. But the result was no surprise. Unilateral crushing. And Lu Shangkai on the other side. I thought that the Yellow Grass Rice did not bring the mobile phone. Or the other party chose to give up Guo Jijiang. The odds are 50-50. But anyway, they will eventually lose Guo Jijiang. This is for the Emperor Gang. Is a huge loss. But just then. But a phone call came. So he stood up and answered the phone. Unexpectedly, the news from the other party surprised him. But Ming Du himself didn't know what was going on. Why did the Emperor Gang suddenly break in? And there were way too many of them. But this time, Lu Shangkai's thoughts were not on their side at all. Hastily issued the order and hung up the phone. He really didn't understand. Why does this happen? The matter of catching Guo Jijiang. Obviously only 4 people know. And can order salvation. Guo Jijiang only instructed Yellow Grass Rice. But he didn't do anything. Is Yellow Grass Rice really not a fake gang leader? And at this point, he was in doubt. Little do I know that this is in the arms of Yellow Grass Rice. Now, not only can Guo Jijiang be rescued, it can also rule out the suspicion that I am a fake gang leader. It's a double happiness. How awesome is the mysterious 3rd Brigade? Not only did they find the location where Guo Jijiang was kidnapped, it also helped Huang Keiman eliminate the suspicion. The chief of staff was confused. We have to tell each other the truth. I want to ask his opinion. So Huang Keiman expressed his thoughts. It was seen by chance. After all, it would be fascinating to have a lot of people in action. The chief of staff replied, seemingly casually, right? Thinking in my heart. Is the other party really just my fan? And the Yellow Grass Rice that achieves the goal. I found a reason to want to go home. But the chief of staff asked him to stay a little longer. I want you to meet someone. In fact, I want to observe for a while. As for the matter over there, it should be resolved soon. After all, I have caught Guo Zi. I told the president about Zhang. Meanwhile, the other side. Reinforcements from the Dacian Federation also arrived at the scene. And this time, the person in charge of the army. It is the 8th gift. When I saw him hiding on the rice beans in the warehouse, he gritted his teeth angrily. I could have done it alone. Now it's done. Li Rongshu, this kid actually came to get a share of the soup. Guo Jijiang on the side saw this. Is your friend here? Congratulations. The angry Mindu couldn't help but move to kill. I want to make Guo Jijiang never laugh again. After all, reinforcements are coming. It means that the president also wants to teach this kid a lesson. But even so, Guo Jijiang is still full of disdain. Still taunting each other as before. This, Mingdu scolded, directly broke the defense. I want to take the lead in ending the captain of the 2nd Brigade. To take this merit. But the hammer he held high. No matter how hard. Just can't swing it out. Because the hammer has been firmly gripped by Kanazawa. When Mingdu reacts, the other party actually grabbed his shoulder. Used a shoulder throw and threw it at him. And the hammer is also encouraged by this. Broken in half. But even so, Mingdu still slowly stood up. I didn't expect Kingby's Kanazawa Heian. He actually joined the emperor list. But he ignored the taunt. Instead, accused Mingdu of being wrong. It is normal to want to attack the enemy, but you've crossed the line with your methods. And at this moment, Daosheng noticed that the side door of the warehouse was open. I just realized that Kanazawa came in from here first. So he turned his head and taunted the other person again. Your style and body shape really don't match. In my heart, I regret not catching Guo Zi again. Jiang's time, kill him. On the other side, Guo Jijiang is with Kanazawa. After a few small talk, he looked at Mingdu. I told you not to get carried away. Now it's done. I can't even eat it for free. After listening to these words, Mingdu completely broke the defense. Can't suppress the anger inside. Regardless, he rushed towards the two. He kept scolding the other party as a jerk. And his punch. It is not surprising that Kanazawa will block it first. But surprisingly, he actually dodged the attack. Then he swung his fist at Kanazawa again. But still blocked by the opponent. But these rounds have come down. The Taoist priest asked Kanazawa to look at him a few times, although he looks dull on the outside. But the movement is extremely sensitive, and he was very dissatisfied. I think what Kanazawa said first is nonsense. If you don't have the strength, how could it possibly be ranked? As a result, the moment the two fists collided, Mingdu immediately regretted his behavior. Because he didn't expect the strength of the other party so big. At this time, the whole body can't help but feel numb. When the numbness disappears, the pain in my right hand is gradually coming. So much so that he trembled uncontrollably. Even Mingdu couldn't figure out what was going on. But he knew very well. Kanazawa is definitely a monster. Guo Jijiang on the side explained. If you want to go head-to-head with him, I'm afraid so. At least someone one level lower than the president has to come forward to fight. And the result of the battle team is not surprising at all. Kanazawa won by one-sided crushing. Then he untied the rope for Guo Jijiang. But the other party can't help but gearing up. I want to compete with him. You know Emperor Huang Wu, how did you build such a strong system of power? Is it all thanks to the mysterious 3rd Brigade? Because he has been conducting comprehensive internal inspections. After all, judging from the personality of Emperor Huang Wu, he basically doesn't trust anyone. Also very alert to male challenges. So a 3rd Brigade was established. They are ostensibly the intelligence gathering team. It's actually surveillance. Every move of the members of the Emperor gang. Screen out those who are disloyal to Emperor Wu. Only even they let go of a fatal mistake. That is, to ignore Ma Heli as a woman. And thus, the current situation was born. Huang Kaiman clearly did nothing. In the end, someone still went to save Guo Jijiang, and the chief of staff was confused. But he still tried his best to pretend to be light. Light, look, I'm thinking about what the problem is. After all, he is also ranked 9th in the Federation. You can't be a sloppy person. Well, I should be the first to wonder now. There are spies inside the Federation. Why do I always feel like this? It's all planned by Huang Kaiman. And this look on his face. Huang Kaiman was also scared and quickly apologized. I thought I said the wrong thing. And the chief of staff recognized that this was an official deviation. Myself now just want to believe. Things you want to believe. But even so, he still found it strange. Although it can be proved that Huang Kaiman, evidence that it is not a fake gang leader appears one after another. But what made him even more incomprehensible was, why would you wish? Huang Kaiman is a fake gang leader. Do I want to have a showdown with him? I don't know what I think. Closer to the truth. Because from the very beginning, Huang Kaiman knows ginseng. It is possible that the chief has complete control over the variables, so it's definitely not going to be easy. Make it my luck. But it freed me. While the fake gang leader is suspected, not only did it prevent the Emperor Gang's combat power from being damaged, can also participate. The chief's attention shifted to the interior of the Federation, inducing the Federation to produce infighting. Meanwhile, the other side. Kanazawa, I just finished persuading myself to compare with myself. Guo Jijiang. When he learned that it was the 3rd Brigade, when the captain told him, I lost myself in thought. Are they using artificial satellites? Did you make an observation? Otherwise, how could you know Daijin like the back of your hand? And he joined the Emperor Gang for so many years. I still don't know anything about them. But right now, he didn't have much time to think. After all, everyone is still dealing with the people of the Federation. Little do they know that the Emperor Gang at this time has been caught in headwinds. Because there are too many reinforcements from the other party this time. Hee-jun, the ace that led to the 2nd Brigade. There was no time to save his captain. While he was distracted, a stick hit him on the head. I saw Li Rongshu, ranked 8th, driving a motorcycle. Rampage. Clear all the enemies in front of you. He can't wait to rush into the warehouse. Take credit for his good brother, Ming Du. As a result, when Uncle Li Rong was about to drive to the door, a hand opened the door on its own initiative. I saw Kanazawa first with lightning speed. Pulled Li Rongshu off the motorcycle. This shocking scene. Hee-jun, who was slowly standing up, saw it in his eyes. Because there is a man standing behind Kanazawa Prefecture. That was his captain, Guo Jijiang. As for Li Rongshu, and he was sleeping soundly on the ground. The situation on the battlefield, soon, with the addition of the two, began to gradually reverse, although Guo Jijiang is now covered in injuries. But it's still easy to deal with the little minions in front of you. When Li Rongshu wakes up from his dream, the battle has come to an end. He looked at the scene in front of him at a loss. Aren't you clearly going to rush into the warehouse? Why did you suddenly fall asleep? Until a cell phone rang. Li Rongshu just reacted. But while he was answering the phone, someone who had no martial arts ethics wanted to attack him. Fortunately, younger brother reminded him in time. Let him dodge the attack. And then an uppercut. Knocked down the guy in front of him. Until then, he looked at the battlefield again. Found that the situation has reached a headwind. You can't get it back by yourself. And he also saw Guo Jijiang in the crowd. It was found that he had been snatched away. So he wasn't prepared to stay much longer. Directly towards his motorcycle. When Kanazawa notices him first, it's obviously too late. And Li Rongshu was just before leaving. He gave Kanazawa a meaningful smile. Then he drove away without looking back. I don't care about the life or death of my little brother. But no one thought. Outside the battlefield at this time, there is also a red one. The man watched everything silently. Coming. The captain of the 3rd team finally made his appearance. As soon as he came up, he questioned Kanazawa, who was also the captain. What's the real reason you joined the Emperor Gang? Just now. Kanazawa, he single-handedly turned the tide on the battlefield. The only pity is, accidentally let go of the Federation ranking. The 8th Li Rongshu, and he gave it to Kanazawa before leaving. Left a meaningful smile. Then he drove away without looking back. I don't care about the life or death of my little brother. Although Kanazawa is very confused. But he didn't think much of it. So he dealt with the 2nd team, ace. Hee-jun's report. He said he had arranged for Guo. Captain Jijiang escaped smoothly. As for the guys at the Federation, it's basically done. There are still a few stubborn guys hanging around. Struggling to the death. I don't know if I want to cut the grass and eradicate the roots. Kanazawa first heard the words and turned to look. They were very hostile. I keep spitting fragrance at my mouth. But it was obviously the first time the two met. Where does his hostility come from? It's never just because they belong to different organizations. Let's do this pointless struggle. Kanazawa thought about it first. Stronger, determined to want to end the situation. So he let the other party go. But this is the moment. One footstep directly on that little pole. Pull the head. The scene shocked everyone present. Just a bedbug. That's a lot. And then, against the advice of others, kicked this little lesbian away. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear that? The captain has ordered. Did you retreat? The other party's actions aroused the dissatisfaction of the man. Just as he was about to make a move when teaching the boy in front of you a lesson. Cooperation quiet. Resolve in time. Long time no see, Captain Lion Jixon. And this was a little bit of a surprise to the man. I didn't expect anyone to recognize me. And Kanazawa also reacted. Know the guy in front of you. It's the captain of the 3rd Brigade. After Lion Jixon saw that the other party was so polite. So I reported to him a big news about Guo Jijiang. Your captain seems to be out of love. Kadang Hiju. When Anne asked why he was here, Lion Jixon actually looked at Kanazawa. And they came up to him. Asked the intimate, proud Kanazawa. I want to know you who have always been alone. Why did you suddenly change your mind and join the Emperor Gang? Tell me the real reason why you joined the Emperor Gang. But Kanazawa didn't respond. Instead, stare at each other. Seriously. This aroused the curiosity of the two people on the side. I don't know what that means. In addition to wanting to follow the gang leader, what other reason could there be? Because they had heard the captain say. The reason why Kanazawa first chose to join the Emperor Gang. It is to see the greatness of the gang leader. After all, as long as it is a man, you want to follow someone like the gang leader. Until half a minute later, Kanazawa first asked the other party why he asked this. I just think. The fact that you joined the Emperor Gang. It may become burn. All the stars of the Emperor Gang. It seems that you are very exclusive. But at least these words shouldn't be knowing Guo Jijiang. You are in danger, but stand by. I didn't expect you to be so talkative. But even so, I only do what I have to do. Plus, I didn't want to care. Guo Jijiang's life and death, after all, with the temperament of that idiot. Sooner or later, you will be stupid and poke a big basket. And what you just said was so ugly. Do you know what xenophobia is? After saying this, he attacked Kanazawa Heian at an extremely fast speed. The other hand is still in the pocket. This scene made the two people on the side break out in a cold sweat. Obviously still don't understand the situation. Do you understand now? This is called xenophobia, the kind you don't touch. I saw the cigarette butt stop in front of Kanazawa. It is only 5 centimeters away from the eyeballs. And Kanazawa first in this process. He didn't blink. Until then, Hijun breathed a sigh of relief. I'm complaining. Anyway. At least not to King. Let's do this kind of thing first. Lin Jixon took back the cigarette butt. After all, the other party's reaction was so boring. But he did put his other hand on Kanazawa. First on the shoulder. Show that you can rely on your eyes. See a person's general idea, and you have a pair of evil eyes. Even if you can fool the simple, and Guo Jijiang can't fool me. I came here this time to make you a good person. Otherwise, your brother, who is afraid of melting in his mouth. I'm afraid it won't be so good. The boy's brother is a burly man. Whenever he is bullied, we will come to him regardless of everything. The gangster who will bully his brother. Give it a beating. But now, someone dares to stand in front of him, threatening Kanazawa with the life of the Golden Sun. He couldn't take it anymore. Grab it towards the opponent's right hand. Warn Lin Jixon to be cautious. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking your arm. As a result, the other party took the lead and complimented him on his reaction, which was really interesting. That's what you want. And Kanazawa is not to be outdone. Soon hit back. This scene made the onlookers break out in cold sweat. I didn't expect the two captains to really fight. Among them, Lian Jixon's speed is extremely fast. Not only can he easily avoid Kanazawa's kicking skills, you can grab his back and fight back. These rounds of confrontation, even Kanazawa has to admit, the other party's speed is indeed much faster than his own. Make me stronger. And Lion Jixon is obviously unhappy. Just because I belong to the intelligence team, everyone seems to be underestimating me. This is really distressing. Then rushed to Kanazawa. And just then, Hiju is quiet, regardless of his own safety, standing between the two of them. Tell them to stop fighting. But it made Lion Jixin feel very angry. Are you crazy? He saw this and quickly apologized. Indicate that you have an emergency report. It is said that Qingbai is being attacked by the Federation. It was just now. Huang Kaming, I met the people the chief of staff wanted me to meet. That is, Liu Shangzhen, the general manager of Ju. Also, his brother. When Huang Kaming heard this, he quickly bent down and saluted. But the other party said nothing. Just staring at himself. But even so, he also gives people a very strong sense of oppression. It's like I'm out of breath. And before he left, I left someone with a catchy sentence. How strange. This couldn't help but make Huang Kaming feel puzzled. So he asked Lu Shangkai, why did you let me see him? As a result, he actually said, I just want to show you. I also have relatives I want to get rid of. Then he said goodbye to Huang Kaming. But he just left. Lu Shangkai called Wu Yun's. Let his men raid Qingbai. And don't let go of anyone wearing blue walls. School uniform person. And among the members who participated in the Federation this time, a possible mole. So it is necessary to conduct a thorough investigation. And be sure to investigate everyone carefully. If you can't find it, then Huang Kaming is 100% a fake gang leader. When Kanazawa returns to Kyobi first, I was so angry that I couldn't help shaking all over. I didn't expect it. What the people from the Federation did was so amazing. Not a single one was spared. But thankfully, a few people were slightly injured. Can tell the general story. In the lead was a guy with a merciful head. Wenyan, Kanazawa Prefecture. Remembering in an instant. Li Rong. Forgive the smirk I left for myself before leaving. It was for this reason. But then, he thought of the worse. Will his brother, the Golden Sun, suffer? So he hurried back home. But found Jin Tianjan, the captain of the 1st Brigade, Park Shi, stay together. He can't help but be slightly stunned. The other party said that the gang leader asked me to come and protect Jin Sons. But I don't know. Obviously no one came to trouble your brother. The gang leader still wants me to come and be a bodyguard. It looks right. It's not shared with anybody. About my brother. This is also thanks to he is a bad guy. And see. Kanazawa came back first, and Mushi Kazuo was ready to leave. After all, I don't have time to dawdle here. Did something big happen? It's not a big deal now. It was the beginning of a full-scale conflict. Although the Union and the Emperor Gang, there have been many conflicts before. But that's just by comparison. Handle things in a conservative manner. Because once the balance between the two sides is broken, the situation will tilt towards the other side in an instant. So they are deliberately avoiding this from happening. But the Federation took this matter. From Guo Jijiang to handwriting. The gang leader had to issue an order for revenge. Now, there are already many people going to attack the heavy areas. Kishin Cave. And that's the 8th ranked Li in the Federation. Banyan site. Didn't you want to see what the gang leader planned to do before? Now we'll see. Because after all-out conflict, there will only be one force left. An all-out war between two top gangs. About to start. From now on, only one force will remain in Daejeon. But the 4 captains of the Emperor Gang have their own ghosts. A suspected gang member. A suspected outsider. There is also a doubt king. The last one is not ready. Because he had a different agenda than the other 3 captains. What he wants is to end this damn battlefield. But another place at this time. There is a pursuit of the sea market. The Mirage guy is getting close to the truth. Jin Lechen, I actually found a dragon by the river. Tattooed helmet, so he took the helmet home. After some research, found this remodeled helmet. He actually gave himself a familiar feeling. It's like I've seen it somewhere. But Jin Lechen can't remember. In the end, it was the golden dragon pattern that inspired him. Remembering the scene of beating Emperor Huang Wu before. And that's when. Seek revenge for the future. Decided to follow him secretly. Get more information about the other party. As a result, Emperor Huang Wu just walked out of this alley and he drove off. But the helmet he was wearing before he left. I will never forget it. After all, this is not mass production. It was stroke by stroke. A makeover helmet with dragon patterns drawn. In other words, this is the only exclusive helmet in the world. But Emperor Huangwu's helmet. Why did it appear under the Jiaquan Bridge? Could it be that he abandoned it? Logically speaking, he made this helmet so delicate. I should like it very much. This made Jin Lechen unable to help but fall into a difficult thought. I want to think of a reason that makes sense. Meanwhile, the other side, Li Rongshu, who ranks 8th in the Dacian Federation, running fast in the alley. But no matter which direction, they were all blocked to death by the people of the Emperor's gang, just as he was about to run in another direction. But he found that Kanazawa had caught up behind him. Seeing that the other party is about to call his subordinates to do it, and he stopped. Kanazawa said he knew he was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked your brother. But you also know this is war. I'm just following orders. Unexpectedly, Kanazawa actually stepped forward to confront him. Is it war? You can really joke. When you leave. Obviously because there is a chance to trample Kingbai without my guard. And seem very happy. Although it is not necessary to fight here, a battlefield where you die. But there is a group of people gathered inside to make the other party bend. A guy who takes pleasure in himself. So you have to pay for it. After all, you've already had that fun. After seeing that, Kanazawa was not ready to let himself go. Li Rongshu took the lead. But the gap between the two is too great. Kanazawa only used one punch, knocked him to the ground. But when he tried to get back up, I ran into a group of murderous eyes. They surrounded themselves. What happened next was no surprise. A group of people punched and kicked Li Rongshu. And the person who caused this scene is Huang Grass Rice. Due to the unique location of its caves. Only by taking it can we open the situation. But just then, debugging and actually sent a text message helper. You should come back too. Looks like a simple greeting. In fact, he secretly became suspicious of the gang leader. After all, full-scale conflict has already begun. Judging from the series of instructions he issued, you can also see that he wants to win or lose. But so far, why is he only texting? Never called me. And most importantly, in his character, shouldn't be in the absence of himself. Expand comprehensive conflict, even if it's because of that broken heart. It's weird. I don't know why the sense of incongruity always makes me feel, although the gang leader keeps in touch with me. But that's not really all from the gang leader. When it comes to simplicity and thinking, a little brother kicked the jar away. This aroused his curiosity. So I asked a few people what was going on. Only to find out that the guy was cheated. His girlfriend messaged and said she wanted to borrow some money. It turned out that the woman had cheated. And the person who sent the message was his wild man. After the transfer is completed, the guy had his girlfriend's passbook. Ran away, so he should have transferred the money after the call. After listening to this simple end, I lost myself in thought. Because he completely ignored it. If the person who sent you the message is not the gang leader, well, he couldn't have gotten his phone. But what if Maheli's plan succeeds? Who is the current gang leader? I don't know. I didn't expect the most loyal guy in the gang. He even became suspicious of the identity of the gang leader. Just now, Guo Jijiang, in order to find out the truth, I found Lin Jixin, the captain of the intelligence brigade. Asked the other party if they already knew. The person who instigated the gang leader to teach Ma Jiaxing a lesson before. It is poetry and song, but he doesn't know what nonsense Guo Jijiang is talking about. Who is that heart? You won't forget it, will you? It is because the gang leader put a union. Yes, the guy turned into a vegetable. So it hurt the Emperor gang. The thing that encountered a major crisis. Until after listening to Guo Jijiang's description. Lion Jixin just remembered this. The gang leader was like crazy. Want to kill that guy. And don't you mean? That was done by the simple and inciting gang leader, right? After seeing that the other party is still pretending to be stupid, Guo Jijiang couldn't help but get excited. Therefore, he directly exposed his lies. Stop pretending, don't you always know everything? Unexpectedly, Lian Jixin did not change his attitude because of this. Instead, I feel that the other party is kicking his nose, and so I decided to teach him a lesson. Let him know that, at least be polite. Although I didn't expect you to call me brother. But you can't yell like that. And Guo Jijiang thinks the other party is a lunatic. The current situation. Is the title really necessary? Then how do you call Kanazawa Sean? Brother Zexian said this. Lion Jixin couldn't help but be angry with his veins. That's why, you brat. That's why I think names are important. After saying this, he rushed towards Guo Jijiang again. Until he speaks his mind. His biological sister is Ma He. History even stopped. Does it look very suspicious? If it were you, can you associate with someone who has hurt their loved ones? And there are too many doubts in between. For example, why did Brother Shihi instigate the gang leader? Why did Ma and Li associate with enemies, etc.? Lin Jixin, after some reflection. I just asked my first question. Are you sure these are true? After all, this kid is not someone who can chase after the wind. Gotta know it's true. He asked Guo Jijiang. How long has it been since the gang leader set off to travel around the country? About a month. Then he never calls. Give orders only via message. Is that true? It's true. But you seem to be off topic again. We have to put things together first. Now confirm whether the helper is safe. Is the most important thing. As for the question you just asked me. I do know that Park Hop incited the gang leader. But there's nothing wrong with that. After all, it would be harmful if it appeared. The interests of the helper should have reported to the gang leader. You're not wrong. But the key is what he used to incite the gang leader. Makes the gang leader so angry that he loses his mind. As a result, he immediately became a vegetable. Although the gang leader finally escaped prison. But what if the purpose of simple and? For example, he deliberately made the gang leader make enemies. Just to use that person to harm the gang leader? I have all the dynamics of Daijin. But I don't know anything about the gang leader. This made Guo Jijiang feel puzzled. I don't know what the other party is trying to say. What I mean is, the leader may no longer be alive. After all, Simple and Gangmaster have been friends for many years. So he probably wants to get rid of the location of the second child. Hearing this, Guo Jijiang took out his cell phone. To prove that what he said was false. The gang leader has been sending him messages all the time. Even Ji-hoon can't confirm this. Because the gang leader didn't look for him much before. If you say so. The gang leader did not lose contact. But anyway, I had to see him in person. This made Guo Jijiang so angry that he couldn't help yelling. Do you really think it's a stone? Did brother he hurt the gang leader? Lin Jixin told him. Between people, there is no such thing as a 100% trust relationship. And those who trust each other 100%. You also tend to be influenced by people who don't trust you enough. Betrayal. So you must not let anyone else know. We are already suspicious. After all, this is a matter of survival for the Emperor gang. The gang leader, who is usually brave and good at fighting. Now I'm shaking with fear. I can't wait to jump off the building and commit suicide. Because just now, he actually questioned the strongest man in Daijin. I want to confirm whether the gang leader is real. But if the other party is real, then Guo Jijiang committed a big disrespect. I'm afraid it's not enough to lose this life. Lion Jixin, who is also the captain, does not think so. After all, if the current gang leader is fake, isn't the gang leader who has ascended to heaven and justly dead? Hearing these words, Guo Jijiang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Think about it. It seems so. So he got back on his feet. But if the current gang leader is real, then I must send you on your way before I die. The premise is that you have to have that ability. And you probably didn't tell Park Seok-ho about this, did you? After receiving the reply from the other party, Lin Jixin just stated his hypothesis. If the gang leader is really gone, that must be simple and silly. But Guo Jijiang refused to believe this assumption. But what if I'm right? Whether it is a fake gang leader or a suitable brother. Need to pay with life. If the gang leader does not appear in Jia 3 days later, at that time, on the bridge, I want to bloodbath the Emperor gang. Meanwhile, the other side, Huang Kaming is also in distress. He really didn't expect it. Guo Jijiang would actually say such a thing. So much so that he, good student. I'm not really paying attention. Because of Guo Zhang is the most loyal member of the gang. So after he made this request, Huang Kaeman felt that there was nothing he could do. But he just couldn't figure it out. That guy, why are you angry about your identity? And how to deal with it? Only then can the other party believe that he is Emperor Huang Wu. And so it was until noon. He still hasn't figured out a good way. And Huang Kaeman's reaction. Then he was seen by Song Mingguo, who was dining with him. So they asked each other, did something happen recently? Why do you always look so depressed? Results, Huang Kaeman but asked a question that didn't make sense. If you want to stop being, the person appears to be still alive. What should be done? It's such a baffling question. I didn't expect Song Mingguo actually gave his own opinion. Maybe try being a scarecrow. After all, in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang deceived the enemy with a scarecrow. But Huang Kaeman thinks, that's just something that happens in books. That's just not possible. And just then, Jin Lechen actually found yellow grass rice. I want him to talk to me on the rooftop. And then we get straight to the point. Ask Huang Kaeman, why didn't you tell yourself? You are the younger brother of Emperor Huang Wu. This can't help but make Huang Kaeman sweat coldly. I didn't know what to do. The next second he said. The chief of staff told him about it. I heard everything. You really hate your brother, don't you? That bastard is so cruel to his relatives. It seems that the chief of staff should be convinced. Even if Jin Lechen knows, I'm Emperor Huang Wu, his own brother, I wouldn't put that guy either. The news that he has passed away. After all, from where I stand now. Unless you want to get in the way of his continued search for Dragon Day. Otherwise, there is no need to tell about Emperor Huang Wu. This also suggests that the chief of staff is still suspicious of me. And he's been waiting for me to reveal my flaws. I never thought of that. I actually had to compete with him in school. But let's cooperate with him now. So Huang Kaeman told Jin Lechen. I'm afraid you'll hate me at the same time. I didn't tell you. The other party believes it. It means you didn't do anything wrong. How could I possibly hate you? And I was thrilled. After all, first friend who came to Daejeon to deal with. It is the younger brother of Emperor Huang Wu. Doesn't that mean I can get my revenge? By the way, I almost forgot to mention because I was so happy. You have to be careful lately. Emperor Huang Wu seems to be in Daejeon too. Huang Kaeman couldn't help but look puzzled after hearing these words. I don't know, Jin Lechen, why did you suddenly make such outrageous guess? But I still have a bunch of things to think about right now. Why don't you perfunctory it? However, Jin Lechen told him. Own at home. Emperor Huang Wu's helmet was found under the bridge. As soon as the sentence comes out, Huang Kaeman was not calm in an instant. Confirm quickly. Is there a yellow dragon pattern painted on it? After getting the result of the matter, he couldn't help but think of being killed by Han Changshi before the bullying scene. And that's when the helmet fell into the river. I didn't expect him to find Jin Lechen. There's no way out. The teenager leans on his deceased brother's cell phone, pretending to be the gangster emperor of country age. I didn't expect my butt to be hot. Some people began to doubt his identity. I hope he gets home in 3 days. Kawabashi. Faced with such an unreasonable request, how should Huang Kaeman respond? And he chooses. Throw this question to your good brother. To make the dead seem alive. What to do? Faced with this puzzling question, Song Zhongmin actually gave the answer. You can imitate Zhuge Liang, who is governed by the Three Kingdoms. Try being a scarecrow. This can't help but give Huang Kaeman a lot of inspiration. Because not so long ago, he was surprised to learn Jin Lechen found Emperor Huang Wu's helmet. So Huang Kaeman took advantage of this opportunity to trick Jin Lechen into playing the fake gang leader. The entry point is the opponent's determination to seek revenge. After all, he doesn't know the news that Emperor Huang Wu has passed away. But even so, 1,000 men and 4 captains of the Emperor's gang. Enough for him to drink a pot. So, you think you can break through the siege of these people? Shake your fist at Emperor Huang Wu? As a result, Jin Lechen actually thought. Just boldly charge forward. It can be done. To know that he was a week ago. Doubt life beaten by Guo Jijiang. So Huang Kaiman told him directly. You can't get revenge by doing that. Because the individual is absolutely no match for the group, not even if you risk your life. These words, the angry Jin Lechen couldn't help but grab the yellow grass rice. Tell each other that as long as the will is strong, nothing is impossible. But the yellow grass rice does not change its color, if it's really like you said. No one in this world will be wrong. It turned out that a long time ago, Huang Kaiman wanted to take revenge on those who bullied him. Make up your mind to become stronger. Therefore, he learned all kinds of martial arts skills online. I'm going to teach them how to be human after school starts, but things don't always work out that way. As soon as Huang Kaiman saw his enemy, she slapped him. It means I returned it to you. I won't take it anymore. Immediately put on a boxing stance. I want him to see how powerful he is. Unexpectedly, the other party had no martial arts ethics. Called his friend. And the result was no surprise. Huang Kaiman was severely taught a lesson by them. From now on, and he came to a profound realization. That is, the person who can overthrow the kingdom on his own exists only in anime. After listening to these words, Jin Lechen, I lost myself in thought. Self before, I'm really afraid of that guy's subordinates. So you're going to ask me to give up revenge. Let go of the person who trampled on my friend. After seeing the other party misunderstand, Huang Kaiman quickly explained. I just want to tell you. One man is no match for a group. But form a group to get revenge. Then it's hard to say. But now. How else can I start a new organization in Daejeon? Isn't there a ready-made one? And it is the only one with the Emperor Gang. A group with the power to fight. But isn't the Daejeon Federation Levi Shankai's? How could he be because of such a thing? Just help me get revenge. Don't worry. Just follow my instructions, then. He will absolutely agree to this request. After all this, he found his companion. Tell them everything that has happened these days. When the two heard Guo Jijiang invite Huang Kaiman, I broke out in a cold sweat when we met. Very surprised. Until I heard that Huang Kaiman had a countermeasure. Just breathed a sigh of relief, but after listening to his plan, I can't help but open my mouth again. I wonder if Huang Taomi is crazy. Because he actually wants to make the united. Yes, the guy will deal with it. Guo Jijiang also asked Jin's county about this. Star. Which person in the coin has Jentazong's mobile phone number? But the other party thinks this method. Although it seems simple and effective. But this will lead to the Emperor Gang zombie combat effectiveness. Deal a fatal blow. Don't worry, not really going to get rid of him. Then why are you looking for a guy from the Federation? I just want to create a more mixed, chaotic scene. After all, with Zheng Taizong's ability, it is not realistic to solve Guo Jijiang. But even so, Guo Jijiang can't easily defeat the group either. After pushing him to the limit, it's time for the protagonist to appear. I didn't expect the whole gang to come out in full force. Just to take off the man's helmet. It was just now. Emperor Gang, the two captains of the team came to Jia as agreed. Kawabashi, but the gang leader they were missing did not come. This can't help but make Lion Jixin feel upset. If he doesn't show up in another 10 minutes. You know that, right? Guo Jijiang, on the side, gritted his teeth in a hurry. Show that you don't need to talk too much. Because, in his heart, always believe in helping. He'll definitely rush out of there later. Then teach us a lesson. It must be so. Guo Jijiang couldn't help clenching his fists at the thought of this. Instead, a bunch of Federation guys arrived. And the leading man is the 10th ranked Zheng Tai. He was just trying it out. 3. I didn't expect Guo Jijiang. It actually appeared here. It looks like the message I received is true. So he was ready to take advantage of the crowd. Take down the two captains of the Emperor Gang. Can face such a scene. The two still didn't change their faces. Choose to kill them first. After all, the enemy is rushing in front of you, and the yellow grass rice standing high. I silently stare at everything. Because he is sure that even if the two are outstanding, you can't beat a group that easily. Now just wait for the union. Yes, after the guy pushed them to the limit. Just let Jin Lechen appear again. But it didn't go as smoothly as he had expected. No matter how many enemies appear in front of you, and they both had an easy time coping with it. You can even find time to bicker. Discuss whether the gang leader will come again. This scene made Zhang Tai gnash his teeth in anger. I didn't expect these kids to be so awesome. So he had to take the lead and charge. I want to reinvigorate their morale. But he wasn't in a hurry to attract fire. But let the younger brother go first. I hide behind and secretly shoot cold arrows. Turn around and run after a kick. Don't forget to go to Guozi. Zhang revealed a thief's smile. Want to provoke each other. But just then, another figure emerged from under the bridge. After hearing footsteps, Guo Jijiang turned his head to look. I want to see who is coming. But the person who came was not the helper. He was missing. It was Jin Zi, the captain of the 4th Brigade of the Emperor Gang. He was followed by a group of players. When the people of the Federation saw the scene, his face suddenly changed. I didn't expect the other party's reinforcements to come so quickly. But more shocking still lies ahead. So much so that even Ji-hoon stopped what he was doing. There is only one Juntazong, still immersed in Kanazawa's fear. Until the younger brother behind him reminded him. He looked up at Jiaquan Bridge. But the scene in front of him made him break out in a cold sweat. Because there is a familiar man standing above. And the helmet he was wearing. It is the dragon pattern helmet exclusive to Emperor Huang Wu. Little do they know the scene in front of them. It was all planned by Huang Keimin. Wait for the Federation to be defeated by Kanazawa. When scared to death, we'll let him appear. But that was only the beginning. The real plan is yet to come. As for why Jin Lechen agreed to do this, it's because Huang Keimin told him. Only in this way can the emperor be solved. Help those cadres. But even so, Huang Keimin, I was so nervous that I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. After all, this plan is too extreme. Almost all their hopes are pinned on Ginseng. On the chief. It depends on how he reacts. And the result was no surprise. He informed everyone in the Federation. Let the personnel near Jiaquan Bridge immediately go to Jiaquan Bridge to gather. Because Emperor Huang Wu appeared there. You have to take off his helmet. Although everyone was a little confused, but I decided to talk about it. Meanwhile, the other side. Guo Zhang looked at the gang leader on Jiaquan Bridge with excitement. But Lion Jixin was a little skeptical. Is that person really the gang leader? And Guo Jijiang thinks it must be. After all, I made it for him. Orphan. Then he rushed forward, regardless of everything. I can't wait to come to the side of the gang leader immediately, but Lion Jixin doesn't know why. Still think it's fake. Although it is indeed the helmet of the gang leader. And he can't be killed by others. Take your helmet. So much so that Lion Jixin accidentally got distracted in the battle. Fortunately, Guo Jijiang reminded. Let no 3 pay attention to the back. He reacted in time. Blocked the attack. But this made Lion Jixin feel even more confused. I just met the gang leader. The guys from the Federation received the news and rushed over. After seeing Li Keimu ranked 5th. Zheng Taizong politely came over to greet. But he didn't care. Because he wouldn't have been exercising. Body time. Run away and do something else. Just heard that this time around. There is a heartwarming. The activity of the instrument. He will come to the scene. After saying this, Li Keimu looked at Emperor Huang Wu. Ask him why he hasn't shown his face for so long. I feel like I'm rusting. Now, finally have a chance to kill you. Then he rushed madly towards Emperor Huang Wu. This scene made Zhengtai Zhongji sweat coldly behind him. I didn't expect that rumor to be true. Li Keimu is a man who only wants to surpass Emperor Huang Wu and the guy who insists on exercising, but he has not yet come to the front of Emperor Huang Wu. It was blocked by Guo Jijiang. And as soon as the two met, they were full of gunpowder. Directly scuffled together. Among them, Li Keimu is not at a disadvantage at all. Fight back and forth with each other. Because there is a saying within the Federation. That's the guy in the top 5. You can talk to the captain of the Emperor Gang level personnel head on. But at first, Zheng Taizong didn't believe it. He wasn't sure until now. But the next second, a fist landed on Zheng Taizong's face. Knocked him out. The person who came was the captain of the 4th Brigade, Kanazawa. Then he turned to look around. Because there are more and more people in the Federation. In the blink of an eye, new people will join in. And there are already 3 cadres of the Emperor gang here. If this continues, this conflict will escalate into a large-scale war. Don't say to allay the doubts of the cadres at that time. An accident is possible, causing the entire Emperor gang to fall apart. So Huang Kaemin, what exactly do you want to do? Anyone who has been a 6 knows. Give him a kick when someone else is fighting one-on-one. In this case, the other party will definitely greet your whole family. But what Lee Kaemu doesn't know is, the first time I came. Also, while the other party is not paying attention, secretly punched him. If not for Guo Jijiang's timely reminder, Yan Jixin just reacted. Barely blocked the blow. And that kick was a return. But this aroused Guo Jijiang's dissatisfaction. Feng blamed him for how he can intervene when others are dueling one-on-one. If you do this, even if that kid loses, there will be excuses for grievances in the future. Yan Jixin, in order to get rid of Guo Jijiang's entanglement, he pointed in the direction of the leader. Let him look over there. On Jiaquan Bridge at this time, a group of people are rushing towards the gang leader. Seeing this scene, Guo Jijiang was suddenly furious. I completely forgot what happened just now. I can't wait to come to the side of the gang leader immediately. Lee Kaemu is the same. After cursing secretly, he quickly rushed to Jiaquan Bridge. Because Emperor Huang Wu had to be defeated by him. Little do you know that the people of the Federation just want to take off his helmet. Although I don't know why, but follow the instructions of the Chief of Staff. You will definitely get a reward. But despite this, it's not easy either. The crowd can only be suppressed by the number of people. Keep the gang leader firmly under control, and Jin Lechen is due to the weight of the body. It's restricting movement. Can't break free easily. So he put his hand on the helmet. Prevent being taken off. In the end, I can't hold on. I had no choice but to jump. As a result, Guo Jijiang just came up. I saw the moment when the gang leader fell into the water. So he couldn't take it anymore. Directly rushed towards the enemy in front of him. And this scene was also seen by Lion Jixin. He couldn't believe it. Helper, it was actually taken by a few little lesbians from the Federation. Pushed down. When Jin Lechen surfaced. Has come to the other side of Jiaquan Bridge. But he had just come ashore. He was taken aback by Lu Shangkai in front of him. So much so that the helmet didn't hold steady. Fell to the ground. And the battle on the other side is not over yet. Because every once in a while, new enemies will join. Although Kanazawa is strong, but still tired and sweating profusely. So he couldn't help but face the yellow grass. Look in Min's direction. I want to know what the other party will do next. After all, the 5 false emperors have fallen under the bridge. It's only a matter of time before the identity is revealed. So, how do you want to prove that the gang leader is still alive? Just by bringing Emperor Huang Wu. The person in the helmet shows up for a while. It doesn't prove anything at all. Perhaps Guo Zi will choose to believe. But the captain of the 3rd Brigade. But not so easy to deceive. Little did he know that Lion Jixin had doubts. I want to confirm with my own eyes. Anyway, where the gang leader fell into the water, just across the bridge. When the people from the Federation react. Can't catch up with him. But he suddenly stopped. Because a group of people stood in his way. The man at the head is ranked in the Federation. The 4th unpromising. But he didn't choose to do it. You're standing there. After saying something, he turned around and left, without the slightest hesitation. Disband in general. This is an order from the Chief of Staff. He feels that with the current strength, can't stand the teamwork of these 4. So it's a pointless war of attrition. But Lion Jixin was shocked. Because there are exactly 4 people, including the gang leader. So did I guess wrong? Even Kanazawa ate a full caddy. I don't know how yellow grass rice is done. It was just now. The Chief of Staff found that the man with Emperor Huang Wu, the person in the helmet, is gold. After Lechun, he called the president. Indicates that he has confirmed the existence of the gang leader. As for why the Chief of Staff would do this, it's because he doesn't want the Emperor to help. People know the helper. Dead news. When Huang Kaemin, after seeing the people of the Federation start to retreat, he finally smiled. You got it right. After all, in this situation, the only person who can prove that Emperor Huangwu is still alive, it's not actually Jin Lechen. Not me either. But more than anyone else. Chief of Staff of Emperor Huangwu, but Jin Lechen looked puzzled. I don't understand what happened to Lu Shangkai. He actually left without saying a word. But he was too embarrassed to ask, so I had to pick up the helmet again. He left cursing. Little do you know, this scene was seen by Li Kemu behind him. But as a battle maniac, I don't understand what's going on. I can only curse in secret, damn it. What the hell is going on? They were brothers. Life is like a cloud and mud. Brother has developed limbs, simple-minded, ruling half of the underworld in Country H. But in the end, his girlfriend carefully died, a planned car accident. The younger brother is extremely weak. But the mind is different from ordinary people. The Emperor Gang, founded by my brother, playing in the palm of your hand. Let be with him. Kanazawa of this camp has to admit first. The other party is bold, as expected of Emperor Huangwu's biological brother. It was just now. Huang Kaiman used the enemy of the Emperor Gang. Successfully dispelled the suspicions of the two captains, among them, Guo Jijiang as a combat group, still crying to death. Because he felt that the helper was treating himself, definitely disappointed. After all, I was the one who got suspicious. Only then will the gang leader be called out. As the intelligence team, Lian Jixin. Completely different from him. He directly mocked the other party. Why is a grown man crying? Isn't it enough that the gang leader is alive? You have the nerve to say, it's not all your fault for fanning the flames. How speechless the leader must be. Will be pushed off the bridge abnormally. Jin Zexian took this opportunity. I want to speak from the other person's mouth. You suspect the gang leader? He has indeed been a little suspicious recently. Not only did he not appear for a month in a row, he's been giving instructions with messages. So any normal person would be suspicious. So your doubts are dispelled? It doesn't matter. Because after the chief of staff confirmed with his own eyes, withdraw the Union's troops. Which means we must have been wrong. After all, there is no way the chief of staff would be frightened by a fake gang leader. It's even less likely to make a fake troop. But I don't know that all this is a strategy of yellow grass rice. But speaking of strategy, it's more like the only option. Because the captain of the Emperor Gang suspected, in the case of internal members, chief of staff as an outsider. Instead, he became the most credible figure. But this aroused Kanazawa's curiosity. Why do you think that? The chief did not want to make public the news that Emperor Huangwu was not there. I have participated in it before. The chief said, the death of Emperor Huangwu. But he didn't tell anyone about it. So I suspected, he might be trying to steal his phone. Then play with them. That's why he deliberately made things bigger. This will make the captains of the Emperor Gang. I mistakenly thought that Emperor Huangwu was still alive. Let's analyze this. Let Kanazawa admire first. But there's one thing that really bothers me. That is, before they leave, said some very strange things. Let me not tell you what happened today. Simple and, but I'm very puzzled. Are you carrying a simple back today? And called the gangmaster out? Something like that. But we can't tell you more. This is also for the Emperor Gang. Even Huang Kaiming was puzzled. I don't understand why they want to go to the 1st Brigade. Captain Confidentiality. At the beginning, I thought it was all simple and directed. Now it's done. Instead, keep it a secret from him. Therefore, Huang Kaiman began to analyze this matter. The reason why they called the gang leader out. It's because I suspect someone is impersonating the gang leader. It will never be the death and simplicity of Emperor Huangwu. Is it related? Although I don't know the specific reason, but the captains are hiding something. Are precursors to tissue fragmentation, now at war with the Federation. This is not a good thing. After all, only stable organizations bring the war to victory. Solve internal organizational problems. It is also the responsibility of the leader. Huang Kaiman can't help complaining. So much to do. But I still invite you today. I will keep this question in mind. Oh, I almost forgot. Now that stability is mentioned. And by the way, Ace, I happen to have a suitable candidate here. Meanwhile, the other side. Chinese New Year. I'm in a hurry about what's going on today. He didn't know how to apologize to Lu Shangkai. And the other party just didn't reply to the message. Jin Lechen was a little at a loss for a while. Can't help but complain. Why did he have to see that scene? The thing that puzzles me the most is the guy who never shows up. Why did you come to confirm in person? Until Jin Lechen remembered yellow grass rice. What I said to him. He feels better. It turns out that, in the beginning, Jin Lechen refused. For deceiving Lu Shang. Makes him feel a little sorry. Huang Kaiman told him. Your purpose in coming to Deishan is to defeat Emperor Huang Wu, instead of making friends with Lu Shangkai. Although it's a bit bad to say that, but the Daishan Federation led by Lu Shangkai. In fact, it is also a notorious organization. Actually, our school was also annexed by the Federation once. And they were humiliated. This results in some people. Lu Shangkai is also the same existence as Emperor Huang Wu. So he's a character you should take advantage of, rather than the object of loyalty. It's never because he treats you better. You have to choose your sense of justice. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. It's all Huang Kaiman's fault that this kid is too good at talking. But think about it. And he seems to be right. It seems, from now on, and only deal with Emperor Huang Wu alone. And it turns out this idea was born within seconds. Lu Shangkai called. So he wanted to take this opportunity. Explain to the other party what happened before. Unexpectedly, Lu Shangkai didn't care about it. Instead, ask if he is at home. Come out if you are there. I happen to be at your door. The screen changes, in a hospital ward. Ma Heli just got off the phone with Huang Kaiming. And then in came an unexpected guy. The person who came was the captain of the 2nd Brigade of the Emperor Gang, Guo Jijiang, just when Maheli hasn't reacted yet. He was already at the bedside, threatening the other party to answer their own questions. Well, don't think I dare not mess around. I've been very worried about our Emperor Gang recently. So he became very neurotic. And you're a somewhat unique woman. Not only occasionally say some strange things. It's hard to see. But you do have a sinister side. But because you are the leader's woman, I had to put aside my doubts for a while. But a little. Anyway, it's baffling. That is, you actually want to kiss yourself. The man whose brother has become a vegetable falls in love. And the timing of your appearance. It happens to be in the gang leader. After turning him into a vegetable. So you can tell me about it. Why are you with the gang leader? Ma Heli couldn't help but chuckle when he heard that. With a sick expression on his face. What else could you say it was for? Of course, I'm dating him because I love him. Guo Jijiang gritted his teeth in anger. I couldn't help but grab Ma Heli's hair. You crazy woman. Don't joke with me. It was clearly derogated not long ago. Low gangmaster guys play together. Did you think I forgot? I may not have realized it at the time. But now I understand. You must be planning some boring yin. Seek revenge on the gang leader, am I right? As a result, the other party slapped his right hand away. It means that Emperor Huang Wu also knows that I am his sister. How dare you lie to me? The gang leader will be with the person who may be behind. Are you with the woman who stabbed herself? Exactly. After all, is inherently unreasonable. Like I will fall in love with Jean, dear. Like a man who has only half a life left to give birth to his brother. So our relationship, not as superficial as you know. If you really can't believe it, you can ask him yourself if he doesn't like me. You can also try to convince the 5th brother. Not after secretly investigating me. Trouble with me. In the end, it was also because the security Guo Jijiang had to leave temporarily. Ma Heli took the opportunity to taunt the other party. Let him have a good talk with the gang leader. After all, you have done something to make the 5th brother is very disappointed. The angry Guo Jijiang directly broke free from the shackles, turn around and leave. All thanks to Huang Kaiming. Solve things well. Let Guo Jijiang think that Emperor Huang Wu is still alive. That's why I can strike preemptively, like I am now. Make him speechless. Not even a way to verify it. I can only scold the fox. But he still chose to warn Ma Heli before leaving. I don't know what love is. But since you said the helper loves you, then I'll let you go. But just in case, I'll just say one thing. If you want revenge on the gang leader, then you've got the wrong person. Because the gang leader will make your brother like this. Was induced by someone. Someone took advantage of the gang leader, so don't think about the useless stuff. Do you understand? Don't do anything stupid. After all, in Guo Jijiang's heart, the gang leader is the strongest man. Therefore, only horses and power can threaten him. I didn't expect that. Jealous high school student. He actually chose to join the Emperor gang. Be a little brother to your enemy. What happened in between? Only then can Jin Lechen make this decision. It was just now. Jinbi's proud son, Kanazawa. I actually came to Long Rigao. The scene shocked everyone present. Even Song Mingguo couldn't help but sigh. This feeling of oppression is too strong. Face due before. When building a husband, it will be 100 times stronger, more than just knowing that time. I was so scared that I almost lost control on the spot. Now it's done. I feel like I'm about to pull. Result next second. Kanazawa stopped in front of him. Ask where the guy named Jin Lechen is. As soon as the sentence comes out, the two people on the side couldn't help gloating. I thought that kid was completely targeted. And just then, Jin Lechen, who came after hearing the sound, he actually took the initiative to greet each other. Kanazawa thought of Huang Keiman. What I said to myself. Suppose you say the Emperor gang wants to recruit him. He will definitely be very resistant. But don't worry. I will convince him. So Kanazawa first prepared a normal proposal. But he hadn't started yet. The other party actually took the initiative to apply to join the Emperor gang. The scene can't help but surprise Huang Keiman. I didn't expect things to go beyond my expectations. And Han Changxi and the two opened their mouths wide. I think Jin Lechen is absolutely crazy. Kanazawa's reaction was completely different from everyone else's, although he appears very calm on the surface. I think there is no way a person like him would make such a request. First, something must have happened. It was just 2 days ago. Lu Shangkai found Jin Lechen. Show yourself crossing the bridge at home. Didn't respond. At that time, you seemed to be. Because we united only those who can fall into the water. Are you all right now? But Jin Lechen felt very guilty. The other party cares so much about himself. Instead, he deceived the other party. So much so that I started to stutter. And Lu Shangkai also saw through his thoughts. So let him not take it to heart. Because for you, it's a pretty good strategy. After all, you were seeking revenge. Emperor Huangwu just came to Deishan. So you wanted to use the power of the Federation to get rid of the captains who get in the way of their revenge. It's normal. Although the other party saw his small thoughts. But he still felt guilty. After much hesitation, or decided to apologize to Lu Shangkai. I said it doesn't matter. But you also surprised me. I thought you were the one who only cared about. Righteous fool. I didn't expect him to be a very human guy. The reason why I came to find you this time. It's because I support your revenge. This is the current standoff between the Emperor gang and the Federation. It doesn't matter. The bad guys deserve to be punished. So, now that you know how eager you were to kill Huang, Emperor Wu, also want to mention one thing. Anyway, it's come to this point. How about you join the Emperor gang too? After hearing these words, Jin Lechen was very shocked. Quickly retort loudly. Make the other party stop being funny. You actually asked me to be Emperor Wu's younger brother. And this reaction of Jin Lechen is also in Lu Shangkai expected. So I told him. Just follow your instructions. You will definitely be able to kill Emperor Huangwu. And in order to achieve this goal, Jin Lechen, at any cost, even if it is to be a dog of Emperor Huangwu, he will not hesitate. And Kanazawa was unable to determine his mind. He looked carefully at the yellow grass rice. Until the eyes are confirmed. Kanazawa agreed to the other party's request first. Let him go to Dongay Paradise after school. Then he just left. But everyone present was not calm for a moment. If Kim Lichun really became a gang member, then our school, under the management of the Emperor gang, doesn't he have to take over? Just when people whispered, someone's appearance interrupted them. The person who came was Du Jianfu, the school bully of Longrigao. But at this moment, he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. Because of gold. The guy from Lichun and the staff of the Federation. Long is friendly. So this must be the chief of staff's plan. So as soon as he saw Kanazawa, I couldn't help but mock. You want to recruit gang members? Do it yourself. You look so sincere. But the other party doesn't want to pay attention. Just remind them to get it together next month. Protection money from the Emperor gang. But even so, Du Jinfu's smile remained unchanged. Thought parameter. The chief wants to plant inside the Emperor gang. Spy. When the Federation regains its advantage. Maybe Longri will no longer have to be helped by that damn Emperor. Master. That way I can control these guys again. Charge more protection money from them. Just thinking about this, he couldn't help but smile maniacally. And the other side, Jin Lekin's thinking is completely different from Du Jinfu's. He didn't expect to join the Emperor gang either. So easy. Until Huang Kaemin came to chat up. Jin Lechen was shocked. React. So the two of them had a chat. Learned that the chief of staff wanted him to infiltrate the enemy. It is convenient to attack the weakness of Emperor Huang Wu. Add yourself. I thought I would use my brain more in the future. So I'm going to try to pursue timeliness. And Huang Kaemin is thinking. What is the chief of staff up to this time? Obviously used by Jin Lechen. But he gave Jin Lechen such a proposal. In fact, it is not surprising that he is angry. But he was very generous. Not only did he propose that I go undercover, even expressed, as long as I join the Emperor gang and give him information, will definitely help me create something that can kill the gang. The Lord's chance. Until this moment, Huang Kaemin was enlightened. So he told Jin Lechen, that's a really good idea. As long as you provide the Federation with intelligence that benefits them, can improve the division, the probability of losing those Emperor gang captains. But the two haven't chatted for a while. The gym class bell rang. And Huang Kaemin, I still take advantage of the free time to think. Chief of Staff proposal. When Jin Lechen entered the Emperor gang, I should have thought that if I were really a fake gang leader, this will also reach my ears. Then can I take this as he no longer doubts my signals? If not, could he be trying to turn the light back on? Gender verification once. Will I tell Jin Lechen who is undercover? Play tricks. When you think about it, the corners of his mouth can't help but pick up slightly. Because the development of things is too much in line with his heart. I understand. From the perspective of the chief of staff. If I wasn't a fake help, he can get through Jin Lechen, who is undercover in the Emperor gang. Seek your own interests. On the contrary, if I were a fake gang leader, then I have to avoid being suspected. And pretend not to know that Jin Lechen is there. Sell information. That is to say, in either case, federations will benefit. In addition, when Guo Jijiang's rescue was launched before, Jin the chief has already put the undercover within the Federation, included in the consideration. And after Emperor Huang Wu appeared this time, he should have seen that Jin Lechen was seeking revenge. They're going to do something more practical. And I had hoped that he would get through these two things. Suggest that Jin Lechen enter the Emperor gang as an undercover agent. I didn't expect things to go as I wanted. In that case, then I don't need to suggest. After Jin Lechen joined the Emperor gang, leave the situation to the chief of staff. If you ask me why I have to make, the current situation is bound to be unfavorable to you. That's because I can use it to make future raids. The foundation of the chief of staff. Therefore, chief of staff, you must bear in mind seemingly free benefits. There must be a price to pay. The gazes of the two. Who will take the longer term? Boy for revenge. A dog that doesn't hesitate to be an enemy. But he almost didn't even deserve to be a dog. It was just now. Jin Lechen came to Haidong Park as agreed. But the other party did not prepare a welcome ceremony for him. Quite the opposite. The atmosphere here is terribly cold, because Jin Lechen still has to take the gang entrance test. Next second, several members of the Emperor gang gathered around. Surround him. In the beginning, Jin Lechen thought that all he had to do was defeat them. Until Kanazawa came to him first. It means your opponent is me. But you don't have to defeat me. As long as you can circle these guys, fight me out of range. Do not be kicked out of the field within 10 minutes. And if you hit me, you pass. On the contrary, if you were kicked off the court, or didn't punch me in 10 minutes will be eliminated. But after listening to these words, Jin Lechen looked disdainful. I think the other person underestimates me too much. If the test ends quickly, you should be embarrassed. Do you really mind? Then he threw a punch at the fastest speed. But he was dodged by Kanazawa first. Little did he know that this was all expected by Jin Lechen. That blow he just made. In fact, it is to pave the way for the next blow. In this way, the other party cannot hide. But Kanazawa is surprisingly flexible. He not only completely avoided the past, he also grabbed the opponent's backshake to counterattack. Kicked Jin Lechen away. I just forgot to mention, if you pass out, you will also be eliminated. Meanwhile, the other side. Song Mingguo is discussing Jin Lechen with Huang Keimin. He's sort of a famous guy. Otherwise, I won't join the emperor list so easily. But Huang Keimin doesn't think so. Because he had communicated with Kanazawa before. I will persuade Jin Lechen to join the emperor gang. But it has to pass my serious test. And Huang Keimin let Kanazawa almost do it first. After all, what I want to use is not his fighting power, but about this. Kanazawa refuses to back down. As much as I admire your bold strategy. But this war must not be compared to playing chess. Confuse. Because of the gang and the emperor gang, members and wives are different. Each of them is an independent thinker. And their loyalty, it comes from the pride of belonging to the emperor gang. So without any testing. Sudden airborne, a completely unheard of trump card. It's like insulting their pride. This will immediately turn into a suspicion of cadres. And it did a great disservice to my authority. In this way, I can't play the tactical role well. But Huang Keimin didn't understand. I want to know what tactics are. Our goal is to destroy the Dacian Federation. Suppose you put up flagpole after flagpole. This will remind you of the necessity to reach your destination. The path is a strategy. So think of strategies in order to get to your destination. And what you do is tactics. And the victory of the war, it comes from the combination of strategy and tactics. So even if the strategy is perfect, but without being able to execute his tactics, it becomes meaningless. Although I didn't know you were going to use Jin Lechen. What kind of strategy is developed? But simply put, if he's not a gang that can get talent recognized by members, then you have to give up this strategy. It seems that I am very fortunate that I chose to cooperate with you. Everything you just said, I really didn't think it through. Then do it your way. Take the gang test well. Although I already have the use in my head. Jin Lechen Lai attack, the chief of staff's key approach. But as Zishan said, if Jin Lechen cannot join the emperor gang with dignity, then my method will be completely meaningless. But at that time, he even dealt Guo Jijiang seemed to be struggling. And Brother Zexian's strength is above Guo Jijiang. If after that, Jin Lechen has not made any progress yet, it's impossible for him to pass Brother Zexian's test. And the result was not what Huang Keimin expected. At this time, Jin Lechen is being unilaterally beaten. But only 5 minutes have passed. If in the remaining time, he still can't hit the opponent, then waiting for Jin Lechen is to be eliminated. But he also learned in the process. Kanazawa not only combines strength and speed, it's also very flexible. It reminded him of Guo Jijiang he had met before. Can't help but complain. Could it be that the emperor gang, are they all such a bunch of monsters? Haven't had much time to think. Kanazawa came at him again, waving his fists. Hit Jin Lechen hard. So much so that he almost went beyond the rules. Fortunately, there happened to be someone next to him. That's what got him on his feet. And the rule just doesn't say you can't touch them. So Kanazawa didn't say anything about it. But there are only 3 minutes left. If this continues, you have to admit, he's a big talker. Jin Lechen Wenyan said. He also hates people like this. But if I were to cut down a tree in an hour, then I'll spend 45 minutes sharpening the axe. So from now on, I'm going to start chopping. And the 2 people on the other side. Then we discussed whether to go to Haidong Park to watch a play. But just then, there was a beautiful woman looking around. This made Song Mingguo's eyes shine, complaining that I may never meet you in my life. That beautiful woman suddenly running over and pulling me away. Result next second, he actually ran in his direction. But the hand he grabbed was not Song Mingguo, but the yellow grass rice standing next to him. And it stunned him. I haven't come back to my senses for a long time. Even yellow grass rice is a little confused about the current situation. But Ma Heli said he was in a hurry. Obviously a guy with a strong sense of justice. You can play tricks harder than the villain, because it's the only way he can win. It was just now. The entrance test only has the last 3 minutes left. Jin Lechen finally hit the opponent at this time, but his attack was blocked. It's still invalid according to the rules. So he was ready to take advantage of this morale, then launch an attack on Kanazawa. But the other party actually grabbed his back, shake, and they fought back. The strength of this punch just sent him flying. When Jin Lechen stood up again, there is only 1 last minute left, and Kanazawa can't help but replace Huang Kaming. Feel pity. At this level, you can't pass the test at all. Result next second, he is actually in goal. A smile appeared on Lechun's face. Just as he was puzzled, the other party has already rushed to the front. So he ducked sideways and raised his hand to fight back. Unexpectedly, Jin Lechen actually played a dirty trick and threw a handful of dirt in his face. This blow successfully interrupted Kanazawa's punch. It didn't leave him temporarily blind, because Kanazawa covered his eyes with his hands in time. But it also took him by surprise. I didn't expect this kid to stand up. He also grabbed a handful of soil on the ground, and Jin Lechen wants to take this opportunity. Attack each other. Unexpectedly, Kanazawa's reaction was amazing. To be able to evade this move and initiate a back kick at the same time, this makes Jin Lechen can't help but complain. That's a bit exaggerated. But he didn't give up. Instead, he took the blow with his face. Then he exhausted all his strength. Grabbed the right leg, because the balance has been upset. This is also my only chance. As a result, Kanazawa fell to the ground first, just as he was about to get back on his feet. Jin Lechen pounced directly on him. As a result, he couldn't stand up at all for a short time. The two were locked in a stalemate. This scene made everyone on the side couldn't help but sigh. This guy, I actually want to suppress the captain with that posture, and push the captain out of the field. And at this time, the distance between the red line and Kanazawa Prefecture, only a few centimeters are left. And it made him shudder with rage. You guys were so courageous before. Now, they want to use this opportunistic approach. While saying this, his hands are also grabbing the ground hard. Although Jin Lechen didn't want to win in such a humiliating way, but he can't. What needs to be admitted has to be admitted. For me now, it is almost impossible to defeat Emperor Huang Wu. I want to walk over. Let him kneel before me. Such a happy revenge. The idea is too arrogant. So, even if you want to crawl over on the ground humbly, even in despicable ways, I also have to find a way to defeat him. In the current situation, this is the only way I can win. Available within the stipulated time, he still hasn't pushed Kanazawa out of the rules first. But Kanazawa passed the test for him. Until then, Jin Lechen breathed a sigh of relief, lying directly on the ground, because every time he does a lower limb exercise, you get dizzy. And Kanazawa came to the front of his subordinates, asked him for a prepared team uniform. Then he threw it on Jin Lechen. Praise him for his excellent tactics. Welcome to the Emperor Gang. But the others didn't welcome him very much, because he just threw dirt at the captain. It's just so despicable. But his strength at that moment competed. I did win, Captain Zexian. From this point of view, he is much tougher than normal people. It's better not to be easily provoked. Otherwise, it is estimated that the end will be miserable after seeing the effect you want. Kanazawa breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he wanted to call Huang Kaemin, When reporting the matter, the other party called first. It means that something big has happened. Those guys from the Federation. They took Maheli away. The girl just said a word. Let everyone present sweat profusely. Because of her boyfriend. It's actually famous. Emperor Huang Wu of He. It was just now. Maheli, I want to take yellow grass rice to see something. But just as the two were about to walk into the town, I actually bumped into a bunch of Federation guys. And the leading man, after seeing Maheli, I was deeply attracted to him. So he invited the other person to come on a date with him. Huang Kaoman whispered in his ear to remind. Why don't we go the other way? Unexpectedly. Today's Maheli is like taking gunpowder. He actually let the man roll aside. Huang Kaoman opened his mouth in fright. What are you doing? Can't we just go in another direction? If you change it to normal, Maheli will definitely deal with this kind of thing very tactfully. But what happened to him today? And men see themselves being treated like minions. Also very dissatisfied. So I'm going to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, the face of the Federation will be lost by itself. But this blow was blocked by Huang Kaoman. Brothers, excuse me. He doesn't know why he is particularly sensitive today. In fact, we are pure passers-by. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words. I didn't expect the other party to apologize to me. But then he laughed. Because they always feel familiar with this scene. Like the guy who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. To avoid conflict. A dress code. After seeing a few people misunderstand themselves, Huang Kaoman quickly explained that I didn't mean that. But he also knew that conflict was inevitable. So he whispered a message to Maheli. Let him escape first, but the leading man is not ready to let go of the two. Result next second. The man was sizzled by the anti-wolf spray. So much so that he couldn't open his eyes in pain. You scream for help. Although Huang Kaoman was surprised, he would actually carry this kind of thing with him. But in the current situation, it's just adding fuel to the fire. So Huang Kaoman pulled Maheli and ran together. But his hair was grabbed by the other party. He was forcibly dragged back. Huang Kaoman, who saw the scene, after cursing damn, he rushed back to the crowd. The result is at the end. Not only was my face bruised by the beating, not even Maheli was rescued. So he had to call Kanazawa. Call for help. After all, the man told him before he left. If you want to save your girlfriend, come to Master Industry. But the location of this school is very awkward. He has federations on both sides. Shield intestines and agents under its umbrella. Maybe it will be surrounded. And over there is the Emperor Gang. Behind the front lines, outside the sphere of influence. I have no reason. Suddenly dispatch the people of the Emperor Gang. And that makes the situation a little tricky. You have to sweep and attack. When Kanazawa first saw this, he said that he would attack. This made Huang Kaoman slightly stunned. When you want to say something, he gave his reasons. May he leave once promised. The moment the Emperor Gang defeated the Federation, he can dismantle the Emperor Gang. Let this annoying Daejeon battlefield disappear in an instant. Although he is a woman, but also to eliminate the battlefield and stand with us. Fighting companion. So I can't turn a blind eye to my peers. But the current situation is very unfavorable for us. I said tactics and strategy are equally important. I've been in your light all along. Leave this to my tactics. In that case, then I'll ask you about it. I also look for things I can help with. After hanging up the phone, Yellow Grass Rice is still very hesitant. Although there is no doubt about Brother Zexian's strength. But now, he is equivalent to taking the initiative to send himself into the tiger. The other side of the mouth at the same time. Expert industry. There is a person running out of the library in a hurry. Report to the two. It means that the girl said she was Huang Wudi's girlfriend. As a result, no one dares to touch her now. The man squeezed his way through the crowd. Come to Maheli. And I grabbed him by the collar. The taunt is really full of running trains. What is Emperor Huang Wu's girlfriend? Even if you are. So what? Call Emperor Huang Wu over. I absolutely beat him all over the place. But Maheli exposed the man's lies at a glance. Although your words are beautiful, but your eyes wander. Plus, if you really have the confidence to win against Huang, Emperor Wu, then you will immediately clean me up, instead of just grabbing my collar. Am I right? You coward who was scared by Emperor Huang Wu. The angry man's eyes were red. Can't suppress the anger inside. Raised his fist and wanted to teach Ma Heli a lesson. But his fist stopped in the air. Because outside the house at this time, there was the sound of a motorcycle engine. When a little brother looks out the window, I found out that the Emperor gang was coming. Unexpectedly, the boy joined the underworld on the first day. Isolated. Obviously a group activity. But I just don't bring him as a newcomer to play. Little did he know that this was the request of his good brother. Because he had met Ma Heli once. It was just now. The Emperor gang raided the Federation. Master Industries. Be the boss here, when senior soldiers need to know the news. Wake up like a dream. I can no longer care about the two beautiful women next to me, straight to the balcony. Looking at the scene in front of you, he frowned. Because he can sit in this position. It's not about money. It's not boxing. It's about connections, the so-called backstage. The high ice class realized this very early on. So even if you have good grades, or choose to follow, Brother Fengshen has come to master industry. After all, when he was in Baoyu building before, take care of yourself like a brother. This strategy of the senior soldier is also perfect. He is under the favor of Brother Fengshan. Naturally became the whole school. People that students dare not provoke. And because of the name of Brother Bongshan, those students in the same grade are at the high ice level, vulnerable in front of you. Therefore, he also naturally became the next, the school bully candidate in the world. After that, in order to establish his image, no hairstyle required, and all the other details, they all imitated the style of Brother Fengshan. Finally, he reached the canal. Success has inherited the position of master industrial boss. And this place was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Whether it's money or fame, even women, advanced soldiers can easily get. Therefore, in order to be able to do more, enjoy these benefits unscrupulously, opt to join the Federation, and take advantage of the distance between their schools. The geographical advantage of distance. Implemented food, drink, and plan to graduate in 1 year. The result is now good. The Emperor gang actually raided the expert industry. This makes it difficult for senior soldiers to accept. Why let this moment test my leadership? When he arrived, he questioned his younger brother. If this is a trick, then hurry up and tell me the truth. It can't be the Emperor gang. You broke into our school after you were full. Until then, he just found out that someone had caught a girl to play with. But that girl seems to be Emperor Huang Wu's girlfriend. That's why the scene happened. The senior soldier broke into a cold sweat after hearing this. Just as he was about to ask which bastard it was, when doing a good job, he suddenly remembered something. So I stopped and confirmed that with my brother. Is she really Emperor Huang Wu's girlfriend? It should be correct. After all, we just got him back. The Emperor gang raided here. In fact, my personal opinion is send that girl back. It's better to clean up the current situation. Otherwise, it will cause trouble for no reason. And then lose. There will be no face on the Federation side. But the senior soldier rejected the suggestion of the younger brother. He saw it as an opportunity. The opportunity to move yourself to a higher throne. When I think of this, he couldn't help but smile. Then let the younger brother bring that girl to me. Meanwhile, the other side. Jin Lechen is sitting on a wooden chair, lost in thought. And he was curious. The guys in this coat. Is it right to be called over at any time? A situation of going to war with someone, no complaints. If that's the case, what kind of person was Emperor Huang Wu? However, he received a text message at this time. The screen changes. Come to the battlefield of master industry. The students here are being unilaterally beaten. But even so, Kanazawa still doesn't dare to dawdle. Call your men to hurry up. There is a possibility that the Federation's assistance will come at any time. The army then decided to settle the battle quickly. The people of the Emperor gang used tactics. After driving the Federation guys together, under the leadership of Kanazawa, started driving side by side, knocked all the enemies on the road away. This scene also surprised Kanazawa. I didn't expect it to go as smoothly as usual during training. It's a pity that Jin Lechin is there. I couldn't let him experience such a scene once. But at present, except for a few captains of the Emperor gang, no one else knows about Ma Heli. It's about Emperor Huangwu's girlfriend. That is to say, this battle, externally, it's our guerrilla war against the master industry. So I have to save Ma Heli alone. In the classroom on the other side, Ma Heli, I also know the purpose of the senior soldier calling me here. So I asked him to call the chief of staff immediately. But this made the senior soldiers very puzzled. Wang's woman self-identified. What was his intention? The man just shouted with a loudspeaker. And it made everybody laugh. Not so much that the helper talked about a girlfriend. He wants to go to school. Because the gang leader is in the eyes of everyone, is only the guy who was fighting turned out to be a while ago. The Federation guys kidnapped Mully. But Huang Kayaman was very confused. Marek brought his own protective gear. Judging by his personality, it's impossible to carry this kind of thing with you. Is it Ma Heli? Have you noticed any danger recently? And what? He just wanted to show himself. What would it be? Why does he look so anxious? For whatever reason. I need to get him out as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the other side. Ma He Li, trying to get a senior soldier to call the chief of staff. Tell each other. He caught Emperor Huangwu's girlfriend. Unexpectedly, the senior soldier did not do as Ma Heli asked. Instead, she slapped him directly. You may be mistaken about one thing. Although my brothers listen. After saying that you are the girlfriend of Emperor Huangwu, a little scared, but I'm not like them. I'm particularly good at analyzing this kind of big picture. This is the rear of the battle line. The people from the Emperor gang are here. If you are not careful, you will be besieged. So, Emperor Marshal Emperor should be very reluctant to invest in troops. That's right, but now it's better. Just because you got caught by Master Industry. They pounced like hungry wolves. This shows that Emperor Huangwu attaches great importance to you. That is to say, it is now in a passive disease. But to save your emperor. The senior soldier just finished saying the sentence. The little brother broke in with a loudspeaker. Then the senior soldier grabbed Magri in his left hand. He came to the window with the speaker in his right hand. Yelling at the crowd in front of you. Friends of the Emperor gang. Hello, everybody, I am the boss of the Master Industry. The cry of the senior soldier. Success in attracting the attention of others. Although I don't know why you are here. What is it? But okay, just look at him. This person is your princess. That is, Emperor Wu's girlfriend. So from now on, as long as someone dares to move a finger, I'll throw this girl away. Although it is only on the 3rd floor, but this weak girl fell. At least break a bone. There's even a risk of dying. In that way, your gang leader should be very sad. And you failed to make the right guy. It is definitely not possible to end the collective training directly. Understood words. Just kneel down in 2 columns for me. After saying this, the high-level military hall can't help but secretly rejoice. What a bunch of idiots. We obviously have hostages here. How dare they break in so openly? Come in. And his little brother chuckled when he saw this scene. Although the boss likes women very much, but it's reliable on this issue. And the guy who got Ma and Li back. I didn't react until now. It turns out that girl is really Emperor Wu's girlfriend. So he waved to the few people in the Emperor gang. Motioned them to come and leave the library quickly, but the two were very confused. I don't know what the other party wants. But men are obviously not on the same channel as them. Just when he thought the two were going to kneel, he was greeted with a beating. It turns out that Ma and Li are in this situation. Still say, the reason why he is the girlfriend of Emperor Wu is helping guys. Absolutely unexpected. What kind of girlfriend would their gang leader have? The senior soldier broke into a cold sweat after hearing this. It's like a deflated balloon. If that's the case, then why are they here? Maybe a message spread. It is said that the boss of the master industry is a rice bucket. As soon as the sentence comes out, angry, advanced ice gnashing teeth. Since you have no value, then you will die for me. Finish this sentence. He threw Ma and Li from the third floor. Then he turned and left. Prepare to report this to the chief of staff. And Mahi Li, who fell from the sky. It was successfully caught by Kanazawa, who came in a hurry. After rescuing him, he told the other party to leave here first. I still have to lead the first. The guys from the fourth team left together. After all, wait a minute. There will be school supporters affiliated with the Federation. As for the senior soldiers on the other side, the matter was reported to the chief of staff and asked for his support. But the chief of staff was furious. Think the other party is pure nonsense. How could the emperor's state go to the expert industry? Just as the senior soldier wanted to explain, came to the back beam. I don't know when Jin Zishan has arrived at the third floor. At this moment, his whole body was filled with murderous intent. Before leaving, at least a lesson. The trash that throws the woman downstairs. The two are obviously the principals of their respective schools. But the strength is very different. Senior soldier, you achieve high office by imitating somebody. And Jin Zexian is different from the other party. He was destined from birth to become the leader's man. Seeing that Kanazawa-shan is about to approach him, the senior soldier was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Because he knows very well, he is definitely not a match for Kanazawa-shan. So he tried to avoid conflict. Persuade the other party to leave on the grounds of reinforcements. You can rest assured about this. I'm definitely with you. I'll take care of you before the army arrives. Then he rushed straight to the senior soldiers. Elbowed him in the stomach. But that was not the end. Immediately following the stick is a set of self-Chinese small combos. Knocked the senior soldier out. And he's just getting a foothold. At first, it will attack again, sweeping the legs. Turn the other party upside down. When he gets up again, it hurts so much that I can't help shaking all over my body. But even so, the senior soldiers were still in Zhangwang Temple for the first time. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that no one was there. Then he persuaded Kanazawa to leave first. There will be a coalition of the Federation arriving here soon. Go on like this. Your people will definitely be cleaned up and searched for their teeth. You'll have a hard time doing it, then. Why don't we save each other's legs? How about a timely stop, loss? And the reason why senior soldiers do this. It's because he doesn't want to let others see themselves being crushed by strength. The boss can only maintain a domineering image to calm down his subordinates. As for the Federation or something, it's a fart to him. Only by enjoying everything now is the most important thing. But these words made Kanazawa-shan feel very disappointed. I didn't expect my opponent to be such a person. Regarding the escape route you mentioned, I can carve it out myself. Then they kicked him out of the school building. Looking at the boss lying in his arms, the younger brother suddenly broke into a cold sweat, and the battle outside is coming to an end. Meanwhile, the other side. The chief of staff has just confirmed the news. And learned, Kanazawa Prefecture, the number of people led is about the level of a squadron. And the reason why he did it. It's because of a girl, claiming to be the girlfriend of Emperor Huang Wu. However, regarding this news, I don't know if it's true or not. In that case, then use the shield field and the lead personnel. Subdue them all. No matter what, they are the turtles of dreams. This is a good opportunity to hurt the fourth team. Please swallow the gall directly at our lips. Wild guy. When the two school bosses received this instruction, they got organized. And Kanazawa-sensei, on the other side, come out of the classroom. Then the younger brother immediately surrounded him. Report everything here to him and guess the union. Yes, reinforcements are coming soon. It's time for us to get out. Don't worry, I just turned around. Found a path behind the school. So we're going that way this time. But the little brother behind him is very confused. Because the direction he is pointing is a dead end. The assistants at this time, the army has arrived at the school gate of Master Industry. Just be the captain's boss, Ukensian. When you want to rush in with your little brother. But it was stopped by the leader, Red Lead. Let the other party take the younger brother to the dog hole to wait for you. Because there is a back road behind the Master Industry. As for the school gate, or by motorcycle, If there are a large number, it is better for us to block it, so rush in around the Prime Minister outside. More secure. Learned that Hong Qian wanted to consume them to death. Make Hu Chengshan also readily agree. Then he took his little brother and ran in the direction of the dog hole. Little do they know that they have been tricked by the other party. Because Wu Yuns himself said, "The chief of staff has left the matter entirely to us. That means he trusts me." And Masatanaka was knocked over by Kanazawa first. The 10th place in the Federation has been vacant. In accordance with Federation practice, although I don't know who is ranked 11th. However, according to the current comprehensive evaluation, I'm number 11 on Ding Talk. That is to say, I just want to swallow Kanazawa Prefecture, which is fighting here. I can be the 10th place in the Federation. So, Red Li chose the school gate with the higher probability. And Dukensian also brought the troops to the dog cave. Now, both exits of Master Industries have been blocked. The rest can only depend on which side they choose to break through. Soon, there was the sound of a motorcycle engine. The two couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. But the result was a bold surprise. Light, then Wonderland flew out on a motorcycle. But that's not all. School at this time, there are constant people keeping up with the captain. And they all succeeded. Flying out of school. It just confirms what Jin Zexuan said before. If there is no way out, then I'll open it myself. The 4th Brigade that can break through the encirclement. Is it really safe to go back? The man simply said. Let's get out of here. The gang members who are usually brave and good at fighting. He froze in place, because he was pointing at a wall. There's no way out. Until Kanazawa-sen brought them to the playground. They just know. Way out. It was a crashed playground fence. So everyone was under the command of Kanazawa-san. Place the guardrail against the fence. But even so, everyone is still very hesitant. Doubt that the motorcycle can really go along the guardrail, fly out, but then someone came to report. Indicates that the Federation's reinforcements have arrived. They blocked the main entrance and the entrance to the dog hole. Getting ready to stand guard. Just when people hesitate. If it is light, please twist the throttle first, drive out first. I want to give everyone a good start. The end result is no surprise. Lightly flew out first. The younger brothers behind him imitated this. Prepare to follow in the footsteps of the captain, and the other side at this time. The boss of the master industry, the senior soldier, just came from waking up in a coma, so he stood up trembling. Think about it, why am I here? Go through, until he saw the scene in front of him. Just remembered what happened half an hour ago. It's all because of that damn girl. Speaking of which, he just reacted. Look around. I want to find the figure of Ma and Li. But there is no him among the guys lying on the ground. But senior soldiers remember, I clearly left him behind. This is the 3rd floor anyway. It can't be safe and sound. Unless someone catches him. Add to that the fact that I was successfully attacked by guerrillas. Not only can I not maintain myself in the master industry. Internal status, it will also be reduced to the efficiency of the Federation. The only way for me now. Then you have to find that girl. Just hand him over to the chief of staff. You can make a great public plan in the Federation. This way, we can save the face we lost this time. Meanwhile, the other side. There's a chase going on in the street. In order to successfully contain the important task of the 4th Brigade, Honkian, choose 2 ways. Let the younger brother continue to pursue with half of the men. And he is taking the rest of the people to the end. Because he was very familiar with the neighborhood. The road taken by the 4th Brigade has only a right turn. Next, as long as you go in separately, you can perfectly outflank. Okay, things are really going to go as he imagined. After the crowd on the other side caught up, I found out that the people of the Emperor Gang looking in their direction. And there seemed to be fewer of them. Kanazawa-san smiled slightly at this. It's too late to find out now. It was you who fell into the trap. Then behind them, a group of people from the Emperor Gang appeared. This way. The real enemy of the fathers is the Federation. When Hong Qian arrived with his men, I saw the scene in front of me. Until you get out of the car and question. He only learned that Kanazawa had transferred a group of people first. Let them attack us from behind. Hong Qian couldn't help but tremble all over. I didn't expect Jin Ziqian. He anticipated his own operation. But even so, he chose to continue pursuing. He didn't want to pass up such a good promotion opportunity. And the other side, Maheli on the run, but was suddenly ushered in by a team leader, Park. Suitable for the leader, he was in a cold sweat. Ask the other party if they have been following you. Well, if that's the case, then just because you saw me get caught. But still, stand by. It can be seen that you are indeed the enemy of Emperor Wu. Does not saving you mean that I am his enemy? It seems that you have made some mistakes. I have no obligation to be with the Emperor. It has nothing to do with the Emperor gang. You help because you're just that guy's woman. Although that is true. But if the words just now were heard by Brother Wu Di, he must be very sad. After all, I'm your brother's girlfriend. And Emperor Wu loves me very much. In case something happens to me, he will be very sad. Take care of the emotions of the helper. It should be within the scope of responsibility of the second in command, right? Are you good at talking? No wonder Emperor Huangwu took the bait. I'm sorry I seduced him with my face. And this tit-for-tat scene. It was probed by Huang Keaman, who had just arrived. It turns out that Ma and Li escaped the first time. He sent a message to the other party. So he took a taxi and arrived at the letter. As soon as Huang Keaman got off the bus, I saw this scene in the street. Park Si-ha is actually questioning Ma Ha-ri. Are you sure it was really Emperor Wu who saved you? About this sharp question, how would Ma Heli respond? The man just smiled. It made the girl tremble. The corners of his eyes couldn't help choking up. Because he knows each other very well. Know that Huang Wu died first. I will never survive tonight. What happened started 3 days ago. At that time, Guo Jijiang found him. It means if you want revenge, then you've got the wrong person. The reason why the gang leader made your brother like this, it's because he was taken advantage of by someone. From this moment on, Ma and Liban began to doubt. Did you miss some clues? So he went to test his idea. I found my brother's friend. I want to know when the Emperor gang attacked them. What is the information? But this move aroused the dissatisfaction of the other party. Ask him who he is. Why should we recollect that damn memory? And the man on the side recognized his identity. Are you Ma Shaxin's sister? Ma Holi, who saw the situation, was also very happy. Not only praised the other party's good eyes, he also took the initiative to hold the arms of the two, ready to find a place to sit down and chat. After some small talk, Marjorie received the following information. The reputation of the brothers' leader at that time, located far behind the lines of the imperial state. But Emperor Marshal Emperor himself came there. And he had a murderous look on his face. This caused my brother to appear very flustered. After all, things went completely beyond expectations. And that led to this. The next star was beaten into a vegetable by Emperor Huang Wu. But they have nothing to do with each other. That is to say, Emperor Huang Wu was attacking at that time. A guy who has never met. Personally went to the back of the front line. This is the same as what Ma Heli knew about Emperor Huang Wu. Very different. In his memory, Emperor Huang Wu was a man of steel. He won't give in for anything. Act arbitrarily, by your own will. It's the embodiment of force, so who can take advantage of it? And induce him to do something? In Marjorie's knowledge, there are only two people who can do this kind of thing. One is himself. The other was Emperor Wu's only friend, Park. Fit. So it was this bastard who provoked Emperor Wu. Let him attack my brother. And Kiao, Jianma and Li suddenly stopped talking. Park Shiha probably guessed the truth. So he couldn't help laughing. But this smile, but it made Ma and Li feel very hot. Because this is the second time he has seen Park Shi and Zhao. The first time was the head of Emperor Huang Wu. When I first introduced myself to you, although your expression was very subtle at that time, but I still saw it. And you haven't laughed like that since. The smile this time. Is it because you feel something? It's going great. But the corner of Pushi's mouth twitched. What are you trying to say? But this sentence just came out. He suddenly thought of something. So he broke into a crazy smile. And I was right. You killed Emperor Huang Wu. And Ma and Li readily admitted the truth. Because he knew he couldn't hide it from the guy in front of him. But let Huang Kaiman, who was hiding behind the wall and eavesdropping. Cold sweat. I don't understand what Ma and Li are doing. You followed me to confirm progress. Confirm it or not, if all goes well. You have to make a move on me. Who knows that Emperor Martial Emperor is dead, am I right? Until this moment, Huang Kaiman only knew the reason why Marjorie should bring self-defense equipment. It's because he feels safe. Threatened. And that threat, it is Park, the captain of a large group of the Emperor gang. The result of the World River is at this moment. Ma Heli suddenly smiled. You coward, why did you just come here now? This sentence is puzzling. Can't help but let Park Hop rush to the inheritance. When he looked back, I saw senior soldiers approaching in this direction. And the other party noticed him. This is the moment. The senior soldier was the captain of the 4th Brigade of the Emperor's gang. The fear that Jin Ji first crushed came to mind. This caused the motorcycle to slip accidentally. But such an accident. Myopia. The speeding motorcycle crashed directly into Park. Mikawa and Ma and Li behind him. He was rescued by Huang Kaiming, who came in a hurry. But Ma and Li told him to run quickly. Park's river is still there. Until Huang Kaiman was born. Only then did he learn that Park's river had stopped moving. But it's not too early to wait for the two to be happy. The senior soldiers trembled. He got up from the ground. When he noticed Bashi he lying on the ground. Can't help but laugh. But in order to confirm whether the other party has died, he had to go to Park Siak Ha's side and squat down. And the next second, a smile appeared on his mouth. Show off to the two in front of you. Did you just see that? I personally killed the second in command of the Emperor gang. The unbeatable gang leader on weekdays. Now only have my last breath left. It was just now. Senior soldiers are afraid, causing the motorcycle to skid. But this was the accident. The speeding motorcycle hit Park. Stone River. When the senior soldier reacted, he was immediately excited, to forget the fear of nearly killing. So he wanted to catch both of them. Receive greater honor. Huang Kaiman saw the situation, ready to stay and block the opponent, so that Ma and Li can run first. But he hesitated for a moment. He rushed over without hesitation. This scene made Huang Kao very sensitive and puzzled. But this is the moment of distraction. As a result, Huang Kaiman was beaten by a senior soldier, tossed out, and the free hands. Perhaps advanced soldiers can easily block the attack. He taunts them. Did you become Emperor Wu's girlfriend? You become defiant. But you have to give today. The price of open mouth. Just as he was about to do it, Marjorie actually took out a bottle of anti-wolf spray. It's a blast in the eyes of a senior soldier. This time, it also succeeded in making him panic. So much so that I kept cursing Marjorie. And his hands are not idle. But after the senior soldier found that it had no effect. And he stops. Swing your fist forward. I want to vent my anger on Ma Heli. One of the things that annoyed him the most was the other party actually wants to use that kind of thing to defeat. As a school bully. This allows him to even tolerate the pain. Also teach the horse and the other end a lesson. But Huang Kaiman on the other side. He crashed into the other party's motorcycle. This little bump make the senior soldier fly 10 meters away. Even Huang Taoming was surprised. I didn't expect this car to have so much power. However, he still took advantage of the other party's coma. Escaped here with Ma Heli. But he asked about yellow grass rice at this time. When did you come to the scene? But I didn't wait for Ma and Li to finish speaking. Huang Kaiman interrupted. He said he heard almost everything. And I guessed it. But what I'm more curious about now is, where were you trying to take me? Let's go then. Emperor Martial Emperor's house also happens to be nearby. And at the same time, the other side. The 4th Brigade, led by Kanazawa Senral, still on the run. But just around the corner, he ran into the pursuers. This made Kanazawa Shan frown. I didn't expect them to keep using it. Remaining troops, chasing us down other roads. But Kanazawa soon made a decision. Let everyone follow them and escape from the left. But I don't know that this is right in the middle. Because he has already arranged manpower there. The only thing that upset him was, I actually want to help each other with that idiot. However, Kensian was shorter than he had imagined. Actually, let the younger brother hit it with his body. Kanazawa Prefecture is facing such a situation, so I had to get everyone ready to break through. Although the casualties on the Federation side are obvious, more than them, but due to the large number of people on the other side, a lot of teammates were knocked down by them. Jinji looked at the scene behind him and cursed secretly. He jumped off the motorcycle without hesitation, ready to fight with the people of the Federation. But because the other side's reinforcements are about to arrive, Kins first realized that the fourth team cannot escape by breaking through. So he rushed to the leader of the team. Before Kensian could react, another punch knocked him to the ground. This shocked everyone present in an instant. And he didn't hesitate at all. Pick up the steel rod on the ground and face. The front was thrown out. Red sign on a motorcycle. Then, because of the fear that the other party's target is himself, so he leaned to the right. But I bumped into my brother. As a result, everyone behind him also had an accident. All fell to the ground. After seeing the success of your plan, Kanazawa Prefecture breathed a sigh of relief. But I didn't wait long for him to be happy. A little brother flew over. When Kanazawa turned to look first, I found that the people of the 4th Brigade, it's going backwards. So he rushed over immediately. Stand in front of the players. But when he saw the figure in front of him, I can't help but tremble all over. The other party looked relaxed. He also said hello to Kanazawa Senral, expressed that when you pass by, see the battle going on here. Come and have a look. And the little brother behind, after seeing only one other person, he encouraged the captain to go together. But Kanazawa-san swallowed in fear. The next second he was shouting, all personnel flee at full speed. Can be evacuated unconditionally, because the man in front of him is Daijin. Clerk Yu, president of the Federation. On the surface, he is a mild-mannered, rich second generation, actually, but a psychopathic gang chief of staff. Because he has a unique hobby. That is to drive the enemy to a desperate situation. Hunt later. This is in the eyes of others. It feels so scary. But he thought it would be fun to do so. Every time they send 3 times the enemy's force to kill. But this time, he underestimated Kanazawa Shin's combat effectiveness. If it weren't for their president, who happened to pass by here, then this operation will end in failure. And after Kanazawa Shan saw you when you won, it is also a decisive decision. Shout unconditional evacuation to all personnel. As soon as the sentence comes out, the crowd ran to their motorcycles. But Yu Wenyuan seemed very calm about it. There was no trace of pursuit. Instead, I made a call to the chief of staff. It means they've started running without looking back. The chief of staff received the news. He called the Daijin Association. The third-ranked Quan Ji Dong, because they are on the run, will pass by him. So I asked each other to have 3 colorful paths. Put fewer people in the position, I said. After giving the order, he dialed the phone again. And that person, it is Wu Yun, who ranks 4th in the Daijin Federation. Z is also cold in his underwear, buried in Party B. After the phone is dialed, he asked the other party how it was. But Wu Yun, Z obviously didn't recover from the shock. He couldn't believe it. It turned out that the chief of staff was all right. I really didn't find anyone. It was just now. He raided and captured all the prisoners who had participated in Guojijiang, personnel who have been acted upon, but after carefully checking their phones. After the communication record discovered, none of the people who participated that day were inside stocks. When I heard the news, the chief of staff's face instantly became frantic. I seemed to understand. Why would the police do this without physical evidence? Search with your 6th sense. Finish this sentence. And he started doing some analysis. The only person who knows that Guo Jijiang was captured is me, Wu Yun's Mingdu Shanghuang Cao Minute. But Huang Debang tried to rescue Guo Jijiang. Send out several troops. And it wasn't me who broke the news. Nor you. Not even Ming Dongshan and his subordinates. Then in the end, Huang Chaiming is left. Although he did not belong to the imperial state, but just assume he's a fake gang leader. Everything so far. The situation makes sense. Although there is no physical evidence, but I still doubt. He also believes that the probability that Huang Taomin is the leader of Jia Gang is as high as 99.9%. So Yunzago, I need you to go somewhere and grab someone. As for the address, I'll have someone send it to you via text message. And the guy over there is a fake gang leader. You know? Now is the warring period when Kanazawa is being pursued. So the battle has been going on until now. He must, carrying with him the means to manipulate Huang Debang. Meanwhile, the other side, the crowd of the 4th Brigade, they fled in different directions. But even so, they still can't escape the siege of the Dacian Federation. Because running away from where the president is. In the end, you can only escape to 3 places. Then as long as the troops are arranged here, they have nowhere to run. And in the end, the chief of staff is also correct. Kanazawa Prefecture's tactics made their own comments, although the troops on motorcycles are mobile. Strong advantage, but correspondingly, they also have the disadvantage of not being able to escape down the path. Unless you give up the motorcycle. Otherwise, they can only go towards the tar. Escape in the direction of the mainland. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but complain that the 2 idiots were alert. Obviously, as long as the last level is blocked, it is fine. As a result, I can't even do this little thing well. One of the most unfortunate is Kanazawa Prefecture, because they actually encountered the market imagination guarded by Quan Ji Shuo, and the other party has already started to kill. I want to take this opportunity to trample on Kim Zi Hyan. Make him unable to give. Meanwhile, the other side. Guo Jijiang, Zheng He's second team sang at KTV. But he was worried. I don't know, Park. Why don't she and this guy answer the phone? I was going to see him today. Make a real difference with him. The next second, the phone rang. Guo Jijiang just got on the phone. There is no good tone. Lion Ji Hoon, who taught his colleague captain, is a lunatic. Ask why the other person is calling you. And he was very angry about the title. But think of Guo Jijiang, after being a damn gangster. So we got down to business. Zhang Pu, the news of she and the unconscious was told to him. Guo Jijiang, who heard the news, instantly covered in inheritance. On the other side, Huang Kaiman is the same as him. But the shocking thing is, his brother Emperor Huang Wu actually kept a diary. The man was clearly beaten powerless. But lying on the ground, he suddenly laughed. And the reason why he was so happy, it's because of the person who fought against him. It's Wu Yunzi, who ranks 4th in the Dacian Federation. But he still feels that at his own level. Able to deal with a guy of this level in front of you. And he has eyes. Himself has. Imagine defeating this guy. It wasn't that long ago. Jin Lechen arrived at the scene in time. He sent Wu Yun's flying. This scene shocked Wang Kao. Why are you here? Jin Lechen is shameless about this. Just a few simple explanations. It means that Ma and Li called him here. Then he looked at the guy in front of him. Ask him what he does for a living. How dare you touch my friend? Wu Yun's mood was originally extremely unhappy. After all, I just got punched by this old 6th. But when he heard that, still can't help laughing. If it weren't for the chief of staff not wanting to be able to manipulate Huan, the methods of the imperial state are exposed. I really want to see your face when you find out the truth. However, he still reminded the other party vaguely. It seems, you seem to have made a rather obvious friend. But now Le Chun is very puzzled. I don't know what that means. But Wu Yun's did not choose to explain. It's a distraction effort to persuade the other party. Returned the punch just now. The pain from this punch. Let Jin Lechen come back to his senses in an instant. I couldn't help but scold Wu Yun's. But the next second, he took another blow to the face. Then he was accused of punching him like a rainstorm. Until this moment, Wu Yun's only spoke thanks to your friend. You can be inexplicable. It's wonderful being the Confederates' fourth-in-command spouse. But Jin Lechen was not discouraged. Instead, it inspired a greater desire to win. After dodging the incoming fist, find the opportunity to attack the opponent. So far, he flew Wu Yun's in a head-to-head confrontation. Then he couldn't wait to launch a victory speech. Don't underestimate people. After all, I'm also a member of the Emperor Gang. As soon as the sentence comes out, can't help but express Wu Yun's anger. I held it back again. When he thought of this guy in front of him. Even the fake gang. I don't even know that the Lord is by my side. And he was amused. But for some reason, can't tell the truth. It's so uncomfortable. So Wu Yun's had to rush to the other party again. But his fist stopped in midair. But Jin Lechen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In the next second, his right fist suddenly hit. Jin Lechen was caught off guard. And the second wave of his offensive. Same as before. His fist stopped in midair. Until the opponent's blocking position is clear. He launched the attack with his other hand. In a short period of time, the people who have been beaten by Lechun will be defeated. There was no fighting back. And Huang Taoman fell into despair. After all, Wu Yun, I came here because of Emperor Huang Wu's mobile phone. This shows that the chief of staff has confirmed that I am a fake helper. Even if I'm lucky enough to get out of here. Must not be able to get rid of his doubts. I don't hesitate to put the people around me in danger. Even lying to guys who consider me a friend. Does it really make sense to keep doing this kind of thing too? When I think of this, he couldn't help but look at Ma and Li. After all, he is the hero of this matter. He was the one who threatened to become a fake helper. But now, he was unconscious. Does it really make sense for you to continue doing this kind of thing? Just as Huang Pao Min was thinking about the answer, Jin Lechen can no longer resist Wu Yun's offensive. Knocked to the ground. Seeing this, the other party calmly lit a cigarette. Want to ask one thing before getting to know him. That's why. Without resistance. I keep thinking, but Jin Lechen did not answer this question. Instead, I confirmed to Wu Yun's, you really rank 4th in combat power in the Federation. Right? He didn't say why until it was confirmed. That is, I have already imagined the picture of defeating you. But it gently bulges without meteor gas. I didn't expect the other party to die before. There's still leisure to pretend to be cancer. But the right foot he stepped on, but was firmly grasped by Jin Lechen. This caused him to lose his balance. Fell to the table. And Jin Lechen took this opportunity. He slowly stood up from the ground. Using a trick he stole from Kanazawa Prefecture. Scorpion wagging tail kicked the opponent's head hard. But a tumble brings strength. Wu Yun's eyes instantly turned white. Mirror down. Obviously, just hand over this phone. Solve all troubles. But the man's companions are risking their lives for it. Because now, the only hope to save Kanazawa-sen. He's the only one left. It was just now. Jin Lechen uses scorpions to waggle his tail. Successful stun. The 4th-ranked Black Cloud in the Federation. So he took advantage of the moment when the other party fell to the ground. Let Huang Kaeman and Ma Heli escape from here. I will find a way to solve this kid myself. But Huang Kaeman fell into hesitation. He doesn't know. Do you want to hand over this phone? If you hand him over, can this really end? But not yet for him to make a decision. Zinlikan gave him the answer. You don't have to hand over that phone. But this sentence made Huang Ruan very sensitive and surprised. I don't know how the other party knew about this. But these two people didn't have time to drink too much. Because Wu Yun's has stood up again. And he also heard the conversation between the two. Can't help but wonder, how did the Spring know about this? But before that, he has more important things to attend to. That is, to snatch the phone. But he's only halfway there. He was kicked away by Jin Lechen behind him. Fell to the ground hard. And this scene also brought Huang Ruoman back to her senses. So he came to Ma and Li's side. Carried him up. And were getting ready to leave. Before leaving, Jin Lechen stopped Huang Kaeman. Let him find a way to rescue Kanazawa-sen. Because on another battlefield at this time, Kanazawa Shan has knelt to the ground powerlessly. And the guy who knocked him down. It's the third-ranked full player in the Federation, etc. Not long after, Huang Kaming left. Wu Yun's broke free from the shackles with his demon power. But he's on top. Did not choose to pursue the yellow grass mother. Instead, Chao Jin Lechen swung his fist. And the very next second, he was hit in the face. But Wu Yun's didn't go out of business because of this. Instead, he grabbed the opponent's right foot and threw him flying. But Jin Lechen is still unconvinced. Crazy mocking Wu Yun's. Until his nose caught a scent. Jin Lechen just reacted. So he immediately stood up from the ground. Pat, the part of your body that is on fire. But the scene in front of him made Wu Yun's very puzzled. He doesn't know how the fire started. I don't even know the fire. When did it become so big? But now Lechen clearly remembers. This is all because of Wu Yun's cigarette butts. So he couldn't help but blame the other party. But Wu Yun's is also very uncomfortable. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. So he got into a fight and withdrew. I want Jin Lechen to make way for myself. But the other party refused without hesitation. Expressed that in case you get out of the way, what should you do if you go after Huang Kaemin? That guy still has things to do. So there's no way I'm going to get out of the way. Actually, it's better for me. After all, the fire is so big, you should immediately, because choking on smoke inhalation. After you pass out. I can give you this indulgence. The fire fan was handed over to the police. Wu Yun, who was angry with these words, stood out lightly. In that case, then don't blame me if you're dead. Then he rushed to Jinal village. Meanwhile, the other side. The chief of staff is still dialing Wu Yunde's number. But the other party didn't get through. And he was lost in thought. Distance from the previous phone call, an hour has passed. Normally, he should contact me now too. After all, Huang Chao minute, it is impossible to last an hour in front of Wu Yun's. At most 2.5 minutes, he can solve the battle. Faced with this situation, he had to call the housekeeper. Ask where he is now. After learning that the other party is on his way back, he entrusted the housekeeper to go to the building just now. Take a look at the house. There seems to be a problem over there. And he agreed without hesitation. Just as he turned the car around and rushed back. But was attracted by the scene next to him. That's the oncoming fire truck. And there's more than one. Meanwhile, the other side. The golden son is still at home, waiting for his brother to come back for dinner because he promised himself. Will be back before dark. But now, he doubts if something will happen to his brother. After all, it's so late, and you haven't come home yet. I didn't contact myself. The gang leader, who is usually brave and good at fighting. Now, he is kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds. Even someone spat at him. He's not mad. Just looking around. Ask what happened to the other person. Those in power shake, but their faces are full of excitement. What else can I do with them? Of course, all dare to climb down, and in a short time they. Life may not be able to take care of itself, but don't worry. Because you're about to end up the same way. After all, the president has ordered to bring you to the general meeting of this federation. Public execution. As for the purpose of this debut show, it's supposed to spark things. So I also specifically proposed to the president for this general meeting venue. By the way, in conquering that place, about the venue. What do you think of the gold coins? Kanazawa-sen, who heard this, grit your teeth. But there was nothing he could do. I can only listen to the ridicule of the other party, and Quan Ji-do is also a murderer. Wants to let. Kanazawa-sen was trampled in front of his little brother. But before that, you have to stay in the warehouse, honestly. Unexpectedly, the next second, Kanazawa-sen lowered her head. This can't help but make Quan Ji feel a little bad. I don't know what happened to the other party. Could it be that the sky is falling? But Kanazawa-san asked a question with a dark face. Why would you do such a thing? Then indulge in that. In an insignificant sense of belonging. Even desperately to hurt others. And in the end, if a sentence is a scripture, it will be roared out without first. But the powerful man stepped on his head. Taunt each other's mouths full of shit. He also joined the emperor list. Isn't the so-called reason for happiness? And Quan Jidu just finished saying the sentence. A little brother came up to report that the car had arrived. So he threw Kanazawa into the car first. Then he told the driver to drive immediately. But then again, does your errand company still take this kind of business? Yeah, we'll do anything for the money. Can you know the sound? But it made Jin Zikian feel a sense of familiarity. In that case, then go to the place I just mentioned. You don't have to worry about money. But the driver was sweating nervously. Because he is fake by Huang Kaemin. And all he did to rescue Jin Zexian. It turned out that Huang Kaemin escaped from that house after. Then I thought about what Jin Lechen had said to myself. You don't have to hand over that phone. And go and rescue Kanazawa-sen. These two sentences make Huang Tao sensitive to very different. He really didn't expect. Jin Lechen actually knew about the existence of mobile phones. After all, there was no such sign at all before. But Huang Kaemin doesn't have much time now. Think about this. He has to rescue Kanazawa first. But the other party has been lost from the beginning. I thought the plan was a success. But if you speculate according to what Jin Lechen said, that's in the process of escaping. What's wrong? And Brother Zexian is very good at conducting. Can make people like him. It means that the other party has also used his brain. And think from the perspective of the Federation. How would I defeat them? Thinking of this, Huang Kao Min opened the Autonavi map. I found that there are 3 ways to escape to the mainland. If you are yourself, you will definitely be there. Set up an ambush. So he carried Marjorie on his back and started to rush the tomb. I went to the one closest to me. And so it was. Here are quite a few members of the Emperor gang lying on the ground. But compared to the right number of people, still a little less. They must have spread out and tried to escape. One of the things that scares Huang Kaemin the most. Or are these people in really bad shape? Apparently severely beaten. Although I don't know how Jin Lechen knew. But he made it clear at the time that he asked me to save Brother Zexian. In that case, the news that Dishange was arrested should be true. You have to go to the other 2 roads to find it yourself. Maybe you can find some useful clues. Just as Huang Taoming was about to leave. But I heard a cough. So he leaned against the wall and peeked up. I saw a member slowly get up from the ground. He went to his companion and patted his shoulder. I want him to stand up and go with me to save the captain. After all, he just heard it very clearly. The other party wants to imprison the captain, and then attack openly at the Federation's general meeting. But I didn't wait for him to finish speaking. A person came to him. Stomped on his head. What the hell is going on here? Why is there no one around? Coming. Can Huang Kaemin really rescue Jin Zexian? Just now. The staff of the Errand Center finally arrived at their destination. But on the battlefield at this time, all that's left is a bunch of comas, unconscious members of the Emperor gang. So he called the customer. Ask where the other person is now. After learning that it was in a nearby parking lot, he fawns over them and said, it will arrive soon. But he just got off the phone. Immediately changed his face. Damn Errand Center. To ask me to treat someone I don't know at all. The kid is respectful. But then again, are all the recent punks in uniform? It's crazy. From generation to generation. When thinking of this, he became visibly agitated. Until a few years ago, I'm imagining life just like them. If it weren't for life, dogs are not this errand worker. Result next second, he received a blow to the back of the head. The person who came was Huang Kaemin. Why? He did it. It's because if you can save it now, you can cut it first. This is the only one. But since this is Huang Kaemin's first time driving, he was also nervous along the way. But the people behind him didn't notice. Out of his way, just chatting to yourself. Until Huang Kaemin was on the safe side. When you want to drive your car on an empty road. He had an accident. Accidentally bumped into the fence. As a result, the two suddenly lost the mood to chat. Urge drivers to drive well. Huang Kaemin looked at the soles of her feet. I just stepped on the brakes. so he quickly apologized. I'm praying in my heart, don't get confused. The scene also made Kinder sweat coldly. I'm afraid Huang Taoman accidentally leaked blood. He also looked at Quan Zhidu carefully for this. I want to see if he is sleeping. And he was just happy. Quan Zhidu suddenly popped up a sentence. Is there something wrong with you, the employee of the errand center? The next second, he looked up at the yellow grass rice. If it were just now. I'm not sure yet. But now I can be sure. Your voice is really wrong. The two people behind him were in a mess. I don't know what's going on. With the discovery of the other party, Kanazawa's heart couldn't help but thump. He jumped up. But Huang Kaeman ignored the other party. But keep driving. I'm shaking with anger, directly at him. Wants to stop. Car. Unexpectedly, Huang Kaeman slammed on the accelerator at this time. The speed of the car instantly soared to 100 yards. Directly into the tunnel. And the battle for power is due to strength. Fell on the seat. So Kanazawa seized the opportunity. He kicked the horse behind him. But Kwanzaa soon came to his senses. Pounced on the royal grass, mother again, after grabbing half of his face. I couldn't help but scold a few words, and for this reason, caused the car to lose control and hit it directly. The next second, the whole car was emitting thick white smoke. The most surprising thing is that Quan Jido was actually the first person to get out of the car. I saw him staggering to the main driver. And I opened the door. Forcibly dragged Huang Kaeman out. Asked the other party which guy sent him here. But Huang Kaeman did not choose to answer this. I was so angry that my face was full of black lines. Can't help but mock each other. You don't think you can hide from me, do you? As a result, Huang Kaeman suddenly uttered a sentence. It seems that the light-proof film pasted on the car. It seems to obscure your vision. This can't help but give him a small inheritance. I don't know what the other party means. Until I heard the sound of an engine. He was surprised to find the tunnel entrance has been surrounded by people. It turns out that Huang Kaeman came before. All members of the Emperor Gang have been notified. The captain of the 4th Brigade, Kanazawa Prefecture, currently being imprisoned by the Federation. And in transit. The person who saw this message. Assemble at the master tunnel immediately. One of the leader guys. It is Guo Jijiang, the captain of the 2nd Brigade of Huangdabang. After seeing your plan achieved. Huang Kaeman couldn't help but smile. For a time, the fist folded and trembled, and he was stunned in place. No longer care about Huang Xiaoman, and the 2 horses in the car. It has been cleaned up by Kanazawa Senro. But the thing that surprised him the most was Huang Xiaoman actually led people to a place where the Emperor Gang could surround. At the same time, the full folding bucket, aware of the crisis, he turned away without hesitation, trying to escape through another tunnel. But the idea has only just been born. A man emerged from the shadows. The man is the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Emperor Gang. Lion Jixin didn't expect the entire gang to emerge from the King Dynasty just to stop a van. It turned out to be free. Huang Kaeman, in order to rescue Kanazawa Shan, not only impersonating an employee of an errand center, and drove the car into the tunnel, because he had already given orders to the Emperor. Master Tunnel Collection. When Quan Cole Du reacted. I want to run to another exit. Unexpected, but a man emerged from the shadows. The person is Lion Jixin, the captain of the 3rd team of the Emperor Gang. His eyes turned red. After cursing secretly, he rushed towards the enemy in front of him. But due to the suppression of numbers, Quan Ji Du soon fell into a disadvantage. But even so, he's still yelling. This behavior aroused the strong dissatisfaction of Huang Kaeman. I don't know what the other party is proud of. If he can win, he will cut first. It's just because of the number of people. Not to mention, this isn't some kind of one-to-one battle game. It's a battlefield between students. The most important thing here is the crowds. After seeing the situation gradually open up, Huang Kaeminbi is ready to untie the rope for Kanazawa Shan. At the same time, Guo Jijiang couldn't help but itch his hands and joined the battlefield. With his one-hit flight ladder, the full cover flew out 10 meters in an instant, lying on the ground and never getting up again. But that couldn't get rid of Guo Jijiang's anger at all. Because the Federation is within the same day. Not only did he put Park in the hospital, he actually wanted to attack Kanazawa first. This arrogant attitude. It made Guo Jijiang feel very uncomfortable, so he kept beating Dong Quanji. Ask him if he thinks the Emperor Gang is easy to bully. In the end, Kanazawa-sen came forward to persuade, let Guo Jijiang fit in. After all, if you continue to fight, maybe it will kill people. But even so, he won't give up easily. Just as his leather shoes were about to step down again. But a yell interrupted him. What are you angry about? That's just the end of the traitor. The person who came was the captain of the third team of the Emperor Gang, Lion Jixin, and his reaction will be markedly different from Bo Zi. But the conversation between the two. But Kim Ziqian was very shocked. He didn't expect Park Shiwa to be attacked too. The most important of these is, why is he called a traitor? Poor Ji Hoon didn't explain much about it. Just claiming that he will clean up sooner or later. Now, might be a good thing. But Guo Jijiang grabbed him by the collar. It's a good thing to ask him. The captain of the first team of the Emperor Gang, beaten into the hospital by the Federation. This shows that they didn't take it seriously at all. When you say this, Guo Jijiang was so angry that he couldn't help but tremble, but Lion Jixin still didn't have any fluctuations. He simply described the current situation. We also eliminated their jobs. This kid is ranked 3rd in the Federation. But Guo Jijiang doesn't care about it. Because what he can't accept is the current situation. He really didn't understand why it had become like this. So much so that I clenched my teeth and sat down. On the side, Kanazawa-san fell into silence. He didn't expect Guo Jijiang to be so affectionate. Finally, the sound of a motorcycle engine interrupted the silence of the crowd. The person who came was the belated 4th team member. After all, they also suffered a lot in the previous battle. Wound this master industrial battle. Triggered by high-ranking soldiers provoking Ma Heli. Now, with a third of the Emperor Gangs for squads. And the entire staff of the Federation of Master Industries. He Dailin lost the battle with half of the shield. In addition to Huang Debang's first team captain, Park. He fell into a coma. But the third-ranked power player in the Federation loses. The battle ended with such a tragic conclusion. As things go down, Guo Jijiang led the 2nd Brigade to evacuate first. And Lion Jixin left alone. On the way back, Huang Kaeman can't help but complain that it's really hard to play dead. Ma Heli also sent a message. Give the situation of Jin Lechen to. After a brief explanation, I'm going to come and find him. But what Ma and Li said. But let Huang Kaeman fall into deep thought. Because for the chief of staff, his identity has become a fact of ding talk on the board. And the captain of the first team of Huang Debang, but then fell into a coma. In addition, Emperor Martial Emperor is not the current Emperor state, already in an absolutely unfavorable situation. It's all the fault of this broken phone. Make my life so exhausting. I just wanted to let those gangsters, same as me, taste the torture too. But now, it doesn't matter whether Guo Jijiang will take revenge or not. I feel like I'm giving up everything. Pay for your crimes. Would be easier. Just throw the phone into the water. End everything. Whatever. Emperor, but he suddenly thought of something. Emperor Martial Emperor's diary should not be burned out, right? If that's the case. The person who knows all the contents of the diary, is it just me? And the current situation. But it's so confusing that I'm completely confused. Out of control. When I was forced to give up everything. I can't stop being ruthless. What's all this about? The man's brother is a burly man. But when facing a younger brother who is being bullied on campus, he has no joint names at all. Instead, call him a waste item. Refuse to stand up for my brother, Huang Taoman. He threatened him. If you dare to say, it's my brother outside, then I will kill you myself. Finish this sentence. And he stormed out the door. But he had just arrived on the street. There are a few that are not long-eyed. The little gangster came to the door. And the man at the head. He actually wanted to charge Emperor Wu a protection fee. And the other party is not used to it at all. Directly smash a mobile phone at the other party. Beat the man with white eyes. Instantly lost consciousness. The two younger brothers behind him opened their mouths wide. Can't speak for a while. Until Emperor Huang Wu asked the two. When looking for him for anything. The two came back from the shock. So he turned and ran without looking back. And Emperor Wudi, except for having a useless younger brother. And a very cowardly grandmother. According to him. My parents left me and my brother behind. But it's a good thing for me. Because the existence of the parents is like an assembly. Will make me lose myself. There were no milestones in my life. And in this world. There are many others like me. They have no milestones. But I want to prove it all the time. The path you are walking is the right one, but even so. I'm still not interested in them at all. Until a chance. I heard the Dacian Federation from their mouths. And that got me interested. Because a lot of people have reported this name recently. So I stopped 3 people. I want to hear from them. What is the Dacian Federation? But this leading man is very arrogant. To speak is to insult my family. And so I waited for him to finish. Just punch him. Just a loud bang. He flew 10 meters away in an instant. The 2 younger brothers next to him suddenly broke into a cold sweat. I don't know, this guy in front of me. What the hell is it? And I asked with a sullen face. What the hell is a federation? This also surprised the 2 of them. I didn't expect that. There are still people who don't know about the federation. He is known as the King of Dacian. The business founded by Yuan Yuan. As long as you have a little ability. Almost everyone joined them. The title of King of Dacian. And it makes me very uncomfortable. Therefore, so I had them tell me where that guy was. Or I'll take it out on you. And that night, I killed all the way there. Because of the 2 guys who showed me the way. It's the little guy at the bottom. In order to arrive at the position of the clerk. Had to go through several levels. Until I found the cadre of the Federation. Just found out. They will be at the Master Park in 3 days. Hold general meeting. The president will be there too. I was so excited when I heard the news. Because I can finally see Yuan Yuan. As for why I'm looking for him. There's only one person who can be called the king. I feel like I just need to teach that guy a hard lesson. You can prove your worth. This should be all male creatures as well. The desire you have. But just when I want to turn around and leave. But a man found the king. When I'm feeling high. Throwing a basin of cold water on me. His first words. Just calling me stupider than he thought. You shouldn't. I really thought I was invincible. That's obviously a trap. Do you really want to jump down? It is important to know that people who will attend the conference for no less than 100 years. But you want to defeat Yuan Yuan? There. Get out alive. This is completely impossible. After all, humans are weak. Even if it's just a hit by a car. Humans will die too. And more terrifying than the speeding vehicles. It's a group, but he's just finished talking. So I went and I kicked him. But this is incredible. He actually blocked it. And with only one hand. This is how I met Park Hut. It is also the origin of the Emperor Gang. Men actually want to rely on their own efforts. Challenge a large gang of 300 people. It was just now. Emperor Huang Wu learned from the cadres of the Federation. They will be at the Master Park in 3 days. Hold general meeting. The chief will also be there in person. Emperor Huang Wu was excited and puzzled when he heard the news, because he can finally prove his existence. But just when he wanted to turn away. But a man stopped him. Claiming you're dumber than I thought. He actually wants to defeat the Federation on his own. And Emperor Huang Wu, who heard this, suddenly out of breath. That's the corner. But this blow was struck by the man. But that's not all. I saw Emperor Huang Wu leaping high. Kicked towards Park Siak Ha with the other leg. Knocked him 10 meters away. And this also made Emperor Martial Emperor interested. After all, it was the first time he had been dragged. So we taunted each other. If you really want to shrink your feet, then win me first. The sentence also made Park Suk feel very uncomfortable. But he tried to keep his temper down. Want to make peace with each other. Unexpectedly, Emperor Martial Emperor rushed up directly. Lifting your hand is a punch of ash. This also left Park Shi speechless. We had no choice but to fight back. I want the other party to calm down, so I can finish my sentence. As a result, this punch pierced a hornet's nest. Let Emperor Wu be excited. Directly hit Park with an uppercut. Shi's face. Finish the blow. He couldn't help but show off. This is my level. Then a series of attacks followed. Make the tune fit overwhelmed. So he had to dodge and talk. I want to clear up the misunderstanding between the two. And when Emperor Huang Wu heard, the other party is here to help themselves after he became a king, he stopped what he was doing. Ask Park. What does that even mean? What I'm saying is, can make you a true king of Dacian. Unexpectedly, Emperor Martial Emperor held it in his nose, expressed that you don't need anyone's help. And that went on for 3 days. The Dacian Association established an association in Master Park. Just when Yuan brainwashed on the podium, there was a big commotion below. Only see, there is a man who is desperate to rush to the medal. And those guys who want to stop him, they were all sent flying. The commotion here can't help but attract Yuan's attention. So the two people's eyes met. This once again aroused Emperor Huang Wu's desire to challenge. Make him fight harder. Just one punch. You can fly dozens of karamai. When the onlookers saw this, they gave way one after another. This allowed Emperor Wu to travel unimpeded. Soon came to the front of the podium. He met the first Federation cadre to stop him. That is Wu Yun's, who is ranked 4th. Unexpectedly, Emperor Martial Emperor only used one punch. He sent Wu Yun's flying. The two people behind him were shocked. I didn't expect Yun's to be killed in seconds. But this is the stun moment. Emperor Huang Wu has arrived in front of the two and sent them flying. Just as the crowd tried to escape, Yu Wanyu on the podium issued an order. Let everyone present go together. But this is for the red-eyed emperor, mother. Just a few more fists. And so it was. Anyone who dares to charge up. All lying on the ground. He also finally arrived in front of Yuan. This is the scene. Make the cadres of that federation regret it. He originally wanted to rely on more people to get rid of that guy. I didn't expect things to come to this point. But Yuan's face was still sleepless. Just asking, Emperor Huang Wu, why did you attack me? Have I offended you before? Without me attacking you. Just because you were called the King of Dacian. The next second, he waved his fist at Chao Yuan. When the cadres of that federation saw this, they quickly shouted, President run. That guy has gone crazy. But Yuan didn't seem to hear it. Still standing there. However, Emperor Huang Wu's fist suddenly stopped. Until now, Yuan's hands are still in his pockets. But he was not prepared to let go of the beast in front of him. The reason why he hesitated, it's thinking about how to treat each other. Do you know the horror of federations? Even if it's a bunch of little guys gathered here, it can also depend on more people to consume a mighty lone wolf. Just now, Emperor Huang Wu's fist suddenly stopped. This puzzled him. Why has your body become unruly? And Yuan's face remained unchanged. As expected. Knowing that the other person has never experienced the feeling of the body reaching its limit. The next second, he punched the opponent. After knocking the Queen Mother to the ground, he couldn't help but move his fists. Can't help but sigh, it's hard enough. Then he slowly walked to the side. Pick up the flagpole that fell to the ground. Asked the Emperor, you know why no one? Will you run at full speed in a marathon? Of course, you can't do that. Because your body is already full of blood. But your brain doesn't know. And your belligerence. So strong that he didn't even realize he was in a coma. Even ruthless. What an inhuman monster. It's the first time I've seen a guy like you. No wonder you are not afraid of the earth. Not afraid. After all, at your level, those ordinary punks can't be your opponent at all. If I'm not mistaken, you must have thought that even if there is a group of small people here, Luo can also be swept away by you, right? But what happened? Even if it's a group of young people gathered together, it can also hold you back. And that's the scary thing about federations. If the opponent is a lone wolf like Beast, so no matter how powerful a monster he is, federations don't have to be afraid. But considering the future, I'd be better off losing one of your arms. Finish this sentence. He raised the emperor's right hand, tapped it with a flagpole. But if you swear to be my subordinate, I might be able to keep your arm. Unexpectedly, Emperor smiled contemptuously. Do what you want. Stop talking. Hurry up. In case I lie down and rest like this, regain strength, maybe I'll beat you into a drowning dog. Yu Wenyuan's face suddenly became serious. I didn't expect the emperor to reach this point at all. How dare you be so arrogant? So he just stopped pretending. After all, I never had the idea of letting go of the other party, because I met someone with extraordinary strength to marry me. The best approach is not to solicit. It's about killing people. As he spoke, his right hand gradually tightened, and Emperor Huangwu's arm rattled and sat down. The bones are about to break. But a group of police arrived at the scene, yelling at a few people. What are you doing? And the leading man used to glance. I saw that the gang was fighting in the play, so he had them arrested. The bespectacled man on the side saw this scene. He persuaded Yu Wenyuan to leave quickly. He issues orders on behalf of the chief. Anyone who has the strength to stand up, listen to me. You fend off the police with your bodies. And they responded. Then he rushed to the police without hesitation. This made the two newcomers stunned for a moment. I didn't expect to encounter the situation at all. The man with glasses then persuaded Yu Wen to stay away. After all, it would trouble Yu Wenyuan if he was caught. Wen Yan turned to look at Emperor Huangwu. Today is your lucky day. And now, he has fallen into a coma. This is also the first time in his life when Emperor Wu wakes up again. I found myself in another place. And he was wondering. But a man came to him, looking down at him. I thought you'd at least have a plan. It turned out that you were really so reckless. Really? Don't hit the south wall and don't look back. Can you listen to me now? After all, it took me a lot of effort to bring you here. Emperor Huangwu slowly stood up from the ground. After looking around, I just found out that this is Mayor's Hill. Then he looked at Park Si-ha. Asked the other party if he saved himself. Exactly. Gangsters are really reluctant to face the police. So it ended pretty easy. After listening to these words, Emperor Huangwu, instead of thanking each other, instead, he grabbed Park Si-ha's collar, although his right hand is still shaking. But the tone is very cold. You are crazy. And his simple face remained unchanged. I take that as a thank you to me, okay? But then again, what are you going to do now? Whether you like it or not, this time will become the legend of the battlefield on the Daejeon campus. After all, you broke into the commons alone, federation of more than 300 people, and finally went to the president, a man who poses a great threat to him. But you, also a loser who failed to get rid of the president. Emperor Huangwu, who heard these words, suddenly, the light tendons protruded in anger, raised his fist, and wanted to teach Park a lesson. If Keipu is suitable, but made him stop his movements. This result should make you very dissatisfied, right? After all, you're the only one. A triumphant battle, maniac. I can guarantee it. If everything were handled this way, surely you will never be able to wash away the shame of today. Because you don't have that ability. As soon as the sentence comes out, Emperor Huangwu was so shocked that he couldn't even speak, and Park's he's pointed in one direction. Yes, Emperor Huangwu looked at the lights on in the city over there. Did you see it? Isn't it bright? Just talk about one of the lights. He must be insignificant. Because, as soon as you break in, smash that lamp and it will disappear. But if those lights come together, a megacity called Daejeon was formed. No matter how strong someone is, can't destroy Daejeon. Even if a lamp or two breaks, it can't shake the strength of Daejeon. Emperor Huangwu, do you understand these words? To be king, you must have strength. the original language of today, and you don't have that power. And what power means here is power. Do you understand? After listening to these words, Emperor Huangwu, he let go of that hand. And Park River implant theme. Do you want me to organize a force like the Dacian Federation? Yes, I think you can. As long as I am there to assist, you will surely become a king. Saying that, he stretched out his right hand, indicates that in most cases, the king's hand should not be used for punching. It's for shaking hands, because you get better results. My purpose here is to make friends with you. Emperor Huangwu hesitated for a moment, stretched out his right hand, holding hands with Park Suk. It was also the first time in his life that he had shaken hands with someone, but a group of only 2 people. It's not really appropriate to call it power. But Emperor Martial Emperor was very puzzled. I don't know where I'm going to collect it. The better campus combatants. A lot has been taken away by the Federation. So I'm afraid it's not easy to find, but don't worry. I know a very strong potential stock. Although he is a year younger than us. But I've dealt with a lot of gangsters. So he was known locally as the Runaway Mustang. And that person, it is Guo Jiking, who did not join any forces. As for the purpose of the 2, is to tame this runaway wild horse. There's a mad dog in this alley. But men don't care. He also claims that his former nickname was Sweet Porridge, the dog trainer, but what he didn't know was that mad dog is not a real dog. He was alone. Because he's a crazy battle freak. As long as there are gangsters rushing through this alley, Guo Jijiang will stand up and clean up a few people, and I heard that when he wasn't in school, you can beat elementary school students. After going to elementary school, he hit middle school students again. He is currently in middle school. I can already teach students in high schools a lesson. It is said that once he has a conflict with people, you have to tear the other party completely to be satisfied. So this Q-in market, also known as the roast war market, guys who know about it usually avoid this place. The man who heard this broke into a cold sweat. I didn't expect it to be so serious. Just as they were about to leave. But a man came here. This person is Emperor Wu, and his purpose here is to tame Guo Jijiang. But the other party came to a clothing store, ready to pick up the clothes ordered before. After seeing Guo Jijiang, the uncle, I simply greeted him. Then take out the clothes that have been made in advance. It's a blue dragon patterned coat. But it made Guo Jijiang excited. I didn't expect this dress. It's even more bitter than I imagined. So he immediately put it on. How effective is asking the boss? Okay, more and more like a punk. Just as Guo Jijiang was about to say something, he noticed the appearance in front of him. I can't help but feel very confused. I haven't seen it for a while. Who is this person up here? Could it be your son? After listening to this, the boss simply replied. He covered the photo on the table. And Guo Jijiang couldn't help but tease each other. I thought you were a smelly. The old bachelor uncle didn't expect to have children. It's incredible. The boss was so angry that he hugged Guo Jijiang directly. Don't look at me now. I was very popular when I was young. Completely different from you. Then he gave Guo Jijiang a suggestion. If you really want to live like a punk, then you must not be alone. But just then, the door was pushed open. There was a group of bad-looking punks. This made Guo Jijiang squint his eyes. The atmosphere doesn't seem right. Meanwhile, on the street, Emperor Huangwu is still hanging out. He kept looking around. I want to find Guo Jijiang's figure. And all this, all because of simplicity, and he wanted Emperor Wu to recruit Guo Jiking. At first, he refused. After all, he never convinced anyone. But Park Ju told him, if you don't do this, then you can only live forever. Live with the memory of looking up at you when you won. These words raised Emperor Huangwu's anger. Can't suppress the anger inside. Grab Park's collar. You asked me to do this? If it's just to fool me, then you just wait for the meat to puree. Don't worry, if I recruit him, then it doesn't make sense. After all, solid organizational strength comes from the boss. And anyway, the beast will only be tamed by the beast. So you must be able to make a good impression on him. Thinking about what happened last night, Emperor Wu was angry. So that when he came to the door of the store, I just noticed the situation in front of me. The ground is full of broken glass, and a fallen battery car. I saw a blonde hair covered in wounds. The man walks out of the house. He's still swearing. This couldn't help but attract the attention of Emperor Huang Wu. Take a closer look. He just found out that this person was Guo Jijio. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask the other party's identity. After all, I have debugged and reminded myself. Never tame him directly with brute force. Let alone disgust him. Because you want to win him over completely. So you've got to smile. When I think of this, Emperor Huang Wu tried his best to make a kind expression, claiming to have wanted to meet him a long time ago. As a result, Guo Jijiang saw it all over his face. If you want to live, don't strike up a conversation. Get away from me. Then he turned around and left without looking back. Emperor Huang Wu was stunned in place. This is also the release of him and Guo Jijiang from prison. At that time, he did not know that it would be. Meet a man who can change his life. He's just gnashing his teeth. I can't wait to kill Guo Jijiang immediately. The man just gave a kind smile. The other party took his ancestors. The 18th generation gave greetings to a batch. The angry Emperor Martial Emperor's eyes suddenly turned red. But Guo Jijiang doesn't have much soul for this. You get on your scooter and you go rescue people. Although he didn't understand the graves of those guys either. But they are leaving. There are times when the abandoned warehouse in Dahi Cave is mentioned. So he was going to go there first. In the warehouse on the other side. But the screams kept coming. The big one who runs a clothing store. Uncle has made it inhumane. But even so, he still persists. The angry opponent directly gave him a mouth. And the force of this slap. It also made him fall to the ground with the seat attached. But he wouldn't give up. Ask the tree before it leaves. Is there one more thing you didn't say? Only you say that. To erase one's own existence. After saying that, he put the dagger on the uncle's head. After all, the instructions he received were, even if you cut off a few parts of the other party, let him speak too. But at this critical juncture. But there was the sound of a motorcycle engine. Next second, Guo Jijiang relies on the power of his motorcycle, knocked the man out. This can't help but make the uncle feel very different. I didn't expect Guo Jijiang to find this place. And a few younger brothers around him came up, ready to teach that kid another lesson. But Guo Jijiang was full of disdain. He said that he was just given by a narrow store. Limit strength. Otherwise, it will be easy to deal with the 5 of you. But I didn't wait for him to finish speaking. There is a little brother who can't stand it. Want to sneak attack Guo Jijia from behind. As a result, he was driven away by him on a motorcycle. The scene made several people break out in cold sweat. I'm glad I'm not in a hurry. After all, no one could have imagined that kid played the motorcycle so smoothly. So they changed their strategy. Surround Guo Jijiang. Don't give him a motorcycle to juggle. This move was also praised by Guo Jijiang. Admit that a few people still have some brains, and the leader man is very disdainful. I hope the other party can maintain this expression after a while. The uncle endured the pain and roared at Guo Jijiang. Tell him to run. This is not a children's game. Maybe it will really kill people. But even so, General Guo Zi still did not choose to flee. After all, if you really do that, how do you go out with the dragon pattern in the future? Finish this sentence. He uses the idling of the motorcycle. Created a large cloud of smoke. As a result, several people lost their vision. I didn't know what to do. The leading man was very worried when he saw this. He quickly reminded everyone to be careful. He might come out of nowhere. Result next second. Guo Jijiang is like a ghost. Appeared behind him. Then there was a sound of fighting from inside the smoke. And that went on for a moment. In the end, only one person came out of it. That's Guo Jijiang. But he also suffered a lot of injuries. But he didn't care. Come to the uncle and squat down. We started chatting with him. They want to know each other's past. But at this moment, a dreamstick came at him. When the uncle reacted, it's too late to remind Guo Jijiang. This also led him to accept the episode with his head. It flew out in an instant. I didn't expect it. How can a kid make a mess here? And Guo Jiking also reacted. I know it's the other side's reinforcements coming, but this time, the person who came was obviously without saying a word, he kicked Guo Jijiang's head. And others came to help. The situation became one-sided. But even so, Guo Jijiang still felt very afraid. Obviously the same group of people. But they obviously, and the people I met on the street. Not on the same level. Am I really going to admit defeat this time? When Guo Jijiang was about to give up, Emperor Huangwu actually sent a Karami flying with one punch. And then it's just cleaning up the army. Shoot them one by one. But his original purpose was not them, but to teach Guo Jijiang a lesson, but they wouldn't listen. You have to rely on more people to take down Emperor Huangwu. He had no choice but to deal with them. However, Mu Zi made Guo Jijiang feel very shocked. He didn't expect it. In the market, the big guy I met was so strong. But he came to his senses. Then he hesitantly began to apologize. After all, I insulted him before. But just when he wanted to say thank you, Emperor Huangwu's fist was raised high. This scene scared the uncle into a cold sweat. Hurry up and remind Guo Jijiang to avoid it. But Emperor Huangwu's fist, his head stopped in front of Guo Jijiang. No response. What kind of charisma? To make Guo Jijiang, this mad dog, volunteer to be someone else's subordinate. Just now, Emperor Huangwu and Park Shi successfully reunited. But when the other party asked about Guo Jijiang, Emperor Huangwu said that the guy should forget it. Little did he know that Guo Jijiang was behind him. This made Emperor Martial Emperor feel very different. I thought the other party was here for revenge. And Park and Z are used to it. Because he already said it. The beast will only be tamed by the beast. And so it was. Next second, Guo Jijiang asked the 5 emperors to accept him as a younger brother. But it made him very angry. I thought the other party hadn't been taught enough. Fortunately, Park Shi served as a what man? Let Guo Jijiang say something. Why did you become his subordinate? And Guo Jiking is also very cheerful. When even expressed, it was the first time I had seen such a fist. As a man, isn't it natural to worship the strong? And I think following that big brother, you're going to have a lot of bloody battles. That's enough. When Park Hop heard the sentence, implant themes with each other. It means we are there to cultivate, own power. It can destroy Dacian. Federation gives clerks the power to make Emperor Martial Emperor the king of Dacian. So we have to face the battle every day from now on. If you just come to me with a gangster mentality, then it's boring. Although Guo Jijiang didn't understand a little bit, but he wasn't worried about it. I'm just afraid that the 2 of them are too satisfied with me. So the 3 of them began to discuss the next plan. The first and most important thing is the name. When Guo Jijiang heard this, he was the first to make recommendations. What about the name King's Army? But Tiao Sui rejected his suggestion. Because Yu Wenyuan of the Federation, known as the King of Dacian, this led to the King's Army. Sounds like his direct unit. What about the Emperor Wu Society? But this was still denied by Park Shi. The reason is that it's too ugly. As a result, the name of the force, he said, was Fire Dragon. Let Guo Jijiang can't help complaining. It's even worse. In the end, Emperor Martial Emperor gave his own advice. The decision is called the Emperor List. As soon as the sentence comes out, they're both very much in favor. If Yuan Yuan were the king, the Emperor is the Emperor. This is already. It shows his determination to defeat Wen Yuan. After the 3 of them took the name of the force, General Guo was the first to propose the next step. A week later, a few people came to the famous brand clothing recycling store, received the Emperor Gang Group clothing designed by Guo Jijiang. Black Dragon Coat. Uncle is also very proud of it. After all, this is his ultimate masterpiece. If you sell it, it will cost at least 30 million won. But this time for human reasons. I'll give it to you for free. In that case, then we're really leaving. That's right. Dashu, nothing happened to you after that, right? Don't worry, it's just that the company misunderstood me a little bit. That would be fine. Then he waved goodbye to his uncle. Catch up with the departing two. This was also the starting point of the Emperor Gang. After today, the three began a never-ending march. As the number of battles increases, Huang Debang's reputation also grew day by day. A team of three, unconsciously, became a well-deserved party. Power can be even so. They didn't stop fighting either. And it didn't take long. Own and the combat effectiveness of the Dacian Federation is comparable. When the man with glasses arrived at the scene, I found that the members here had been wiped out. And all this is done by the Emperor. This also shocked you when you won. I didn't expect them to do it in such a short time. To form such a powerful force. I thought he was just a loner beast. It seems that he also has good learning ability. Speaking of which, his hand, holding the cup, gradually tightened. Finally, the cup was hard and broken. He was also determined to have a good time with Emperor Huangwu. Meanwhile, the other side. The Emperor State is still celebrating the Virgin Mary this time. Among them, Guo Jijiang is the most excited. He actually said that he would not get drunk today. But there is one thing that the feudal Gaul is very puzzled about. Why are fireworks so important? Eat and drink. Brother didn't come. Emperor Huangwu didn't care about it. Think it's just a place to eat, drink, and have fun. However, Guo Jijiang said that he just wants to be close to someone. But I haven't had a chance lately. After all, whether it is a banquet or a dinner party, he will never participate. About this, Emperor Huangwu was not as thoughtful as Guo Jijiang thought. So he began to think. Pushy River, why did you encourage yourself to organize something in the first place? He didn't even figure it out on the way back. In the end, Guo Jijiang heard it. Only then did he stop the advancing Emperor Wu. And he gets in the corner and he starts listening. After all, that voice is Park Sui. And the other person in the alley. It is Yu Wenyuan, the king of Daishan. A full-scale war between two gangs is about to begin. But on the eve of the war, the president of the Federation actually came to dig people up in person, not only double the chips. I also left Park Shi a position as the second in command, because the Yellow Emperor can have today's achievements. Most of it is Park Hop's credit. These words made the two eavesdropping on the side nervous. I didn't expect the other party to come and dig people up. And the chips proposed by Yu Wenyuan. It's really exciting. But Article Fit still rejected the other party. The reason is the expansion speed of the Federation. Too slow. If you could unify the Big Iron earlier, then there will be no such organization as the Emperor State at all. This made him very uncomfortable. After all, he wants to see a unified battlefield in Dacian soon. And the beasts here, kneeling at the feet of a man. So he chose to cooperate with Emperor Huangwu. Because he thinks that's the only way to achieve wishes faster. These words gently raised Yu Wen far away. To know that the Federation has been established since its inception, it only took half a year. The end result is also obvious. The negotiations between the two collapsed directly. Yu Wenyuan, before leaving, don't forget the mockery strip fits. Judging by your impatience, the end of the Emperor Gang is obvious. This is the scene. It also made the two eavesdropping very happy. But Guo Jijiang was very puzzled. Ask help. Why didn't the Lord take this opportunity to kill Clerk Yu? If you go head to head, I feel that you will definitely win. But Emperor Wu said he didn't want to do that. Because what he wants to defeat is not Yu Wenyuan. It's Ota who has an organization like the Federation. King, only his imperial state tore the Federation apart completely. This is the real victory. So he doesn't need to get humbled by chance. Contemptible victory. So Emperor Huangwu held a meeting. Issue instructions to all members starting today. We will start an all-out war with the Dacian Federation. Finish this sentence. The audience boiled. Raise the momentum of the Emperor Gang. They won the next battle repeatedly. Gradually occupied more territory in the Federation. Without realizing it, they strategically occupied 70% of Dacian's territory. And it wasn't all smooth sailing. Huang Debang caught in headwinds in several battles. even with the leadership of 2 captains. Still can't turn the tide. Because the Federation has too many reinforcements. Wave after wave. The Emperor state was caused by continuous fighting. Members here are very tired. Park Shi-hyuk I had to give the order to retreat. But just then, there was a sound from the back of the Federation. But it made Guo Jijiang's confidence increase greatly. He knew that this must be the movement of the gang leader's dream. Next second, Emperor sent 7 or 8 karami flying with one punch. It shifted the Federation's attention to him. But Park River was shocked. He didn't expect Emperor to actually formulate a strategy, but he quickly thought of something. I feel that Emperor is just relying on his own way. Find your place. With the rout behind the Federation, the momentum of the Emperor gang suddenly rose sharply. Want to push them back again. So the 2 sides fought again. Although the Federation has a numerical advantage, but still can't end the battle. And Park Shu saw the reason at a glance. It's Emperor Wu, borrowing extreme strength to circulate the battle situation, just like a king of beasts. He couldn't help but think of you when you won. What I said to myself that day. Look at your eagerness. You can guess the end of the imperial state. You can see the current situation. I don't seem to be wrong. Even Guo Jijiang couldn't help but sigh. Gangmaster is really not on the same level as us. If this continues, maybe we'll get back to our senses. I found that Daejeon had been completely unified. Meanwhile, the other side. The Federation also launched a general meeting, discussed the reasons for the defeat on the front lines, but it made everyone sweat. I had to keep apologizing to the president. The angry Yuan punched a row of members. Because that's not the answer he's looking for. What he wants, it's a plan that can sweep away the bastards of the Emperor gang. Just when the atmosphere is depressing, a hand went up in the crowd. I'm sorry to interrupt the scene of everyone being punished together. But can I just say one thing? But at this time, Yuan was angry. He came up to the man. Who is he? You know what? A war requires many characters. You need soldiers on the battlefield. You also need generals who stand in the front and command the soldiers. And most importantly, the king who leads everyone. Then for the king. What is the most important existence? Soldier or general? None of this is right. It is to assist the king in making the correct judgment, by accurately anticipating, and countermeasures to design the staff of the battle situation in which I can play the role. The Upper Federation turned against the wind, provided you listen to what I have to say from now on. The person who came was the future chief of staff and superior. You know, for the king. What role is the most important? Soldiers who are charging on the battlefield? Or the general standing in the front commanding the soldiers? None of this is right. The most important thing is to assist Wang in making a correct judgment, by accurately anticipating, and countermeasures to design the staff of the battle situation, and the guy who is perfect for the role. Only this high school student in front of me. But his request was, Yuan starts from now on. Just listen to what he has to say. This speech caused others to comment. Even Yuan was extremely unhappy with him. Just grab him by the neck. Lift him up high. Threatened him to tell the truth. How did you get in here? This move made Lu Shangkai instantly sweat coldly. Quickly apologize. And said that there are also spies of Emperor Wu here. Do you want to know? After obtaining Yuan's permission, he exposed the information of the spy. Name Kim Kil-han. The identity is a student of Yuanshan Middle School, joined the Federation about a month ago. But he has another identity. That is Park, the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Emperor Gang. Suitable subordinates. As soon as the sentence comes out, Jin Zihan's face was instantly uncalm. Hastily denied, but the man with glasses came to him. Tell Kim to take out his phone. This is the only way to prove your innocence. But Kim was clearly hesitant. The man with glasses saw this and asked several people to catch him. Found the phone in his sleeve. Found out that he not only turned on the recording, there is also Park Sui's contact record in the mobile phone. After confirming the identity, Yuan put Lu Shangkai down. Tell the others to pull him down and interrogate him. Dahui wants to talk to him in person. A week later, Federation actually sent a small team of troops to attack Emperor Huangwu. It was ridiculous in the eyes of others. It's like sheep into the tiger's mouth. So they rushed up without hesitation. And the reason why the Federation did this? Because it was the chief of staff's plan. He also knows that little force can't get rid of their king at all. After all, his real target is not Emperor Huangwu. Yu Wenyuan guessed. His goal is to lead Park Si-ha. But the chief of staff denied the speculation. Because Park Si-ha is a suspicious person. He is not belligerent, they prefer defense. And it worked out. When Park Shi learned of the news, asked the other party how many there are in total. But they only sent 30 people. In this way, Park Shi feels very different. Ready to wait and see. No hurry to go. After all, if the Federation is playing a game of distraction, we will lose a lot. By the way, please contact the 2nd Brigade. Keep them on standby. But it's too late. As a madman, Guo Jijiang of the dog has already rushed over with his men, and he was furious about it. Unexpectedly, the Federation dared to attack Emperor Huangwu, the chief of staff's goal this time. It is Guo Zi, the captain of the 2nd Brigade of the Emperor Gang. Zhang Ta dispatched 14 cadres for this purpose. And the strength of 2 squads. This forced Guo Jijiang to stop the car. I couldn't help but scold. Why so unlucky? But he still got into a fight with the opposite side. But Guo Jijiang soon fell into martyrdom. Every event. Due to the suppression of the number of people, he was defeated. I saw a famous younger brother in the crowd, holding a wooden stick towards Guo Jijiang Hulin. The next second, he was smashed and his eyes turned white. Guo Jijiang also lost consciousness because of the stick. The man with glasses also took photos of the scene. Sent to the president. This made the clerk Yu feel very different. I didn't expect them to really kill Guo Jijiang. But there was one thing he didn't understand. The 2nd Brigade in charge of Guo Jijiang. It is according to the situation, randomly moving teams. But how do you know their exact location? And deploy troops. So that's what you said. It's very simple. After all, no matter how loyal the members of the Emperor Gang are, it's a group of strangers, after all. As long as we are casual, capture a member of the 2nd Brigade, threatening his relatives. I just kidnapped that guy's sister. Let him take the initiative to cooperate. In summary, is to get accurate intelligence at the right moment. Efficient redistribution. This way you can attack the enemy and win. After listening to this easy-to-understand explanation, even Yu Wenyuan couldn't help but praise. In the hospital on the other side, Guo Jijiang is still lying in bed in a coma. This is thanks to Park's caution. Only then did I realize that the 2nd team was previewing and joined them to end the battle. But even so, another 15 members of the 2nd Brigade were seriously injured, unable to return to the front line. This is also the case since the establishment of the Emperor Gang. The first time was completely defeated. How tight is a federation with the chief of staff? At a fraction of the cost. Solved yellow. Guo Jijia, the captain of D Gang's 2nd Brigade. This made Emperor fall into anger, but just then the hospital door was knocked on. He reported to the gang leader in fear. Someone said they had to see you. The person who came was Emperor Wu's milk. He came this time, mainly because I want to say one thing to Emperor Huangwu. It's this conversation. It became the last scene for Emperor Huangwu to see his grandmother. The content of the conversation. It made Emperor Huangwu temporarily forget the crime of defeat. But what he didn't know was, that member is the identification of the Federation. He called the advisor. It means that Emperor Wu had a grandmother. This made Lu Shankai feel very different. I didn't expect someone like Emperor to have a family. But this is indeed a very valuable piece of information. I had a rough plan in mind. I hope you can continue to report to me in the future. Then I won't touch your family. After hanging up the phone, his expression went mad. Because his next move will bring this game to a climax. And his first step, just got a photo of Emperor Wu's grandmother. Then put the phone. Handed the 8th-ranked marriage idea. Let him go and torture this old lady. Start with a reason. Of course, to provoke Emperor Huang Wu. Lure him out alone. It seems old-fashioned. But even Emperor Huang Wu should also affect the behavior of our dynamic serum. React a little. After hearing the sentence, Zhu Qingju couldn't help but escape. I heard before that a kid became chief of staff. I'm still curious. I didn't expect it to be a ruthless guy. But in his heart, he wants to please the other party. After all, with Shanghai, this kid is currently very popular with the president. Only by having a good relationship with him, you can only be born in the Federation. So he took the maintenance. And ready to do even worse. The next morning, Grandma came to the street to set up a stall as usual. The passing cleaner will be polite when he sees him. Say hi to him. But he was also curious about one thing. Grandma, haven't you been receiving grants all the time? Why do you still come out to set up a stall every day? He is also very helpless about it. After all, Huang Taoman's academic performance is very excellent. If you want to send him to a cram school, that subsidy is simply not enough. And this is all my fault. Don't let the children meet a good father. So I have to do my best to raise him well. After listening to these words, Aunt Wang was not moved. So he did it out of kindness. Bought onions for $10. Before leaving, don't forget to wish Grandma a prosperous business. Wait until the afternoon. Grandma started to calculate today's income. But he had just finished counting the money. And someone called out to him. Next second, Kai Lan in front of her was mercilessly kicked away by Zhu Shenzuo. He also found this place for his behavior. It means that I bought buns from you yesterday. As a result, I had diarrhea just after eating. How do you think this account should be calculated? But Grandma was very confused. He doesn't even remember selling his slave. And Zhu Shenzuo played a rascal grandma about it. Are you Alzheimer's? I just bought it yesterday and forgot it. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Happy to finish this sentence. He asked his two younger brothers to smash Grandma's booth. This behavior made Grandma sweat profusely. I can only keep persuading them to stop. But Zhu Shenzuo not only refused to give up, and insulted Grandma. Let him tell Emperor Huang Wu what happened today. Unexpectedly, when Grandma hears her grandson's name, I lost my temper. Quickly grab each other's trousers. I want to make this clear. And Zhu Xingjuo was very annoyed. He didn't expect the other party to dare to grab his trousers. So he was going to wake up his grandmother. But he hasn't done it yet. Due to the gaze of those around you. He stopped his movement, red petal sword stab. Also come forward to persuade. Let him forget it today. After all, there are too many people watching. But for face reasons. Zhu Xingjuo, before leaving, still warned Grandma. Tell him to wait and see tomorrow. Then he left with his companions. And the next week, they come almost every day. Patronize Grandma's booth. Even if Grandma changes the place to set up the stall, will still be found by them. Then try my best to torture Grandma. But even so, Grandma didn't put it either. Tell Emperor Huang Wu what happened to him. Just one person suffered everything silently. This caused Grandma to feel very upset. So much so that I lost my appetite to eat. In the beginning, Huang Kaoman thought Grandma wasn't hungry. So he put the food in the refrigerator. Tell Grandma to remember to eat. But he still sensed something strange. I don't know why. Grandma seems to be a little quiet recently. The next afternoon, Zhu Shenzuo couldn't stand her life. Start touching, Grandma. He didn't expect it to be a week. The emperor has not contacted him yet. But it made him very angry. I thought I was being merciful. Make the other party so stubborn. So he increased the punishment. Grab Grandma's head. Smash him to the ground. Just listen to the sound of the basket. Grandma's body began to tremble. Several people immediately broke out in a cold sweat, afraid that Grandma's life will be in danger. And Zhu Xingjuo saw that things were made worse. He chose to run away without hesitation. Meanwhile, on another street, Huang Kaoman is still looking for Grandma's booth. But he was very confused. I don't know where Grandma goes to set up a stall, to get in the way. I just reacted when I was hit by someone. That's it. Let him see a shocking scene. Grandma actually lay trembling all over. On the ground, Huang Kaoman helped her up. Ask when it happened. Grandma endured the pain and said nothing happened. I just accidentally fell. But how can such a lie deceive Huang Kaiman? I quickly thought of those little thugs just now. After all, they left in such a hurry, and the trio on the other side. I didn't stop until I was exhausted from running. But still, some people are still worried. Fear of causing death. Only one Zhu Shenzuo is still agreeing. It's okay to keep comforting a few people. If that old woman really broke up, that's better. Emperor Marshal Emperor will attend the funeral unprepared. The two younger brothers flattered themselves when they saw this. As expected of the 8th-ranked boss, the way of thinking is different. As a result, the two just finished flattering. Zhu Xingzuo's face was hit hard. The next second, the whole person will fly out. And there was a lizard standing on the stairs, silently watching everything. He couldn't help but scold. You worthless trash. From now on, give me a taste of being cleaned up for no reason. When the underworld meets the gangster, who is strong and who is weak? Just now, Huang Kaiman met her injured grandmother on the street. And he was furious about it. I don't know why those bastards would do such a thing. And just then, Yellow Peach Min Jin found a missing student ID card on the ground. Therefore, he entrusted his grandmother to Aunt Wang, who passed by. Ask him to help take grandma to the hospital. Wait until I'm done with this. I'll come over. Although Huang Taoman was very angry at this time, but he didn't lose his mind. He knows very well, I have no ability to get revenge on them, only by using your brain. When I think of this, Huang Kaiman looked at the treasure story on the side. And that seat became his weapon. The next second, he smashed the glass door of the arcade. This behavior aroused the anger of the boss. He wanted to know, which bastard dares to smash his shop? It was the famous local wine gangster. But there was only Huang Kaiman on the road at this time. So he looked at each other. Ask if you did this. Huang Kaiman lied about it, claiming to be passing by. Just knocked down by a few big brothers. I don't know if they did it. It looks pretty scary anyway. Hearing this, the red wine immediately believed half of it. One from Yellow. Cao Min learned the whereabouts of the group of people. And Huang Kaiman took out the student ID card. It means when they hit me just now. It looks like something is missing. I picked up my student ID card and saw the red scroll. I remember each other's appearance at a glance. I just don't know where they went. Huang Kaiman, look, after seeing the topic develop in the direction you want. And he smiles. The group of people ran towards the residence next to them. Shouldn't have run far. Meanwhile, the other side. The three didn't stop until they were exhausted. And what followed was panic. They were afraid of getting killed. Zhu Xingjuo is completely different from the two. He would love that. After all, if the old woman really dies, Emperor Wudi, it will definitely appear at the scene of the hidden weapons unsuspecting. The two can't help but complain. As expected of the 8th-ranked boss, the way of thinking is unusual. Unexpectedly, the next second, Zhu Qingzu's face was hit hard. Fly directly upside down in front of the two. And it shocked them. I don't know the man in front of me. Why attack them? And Zhu Shenzuo, after doing it, I can't help but curse. I want to know which bastard moved it. Han Ki Hongqian is not flustered at all. Stand directly in front of several people and confront them. In the beginning, the two younger brothers still want to pass the solution to resolve this misunderstanding. But Hong Qian refused to believe their nonsense, claiming to have evidence in his hands. If you still quibble, I'm going to take a few more punches later. Zhu Xingjuo, who stood up again, was unhappy. Who cares if this is a misunderstanding? When I go up, I want to return it just now. But his fist hasn't touched the opponent yet. Zhu Xingzuo's face was hit hard again. Are both cheeks balanced? Looking at the fallen boss, the two shouties still stood there without moving. Until Hong Qian took the initiative to attack, the two were forced to fight back. Huang Kaiman is not flustered at all about this. After all, that uncle is a famous gangster here. Everyone knows that as long as he is in love, anything is possible. What's more, people like you. The guy who will only show off at school. He won't be soft when he teaches a lesson. But what happened next left him with a legacy. I saw an army of students come to Hong Qian. Ask him what he is doing. How can an adult engage in conflict with a student? Do you want to bully the small? In that case, don't blame us for bullying more and less. Look at the battle in front of you. The red lead suddenly broke into cold sweat, and Zhu Xinjuo took out his phone, mocking the big guy for being ignorant. I've never even heard of Daejeon River Club. When Zhu Xinjuo finished speaking, the group of students rushed towards the red sky with their weapons. The situation turned around in an instant. Hong Qian was beaten to pieces by a group of students. This also makes Huang Kaming understand a truth, that the individual can never defeat the collective. After he arrived at the hospital, Grandma's first aid just finished. But the doctor told him that Grandma fell, caused a minor concussion. If not treated in time, there may be problems. Therefore, patients must receive treatment. And we did other tests on the patient. The result shows your grandmother had high blood pressure and a cerebral infarction. This may be caused by his forced work. Put it bluntly, even with treatment from now on, it's too late. Hearing this result, Huang Ruoman blamed himself. It's all my fault that I'm a piece of crap. Can't do anything. Even if you were pushed to the ground in front of my eyes, there's nothing I can do. When I think of this, he clenched his fists. If only my brother were there. Those punks have absolutely no good results. On the street at the same time, Emperor Huang Wu came to the clothing store. When he walked into the store, and it was a complete mess. There was no one there. He gritted his teeth in anger. I didn't expect it to be late. The next morning, Grandma woke up from her coma. But he refused the offer of hospitalization. After all, there's really no money at home, and his condition is getting worse and worse. The after effects of the concussion also continue to occur. From a certain moment on, he can only lie in bed all day. Then one morning, and he never opened his eyes. Grandma passed away like this, and when it comes to holding a funeral, Emperor Wu only returned home. Facing such an irresponsible brother, Huang Kaming couldn't help but condemn. Grandma suffered so much to support us. Shouldn't you be filial to him? But where were you when he was bullied? Facing the nagging brother, Emperor Huang Wu did not choose to explain too much. Instead, ready to leave. But Huang Kaming is very dissatisfied that you are the eldest grandson. Gotta wake up Grandma. But Emperor Wu thought, that doesn't make sense at all. After all, Grandma is dead. Just before leaving, he asked Huang Kaming a question. Are you sure? Did you hear the Daejeon Federation? After getting the test results, he left angrily. Never said a word more. Tonight, Emperor Huang Wu didn't have that kind of feeling from the beginning. But even so, he had one more question he didn't ask Grandma. But this opportunity to solve the puzzle. But it was taken away by these guys. So, they must all die at my hands tonight. How terrifying was the angry Emperor Huang Wu. How dare you break into the enemy's base camp alone? And killed 100 people in 2 hours. Just now, Emperor Huang Wu came to Taimai Park as agreed. But what he doesn't know is, this is actually a trap set by the Federation. But Emperor Huang Wu still did not change his face. Instead of taunting each other, you don't think that with this number of people. Just kill me. And Zhu Xinjuo thought he was in a drought. I didn't take this sentence to heart. Just listen to his order. 100 younger brothers rushed towards Emperor Huang Wu in an instant. But he just threw a punch. The little brother in front of him poured a large piece. This scene made Zhu Xinjuo sweat coldly. So he called the participant. He reported the situation here truthfully. But he didn't care. As long as you can hold off the emperor for 2 hours. Don't worry, I will definitely complete this task. But Zhu Xinjuo, who hung up the phone, was very flustered. Fear that if you fail, you will fall into the abyss. But if successful, my ranking will definitely rise. And on the other side, Chief of Staff Zhou Jian, after everything is ready, The next step begins. That is to kill the lonely Park's hop. The only trouble with this operation is the speed of popsicles. After all, Zhu Xingzuo aside, it can hold Emperor Wu for up to 2 hours. So we have to get rid of Park Tui and the Federation. The lineup this time is also very luxurious. The leading player is the second-ranked Zhang Tianhao. The lieutenant is the third-ranked brother Pai Tai. This battle made Park Si-ha couldn't help but sigh. Yu Wenyuan's evaluation of me is really high. He actually sent both left and right hands. But Park Sui just finished saying the sentence. Zhang Tianhao raised his fist and attacked him. But this blow was blocked by Park Suk. Then he backhanded and punched him in the face. And it wasn't light at all. Let the corners of Zhang Tianhao's mouth can't help but leave a trace of blood. But he just scolded. Then he swung his fist at a tide of prostitutes. And they fought back. The younger brother behind him saw the situation. No longer ready to stand by and watch. After all, the captain is in the situation. Still choose to continue fighting. Well, we should at least keep them small. Get rid of it. Don't let them get in the captain's way. This time there was no surprise. Both fists hit each other in the face. But the intensity of the adjustment is obviously greater. His punch, half of Zhang Tianhao's eyes were broken. But he was still curious. In this unfavorable situation, why don't you choose to run away? You stay and you fight. Very simple. From the moment you came out triumphantly. The situation is already doomed against us. Because you must also be on the upper part of the escape route. Troop strength, instead of being made into dumplings, might as well deal with this first. After saying this, concentrate all your strength on your right foot. This is his very simple ladder. He kicked Zhang Tianhao out. When he got up again, he was also injured a lot. You can only talk with your stomach covered. Your judgment is indeed sharp. But you're wrong. Because no troops were deployed on the escape route at all. But gather all the troops here. These words can't help but make Park Shi's legacy. He didn't expect that he would make a mistake in judgment this time. Zhang Yuan, who was ranked 7th, mocked. I heard that today is the anniversary of your death. Congratulations. Different from his attitude. It is the 6th-ranked whole life training. And the 10th-ranked Jinshin. They marveled at the strength of Park Hat. Only the 3rd-ranked leather iron bear. The most prosaic attitude. He didn't say anything about it. And Park Shi reacted to this. I know, they already guessed that I wouldn't run away. That's why they brought everyone here. About this. Even Yu Wenyuan couldn't help but be curious. I want to know how the chief of staff predicted it. And it's very simple. Because Park Si-ha is a man who plans to move later, and to deal with such a close-minded person. Shi Jianyi will become a lord. So, simplicity and certainty. Never imagined that we would attack with all our troops. This also led to his subsequent miserable situation. But he was still very unwilling. After all, if I run away, this plan will be in vain. But you have several cadres with you. To gamble on this absurd possibility. Who is that chief of staff? About this issue, Li Tianhao did not choose to answer. Instead, persuade the other party to give up. Because his subordinates, few can continue to fight. But even so, debug and still take a fighting stance. This behavior aroused Li Tianhao's strong dissatisfaction. So he let the people behind him rush up. Soon, the two sides were fighting together at once. Although the Federation has a numerical advantage. But I still can't get the debugging box for a while. This couldn't help but give Li Tianhao a hint of admiration. They are reluctant to trample on each other in this way. If you don't want to do it. The Union occupies Daejeon by itself. Then we might still be friends. After saying this, Li Tianhao turned and left. The next second, he was startled by the figure in front of him. But before he came to his senses, a fist hit him. Meanwhile, the other side. A young brother came forward to report to our staff and Park. When she is at war. Emperor Huangwu rushed into the battlefield. As soon as the sentence comes out, the chief of staff's expression suddenly changed. Did he use some means? It's only been an hour. But the younger brother said. He started from scratch, one by one, all the consequences. It's easy to deal with people who are like secrets. Instead, it will become a lore. The same applies to him. On the other side of the battlefield, Li Tianhao was sent flying by the first punch of Emperor Wu. Even his eyes were broken. Start with this day. Huang Debang's fame surpassed that of the Dacian Federation. This is also the emperor since he was born. The day when I swung my fists the hardest. So many people have lost their waving forever since then. Fist ability. Emperor Huang Wu also became the strongest in Dacian. Do you know the horror of Emperor Huang Wu? He actually destroyed the alliance in one day. 6 members of the association, ministry, and 200 members. The fame of Huang Debang surpassed that of the Dacian Federation. And he also became the strongest in Dacian. Just now, Emperor Wu only took half an hour. Take all 100 members of the Federation, dry. Zhu Xingjuo in this scene is in cold sweat. Can't speak for a while. Until Emperor Huang Wu spoke to him. Is this your trick? He came to his senses from the shock. Hastily dumped the country to the chief of staff. But in the next second, Emperor Huang Wu came to him. Just one punch. Zhu Xingzuo's face suddenly twisted. And he is also because of this episode. It caused the whole person to fly upside down. I even broke 2 front teeth. The pain that keeps coming from my body. Let him not help but inquire. What kind of monster did you provoke? But it's too late to wake up. Because the next wave of Emperor Huang Wu's offensive is about to hit. And when he next shows up, has arrived at the scene of Hunting Park River, and only used 1 punch. He killed Li Tianhao, ranked 2nd in the Federation, in seconds. Looking at the fallen captain, everyone immediately broke into cold sweat. Can't help but complain about the chief of staff. But at this time, Emperor Martial Emperor has lost his mind. Rushing into the crowd is a hammer. 2 cadres fell in just a moment. Even Park, who was watching the play, she couldn't help but sigh. What exactly happened? That's why Emperor Wu became so crazy. And he was angry. Cause yourself to fight more bravely. The next second he killed another cadre, in seconds. Looking at the fallen Kim Tatsuzawa, everyone suddenly lost the desire to fight. After all, even the cadres were killed in 1 punch. And Li Tianhao behind the crowd. Then he slowly stood up. He couldn't help but recall the scene of being killed in seconds just now. Obviously just got punched. But it made him feel a strong sense of dizziness. When he thinks of me, he feels very ashamed. But when Li Tianhao saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but scold him. What was going on? Why are they almost all down? I saw the feet of Emperor Huang Wu. 4 or 5 officials from the Federation lie down. Among them is the 3rd-ranked Leather Bear. But the emperor stopped. Let the guys who can still stand listen up. If you really want to get rid of me, then let him come in person. Don't hide in the back like a coward. If you dare to play this trick next time, no matter where it is hidden, I will find you and kill you. Understood words. Just tell the clerk what I said. After saying this, he told everyone to get out of the territory of Huang Debang. And they just sat there. Apparently still haven't recovered from the shock. Although Li Tian gritted his teeth. But he still suppressed his anger and issued a command link. All the people in the alliance retreat. Until then, they picked up the injured member and slowly left. And in this battle, Federation permanent lost 100 members, including 6 cadres. But the aftermath of this battle was worse than expected. Medium is bigger. This also became Emperor Wu, the miracle of building the 3rd Brigade. Meanwhile, the other side. Yu Wenyuan will face this failure. It comes down to the chief of staff. After all, he was so sure that we would win. It turned out to be a big loss. The chief of staff didn't explain much either. Because he really didn't expect Emperor Martial Emperor will meet so quickly. But it wasn't all for nothing. But Yu Wenyuan was very puzzled. Obviously lost so badly. What else can you get? The Emperor gang also lost a considerable amount of troops. Especially Park and his first team. The losses were particularly severe and the greatest harvest. We understand the principle of Emperor Wu's actions. That means we know what to use. Machine against him. You can rest assured about this. I will make a weapon that can deal with him as soon as possible. You win, you won. After listening to these words, they readily agreed to each other. After all, you can't just make a mistake. He gave up Liu Shengjian, who has made a lot of credit. But this is the last time. If you dare to betray my trust, don't try to laugh so arrogant. As soon as the sentence comes out, the chief of staff broke into a cold sweat. I can only issue a military order in front of the president. That's the war. The villa will only end with the defeat of Huangdabang. On the other side, Emperor Huangwu came to the funeral home, visit grandma. Although only one ashes remain. But he still has a lot to say to his grandmother. After so many days, I still can't understand what you said that day. And to understand that, I had to see that man in person. From now on, apart from wanting to crush the Federation, one more purpose, and dispatch the Emperor gang for this purpose. Let people go to the nearby Miyaju to make trouble, to kidnap the gangsters here. The reason for doing this, Guo Jijiang, is not clear. He only knows what the helper asked him to do. What does he do? So starting today, you are members of the imperial state. And there is only one request. That is, to report everything that happens in the area. In particular, any suspicious movements must be reported. And the simple core on the other side is doing the same thing. Although the other members didn't think much about it. Just followed instructions, but simple and is different. He seems to have another apprentice. Until one day, they called me to the place where we first met. It means that when Tao Yuan got married here, I thought we would soon take over the entire field. Tips on the simple and the subtle. I was very upset. So let him speak up and don't be coy. Your recent orders are a bit strange. Just hiding up the fields will keep us busy for a while. But you reached out to Miyaju and Yu, the two regions of the state. Although Guo Jijiang think, do you want to occupy a larger territory outside Daejeon? But I think a little differently. I think you are looking for someone. Because on the day the Federation launched its offensive, I heard about your grandmother, went to the hospital where Guo Jijiang was. Looking back now, you gave strange instructions. It started that day. Did something happen? And there was a long silence. Only then did Emperor Huangwu answer. I want to know what Grandma said to me. What exactly does it mean? It turns out that Emperor Martial Emperor was not abandoned, but the father to protect. The family had no choice but to leave. But Emperor Wu refused to believe it. I think it's Grandma talking nonsense. Until the other party took out a photo. Let Emperor Martial Emperor find the person above. He will give you the answer you want. Because he was your father's best friend when he was alive. But when he came to the store, and there was no one there. And Park Shi was also very shocked. I didn't expect the owner of that store. It turned out to be a clue to your father. About this, does Guo Jijiang know? I asked him the other day. But he doesn't seem to know where the boss is. No wonder, your style these days is not the same as before. I was looking for my family. Now that we know the reason, then I will do my best to help. Not enough to help you, but don't forget. Remember the reason why you established the imperial state. After saying this, Park Hut left here alone. Emperor Wu was lost in thought. I want to know why I'm looking for my father. Marriage is such a thing. It's obviously a shackle that binds people. He made it impossible for people to fly, stuck in one place for the rest of your life. So, I want to ask the man who is my father himself, why did he break free? The chains that even I can't break free from. And disappear. Just thinking about this, Emperor Huangwu frowned unconsciously. Park Shi, who was peeping from the side, GNCI also fell into distress. He really didn't expect. Except for the Federation of Destruction. People who are not interested in anything. I actually started looking for my father. That's not a good change. And due to the ghost change a few days ago, the war that led to the Emperor State and Union, temporarily entering a period of relaxation. This is the battered Federation. The result of being unable to act rashly. Emperor Huangwu took this opportunity, went to find the owner of the store. But it didn't go anywhere until one day, Guo Jijiang accidentally said something. Huang Wudi got the relevant line of the store owner. So, I remember that the uncle seems to have a son. I don't know if this counts as a clue. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Huang Wu was curious. Hurry up and ask Guo Jijiang to be more detailed, but he only glanced at the photo. I know that Dashu has 2 sons. But these words aroused the dissatisfaction of Park Seok-ha. He didn't think it was a clue at all. Instead, it will make us need to find more people. Unless you can find more specific clues. If only it were more specific. There's a big age difference between them. It's the older one with the little baby. And that big kid's school uniform. It seems to be Qingdi High School. As soon as the sentence comes out, the 3 of them immediately came to Qingdi Gao. But they just got here not long ago. Jin Ziqian, he brought a group of younger brothers to the front of the 3. Warn them to get out of here. Otherwise, it will be like the guys in the Federation. Beaten up. After hearing this, Guo Jijiang was very dissatisfied. I'm curious who this arrogant guy in front of me is. Until Parks and birth were explained. Only then did he learn that the other party was the intimate Kanazawa Heian just taking over here in 1st grade. Quite famous. This immediately filled the battle of Guo Jijiang. Upper 2, don't be the first to give me a taste. But Park Sui rejected the question. Because that's not what they're here for today. So he told Guo Jijiang not to speak. Let me talk to him first. Then he took the initiative to come forward and express, we are not here today to teach a lesson. I'm looking for someone from this school. I hope you can help me. But Jin Zexuan did not hesitate. Rejected the request. Although I don't know who you are looking for. But as long as I'm still clearing the coins, it's impossible to pay. Bring out your own students. As soon as the sentence comes out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became strange. And this stubborn look. It made Park Si-ha feel a little familiar. So he warned Jin Zexuan. Better think again. If you don't help us, we might ask your brother for help. This sentence made Kanazawa Fairy tremble all over. Didn't expect each other. I actually investigated myself behind my back, but he didn't change his mind. Because he knows the tactics of this guy are obvious. Even if I agree to their request now. If you need anything in the future, you're still taking my brother hostage. Instead of being led by the nose, by you, all the time, might as well be here. Kill you? Who will threaten my brother? All right, this sudden change in front of us. Let Park Sui can't help but be stunned for a while. Fortunately, Emperor Martial Emperor made his move in time. Blocked the blow for Pucci. Because when the other party said that just now, he was already frowning. Although I don't know why. But he just felt bad inside. And the situation in Kanazawa Prefecture is a little bit abnormal. His fist started shaking uncontrollably. The scene made everyone in Qingbai sweat. But Park Si-he was very dissatisfied. I don't know why Emperor Martial Emperor wanted to stop it. You don't think I'm going to lose to this guy, do you? But Emperor Martial Emperor did not choose to answer this question. He was going to go back. But Kanazawa Shan was born and interrupted a few people. Now that you mentioned my brother, then don't think about leaving easily. And Emperor Wu, in order to show his sincerity, the first to let go of the opponent's fist. It means we won't threaten you with your brother. That botched deed. Only the cowards of the Federation would do it. As soon as the sentence comes out, Park Si-ha was struck by lightning. I don't know what it feels like. But even so, Kanazawa Prefecture still refuses to believe each other's nonsense. But Emperor Martial Emperor only said one sentence. Believe it or not, if you put it before, Kanazawa-sen will definitely take advantage of the number of people. Get rid of these guys. But I never let my brothers lose a battle. But this time, I don't know why. I can't imagine hitting at all. The picture of winning this guy. When I think of this, his fists became slightly protruding tendons. In the end, I was forced to let the 3 leave. Guo Jijiang on the side. But he was frightened by Park Shi's expression and broke into a cold sweat. And this encounter. It was Kanazawa who left a deep impression on Emperor Huangwu. Like if he really took his brother hostage. This fool will definitely pounce aggressively. But he's a really tough guy. If Park Su hadn't played a trick, I must have fought him on the spot. Don't be me on weekdays. Don't care at all. It's already done, directly, but even Emperor Wu himself did not understand. Why did I do it, there? And what happened today? Although Guo Jijiang did not get up, but the simple and is different. He found Emperor Huang Wu that afternoon. Expressed that you may. I chose the wrong way to approach Kanazawa-sen. After all, that way will definitely make you dissatisfied. Because you are also a brother with younger brothers, right? As soon as the sentence comes out, Emperor Huang Wu's face suddenly darkened. I didn't expect Park Fit is still investigating himself behind his back. That is, from now on. He realizes that Park Hop is a dangerous man. But the other party told him not to mind. I just need to confirm. Is there a king who wants to dominate the Daejeon battlefield? Poetry roommate Ma Shaxin's first appearance. How arrogant. Not only smashed Park's pool hall. He also left his signature on the blackboard. Ma Ziaxin, who ranks third in the Daejeon Federation. After half a year of repair, the union clashed again with the Emperor State. Among them, the reason why Emperor Huangwu broke free from the shackles, causing his temper to become more and more irritable. Just think of my father. I left to protect them. Emperor Huangwu's emotions will fall out of control. Because he thinks that man. I must have the same idea as myself. To put it bluntly, it's just breaking free from shackles, but just then. But a younger brother rushed up without knowing his life. The next second, he was choked by Emperor Huangwu. Then he smashed him to the ground. Just listen to the sound of the basket. The man's eyes turned white and fainted. But still, Emperor Martial Emperor still raised his fist. When he was about to smash into the younger brother, Guo Jijiang saved the scene in time and stopped Emperor Huangwu. But the other party is very dissatisfied. I don't know what he means. Although Guo Jijiang was very afraid, but he still said, why? If the punch just now went down, I'm afraid this person will die. Until then, Emperor Wu regained his sanity. So he turned around and left. It means that you are responsible for the rest. As for the scene just now, simplicity and all are seen. But he didn't say much about it. And a week later in the afternoon, another conflict broke out in the side billiards hall. There is a man for no reason. Provoked a group of members of the Emperor gang. He also ticked his finger to let everyone go together. And Wang Jinyong, the ace of the first team, saw this. His face turned black. Directly greet the brothers to go together. Let him never touch the ball again in the future. But when it's time to come here. And it was a complete mess. Apparently there have been guests here. And those who are still awake. Only Wang Jinyong is left. And he blamed himself. But he also knew that it was just a few of them. No match for that guy at all. About this, Park Hop did not blame the other party. Instead, asked Wang Jinyong, is that guy a cadre of the Federation? Wang Jinyong argued in Wenyan and pointed to the right. Indicates that there is a message from him on the wall over there. 8 big characters written on the fingertips. The third-ranked star in the Daejeon Federation. And Park Shi is concerned about this provocative behavior. Not a lot of emotional change. Just think, an interesting guy recently appeared. But the next morning, Park's Ha held a general meeting. Indicates that the Federation is restoring indoor. Half of the West End we occupied was taken away. And the situation on the east side is not very optimistic. Even just yesterday, the people from the Federation are still in charge of Dade. Go haunt me. Do you know what the characteristics of these regions are? Emperor Huangwu did not choose to answer this. But let Park Hop have something to say. These areas, it's the place where the Bentley was taken to find your father. One of the hardest things to deal with is, the Federation has brought in a group of new cadres. The current situation is very tense. If you still waste your troops looking for your family, then I forgive you for not accepting it. As soon as the sentence comes out, Emperor Huangwu's face suddenly turned cold. Ask Park. Didn't you say you were going to help me? But the other party said that he is not going to help you. Rather, it's time to prioritize the Daejeon Federation. After listening to these words, Emperor Huangwu, the angry fist couldn't help making a sound. But he thought about it. Or choose to let go of the fist. After all, debugging and saying do make sense. I can't find a reason to refute. But even on my own, I'm looking for that man too. You shouldn't have an opinion about that, right? And Park Shi had to make a compromise. Agreed to his request. But Emperor Wu was also very conflicted, because he always thought he was obsessed with his family. It's a very unpromising performance. So he came to, I feel ridiculous looking for that man everywhere. In anger, though I don't know why. But it feels like before I see that man in person. I'm afraid this anger will not dissipate. Meanwhile, the other side. Park Seok-ha came to a cafe. But he kept looking around. I saw a woman beckoning to him. Signal here. And that person is Park Su's girlfriend, Jang Juyan. So he walked up to the two of them. Asked Jang Juyan. I didn't say I've been busy lately. If there is nothing wrong, don't contact me. But the other party said. No matter how busy you are, you won't even be with your girlfriend. There's no time for a cup of coffee, right? If something really happened, just tell your subordinates to do it. After Park Fit sits down. Jang Juyan, she introduced him to her best friend, Hong Bao-mei. But he seemed to have low self-esteem. Apparently because of the wound on the face. And Park Suk also saw it. Open the door directly into the mountain. Ask the other person what they want from you. As soon as these words came out, Jang Juyan was amazed. So he urged Hong Bao-mei. Hurry up and tell Brother Shi. Until then. Hong Bao-mei said it in an orderly manner. He expressed there is a classmate in the class who usually has a bad relationship with him. I wanted to get along well with him. But he doesn't know what's wrong with me. Just find his social brother. Not only did they teach me a lesson, threatened me. If I hear your name from my sister again, then you'll really be screwed. But I still don't know where I got it. So I'm asking for your help. Give that guy some color and see. As he spoke, he endured his tears. Can't stop falling. Jang Juyan on the side saw this and quickly comforted. But Park Se-ha stood up and prepared to leave. He was very unhappy about it. After all, I have told Jang Juyan several times. The Emperor Gang is not an errand center. But just then, Hong Bao-mei actually mentioned the Dacian Federation. In this way, Pushi's face suddenly darkened. Ask him what he's talking about. I heard you and the Athletics Federation. The relationship between gangs is very stiff. And the guy said it. He is ranked 3rd in the Dacian Federation. As soon as this word comes out, Park Sui's face instantly turned serious. Do you know why Ma Shakson chose to join? Dacian Federation? It's all about making money. So you can buy what you want. And he gets paid 1.5 million won. But every time he comes home, I can't avoid my sister's scolding. Because he really doesn't understand. Why would my brother do such a thing? Fighting all day. Can you still make money? Unexpectedly, he expressed his purity and righteousness immediately. The Dacian Federation can do it. As soon as the sentence comes out, Ma Heli felt even more angry. Is it crazy to scold my brother? To actually join the big one that specializes in training hooligans. And parents leave a lot of legacy. You don't have to collect money to fight. The fighting heart is after a moment of contemplation. Choose to tell the truth to your sister. That is, to buy a motorcycle yourself. And it's the kind to pull the win. If you're not going to pay, just shut up. After hearing these words, Ma Heli's face suddenly darkened. Without saying a word, he kicked his brother out. But even so, Ma Ziaxin still did not blame his sister. Instead, praise him for being similar to himself. The same toughness. And this scene can't help but remind him of the past. Parents had just passed away. He didn't show much emotion. But Marjorie was howling and crying inside the house. Meanwhile, the other side. Huang Dabang is still holding a combat meeting. Because of Central Road Station and the Red Road Cave area were taken away by the Federation. They even started in the village. Give us the dealer over there in the cave. Bo Zhejiang was furious when he heard these words. After all, the Federation's offensive is getting more and more mundane. And they're still in the war zone. We're in. Arranged more than 3 cadre members. And attack other areas while we are under control. If Big Brother Huang Wu was here, a mere 3 cadres are not worth mentioning at all. About this, Park Sia also agrees. because the strategy is really useless against Emperor Martial Emperor. However, this also allowed him to speculate on some reasons the chief of staff must have noticed. Emperor Huang Wu's recent combat frequency has decreased. It's going to be nerve-wracking if it goes on like this. So he called Emperor Huang Wu. Ask where he is now. I have something to tell you. But Emperor Huang Wu asked him to speak directly on the phone. And he didn't say no. Haphazardly express. The owner of the recycling shop used to look like a hooligan. So I've been investigating over there. I have also received a lot of news recently. Please take a look at this photo I sent first. But Emperor Huang Wu, after looking at this photo, his face suddenly turned black. Ask what simple and IR. I saw it to big characters written on it. From Daejeon, United Church's third-ranked Ma Shaxin. Since I've been following this guy lately, he sent a few of his men to follow him. And this is a picture of my men following him. As soon as the words of Solid Wood Gambling Road came out, Emperor Martial Emperor gritted his teeth angrily, but Park Shi told him not to act rashly. Maybe it's just to draw you out. The trap set. After all, Arbian High School, where Ma Xiaxin is located, is a strong backer of the Federation camp. I will first send my men to inquire about the movement of the Federation. But this sentence is not finished yet. Emperor Huang Wu hung up the phone. Until then, a long-lost smile appeared on Park Su's face. You don't have to guess what your expression will be. Help you put that expression. Show it to the guys at the Federation. On the other side, Emperor Huang Wu, after learning the news, immediately, he took his younger brother to Mingyan High School. This surprised Ma Xiaxin. I didn't expect Huang Wu, Emperor Wu, actually appeared here, but power breeds violence. But it also inspired people to take on the challenge. And Emperor Wudi has no father and no mother. The only other blood relative is the weak, Win's grandmother and useless brother. People who have nothing to do with me. Life without milestones. Nothing can dominate me. But why do I feel like I'm here? Why are you angry? What is the magic of the so-called serum? So much so that I'm always led by the nose. This also resulted in the two of them not having a few words of conversation. Emperor Wu couldn't bear it. Take the lead in launching fists at Ma Xiaxin. And Emperor Martial Emperor's sudden fist. It also messed him up a little. As a result, Ma Xiaxin did not have time to dodge. I can only eat this chicken fist. The ears exploded in an instant. There's a buzzing sound. But I can't help but make him sigh. What a terrible fist. I was almost knocked out by this chicken. But that was not the end. Emperor Huang Wu immediately grabbed his collar. Before he could react. Then a ceiling hit his chest. And it made his eyes go white. I couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The younger brother behind him also hesitated when he saw this. I don't know if I should step forward to help. After all, the boss is being beaten, but not until they make a decision. The people of the Emperor gang stood in front of them. Let them stop the execution of the gang leader. As soon as the sentence comes out, instantly arouse their anger. So the two conveniences played together. At this time, Ma Xiaxin was still coughing violently. He really didn't understand. How did things come to this? Why did this monster suddenly hit me so hard? It's like a traffic accident. But before he could think of a soli, Emperor Martial Emperor came to him again. Grab his hair. Make him inevitable. Then came an empty fist. Hit the opponent in the chin. Although he had already clenched his teeth. But there was still a lot of blood spurting out. Looking at the fallen heart in front of him, Emperor Huang Wu did not choose to continue replenishing the sword. He was ready to walk away. He complained before leaving. It's a little provocation. I don't know if that's the case. Stimulated the heart. He actually held his body up and stood up. Don't forget to say harsh words. It means that he seems to have come back to light just now. But only by yourself. It's a pity. Why don't you try it too? But he wasn't finished. Emperor Huang Wu's fist struck again. But this time, he was prepared. Not as embarrassed as before. He managed to dodge the blow. And mocked Emperor Huang Wu at the same time. You gave me a full 3 beats just now, didn't you? Then I'll pay you back first. This feeling. Let Emperor Wu recall the previous scene. Take over the Kanazawa line with one hand. He looked relaxed on the surface that time, but he still felt a lot of pain in his arm. This couldn't help but make Emperor Huang Wu frown. Why are annoying guys everywhere? However, just then, the other party also took the initiative to provoke Emperor Huang Wu. Get his head in position. There are 2 more revenge left. The man just said a simple greeting, but was forcibly beaten into a vegetative state by the other party. But he didn't understand until he died. Is that little thing really enough to get angry? Just now, the heart of the horse that was knocked to the ground stood up again and let out big words. I have to return the 3 times just now. Get the emperor's head ready to take place. These words made the other party's eyes red. When, even if he expressed his intention to make him regret getting back on his feet, finished this sentence, he rushed down the horse. But Emperor's attack was dodged by the other party and launched a counterattack at the same time, punched him hard in the chest. This time, Emperor Huang Wu couldn't help but frown. But that's not all. I saw when Ma Ziaxin put on a fist frame again. Hit the opponent's jaw hard. But it was blocked by Emperor Huang Wu with his palm. This also convinced Ma Ziaxin of the rumor. I have to admit that Emperor Huang Wu is ridiculously strong, and he was puzzled. I want to know why the other person does that. Is it to provoke me? But his words made Ma Ziaxin confused. He didn't know what Emperor Huang Wu was talking about. Why did you provoke him whom you have never met? Until Emperor Huang Wu mentioned graffiti. He just remembered something, but he was still puzzled. Isn't that a simple greeting? It's never because you're small. Are you angry? And Emperor Huang Wu, after hearing his reply, he released his right hand, just when Ma Ziaxin thought it was over. Emperor Huang Wu suddenly fell into a rage. I swung my energy towards the horse. He had to raise his hands in a fight. But he was worried. If you can't resist this punch, I'm afraid I'll die on the spot. And it's not easy for him to block this punch. There was a sharp pain in his right hand, shaking uncontrollably. But just as he fell to the ground, Emperor Huang Wu raised his right foot. Just a clang, and he was kicked flying. When Ma Shaxin stands up again, I can't even stand still. But he doesn't care about his injuries. Instead, look to the other side of the battlefield. It turns out the boys are at a disadvantage. If you continue to fight, you will definitely lose. So he's holding on to his body. Brothers who shout their fate to the crowd. You go first. We can't beat this guy. Anyway, their goal is not fame, but me. So there's no need to involve you. But they were torn. Think no matter what, I can't leave the boss alone. But Ma Ziaxin smiled and expressed his confidence to the crowd. Just listen to me. I know. And those who have backed away. When even agreeing to this instruction, he also persuaded his companions. Don't look at him like this. It's actually quite deep. He must have a way to get us. Just trust the boss. For their behavior, the people in the Emperor gang held their noses. Even the heart can't help but tease. These guys let you go. Are you really leaving? Until Emperor Huang Wu asked him a sole question. He just came back to his senses and talked about it. What do you have in mind? Do you think you beat me? Immediately, smiled helplessly. Do you think it is possible? I can't even clench my fists right now. What you just said. Just for the sake of men's face. Just make it up. In that case, then you go to hell. From now on, this battle has become a one-sided crushing. It may not even be a contest. It's a one-sided lesson. Even the onlookers, the Emperor, helped everyone. I can't help but start to sympathize with the horse going down, but that guy still gritted his teeth and carried it down. This made Emperor Wu even more furious, causing the fist to hit him harder and harder, until the moment he couldn't get up. But the future Martial Emperor regretted it very much. I don't think I should have thrown that punch. But things can't be changed. The heart just fell like this. And never woke up. After that day, Emperor Huangwu and his direct troops changed on the police suspect list. But just a trial. No one saw the scene of the horse falling to the ground. Therefore, the suspect cannot be identified, but Minjian's guys are. They have identified Emperor Huangwu as a criminal. If this continues, using the lack of witnesses as an excuse to delay, I'm afraid it won't work. But if you don't deal with this ASAP, it causes the police to start paying attention. The emperor helped this organization, and at that time, the emperor state will face a major crisis of the survival of Yuguan. It will only be cheap in the end. Federation, so, Emperor Martial Emperor, how are you going to be responsible? But he wasn't finished yet. It was interrupted by the birth of Guo Jijiang, because even he. I also feel that what Park Hop said is a little strange. It feels like persuading the gang leader. Go like prison. For this, Park Shaik also readily admitted. After all, there is no better way. But Guo Jijiang is very dissatisfied with this. If the gang leader is caught now, the organization will be paralyzed. Then the Emperor gang will be completely doomed. There is no room for maneuver. But Park Shi did not agree with his statement. If there were no Emperor Wu, the Emperor state will end. Is this some kind of international joke? Then I can go in for him. The problem can finally be solved like this. But Emperor Wu rejected the question. Because Guo Jijiang is the operation captain of the Emperor state. It is also the spear of the Emperor state. No one can take your place. Hearing these words, Guo Jijiang was immediately moved. Neither did he. The gang leader has such a high evaluation of himself. So he came up with a compromise strategy. Find a guy who's willing to give his life. After all, the Emperor gang is a group of people who are willing to replace the gang leader. Brother. That night, Guo Jijiang held a general meeting. I believe everyone is well aware of the current situation. Although it seems complicated, but the solution is very simple. It's one of you. Please raise your hand if you would accept this honor. The moment Guo Jijiang finished speaking, countless hands were raised in an instant under the stage. This is also just as Guo Jijiang said. There are many guys who are willing to imprison for Emperor Wu. So we survived the crisis this time. Also at this moment, only then did I understand what Park Shi told me at the beginning. If you want to be king, you have to have power. And so a year went by. The emperor actually brought a girl to meet the two. But it shocked Guo Jijiang. I didn't expect even the gang leader to have a girlfriend. So he continued. Asked the girl several questions. I want to know his name. And how did you meet? But when the girl says her name is Ma Heli, Park Sui's face couldn't help but change slightly. Then he revealed a hideous smile. Something interesting could happen. Emperor Huangwu actually clashed with Park Shi. And all this, it all starts with Emperor Huangwu and the villagers of Ma Heli. And it's not that complicated. Emperor Huangwu was fighting on the street as usual. But a burst of applause suddenly came from behind. When he looked back, I saw a girl in a student uniform. She was intrigued. Did the other party learn to fight or something? It was the first time she had seen a fight. Such a great person. But Huang Wudi did not answer the girl's question. Instead, ask who he is. After learning that his name was Ma Heli, Emperor Huangwu turned around and left without looking back. No matter whether the other person has a good impression of you or not. Because of the name Marjorie, it disgusted him. But the other party caught him. Tell him to wait. This made Emperor Martial Emperor very speechless. Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? But Ma and Li are twisting. Can you give me your phone number? It's really the first time I've done this. Because you are my type. But Emperor Wu still did not agree. And Ma Heli didn't give up either. He will often appear in front of Emperor Huang Wu. Ask him for his phone number. After 7 or 8 attempts like this, Ma Heli only chose to retreat 7 times. Ask for the other person's name. If you won't even tell me this, then I will follow you all day, until you tell me your name. Hearing these words, Emperor Huang Wu was finally impatient. Told him his name. Just like this, 2 people become a relationship that at least knows each other's names. Until one day, he was wandering down the street. I found a girl sitting on my motorcycle. And that was Malkoli. But it made Emperor Marshal Emperor feel extremely unhappy. So I came to him, urged Ma and Li to come down quickly. And he was also very reluctant. Because this is his brother's dream car. But even if he buys it now, he probably won't be able to ride it. This sentence aroused Emperor Marshal Emperor's curiosity. Want to know why? About this, Marjorie did not choose to hide. My brother was in a car accident, and he was hit by the motorcycle of his dreams. Do you think he is stupid? But Ma and Li haven't finished speaking yet. 3 girls came from a distance. The one leading. As soon as I saw Ma Heli, I made a mockery. How dare you throw water in my face and run away? I really don't want to live anymore. And Ma and Li are not used to this either. So he calmly turned to Emperor Wu explained. They are friends from my school. Just a friend I hate. After all, I'm an orphan without parents. Now, even my brother has become a vegetable. Isn't it the most suitable target for them to bully? So they made me clean today. And I threw him with a rag washer. He should be here to settle the score with me now. If my brother were still around, they certainly wouldn't dare to go so far. Sorry, I seem to have said a lot of nonsense. After all, we don't know each other very well. After saying that, he waved at Emperor Marshal Emperor. But just then, Emperor Marshal Emperor stopped Ma Heli and let him get in the car. Because of what he just said. What did Emperor Wu figure out? And that makes a big difference. But he only hesitated for a moment. He ran in the direction of Emperor Marshal Emperor. This surprised the 3 people behind him. He chased after him regardless. But Ma and Li are already on the motorcycle. This made the leading girl feel extremely deployed. I don't know who the big guy is. How dare you meddle in his business? But the next second, Emperor Huang Wu's motorcycle took off. When passing by, and knocked the girl to the ground. The feeling of a motorcycle speeding away makes Marjorie feel very happy. She, at this moment, finally understands. Why does my brother want to own one? Own motorcycle. But Marjorie was still curious. Why did Emperor Wu save him? I always let him go before. But Emperor Marshal Emperor did not answer his question. Instead, ask your own brother if he loves you very much. I heard what you meant just now. He seems to have been protecting you. This one? It's not so much protection, but it doesn't seem right. I don't know how to describe it. My brother seems unwilling to see both cowardly and useless. I cry all day because of me. And looking like a loser. So he can only protect me. In contrast to, I was more like a shackle to him. Without me, he probably bought the motorcycle long ago. Of course, I'm also annoyed by him. After all, he was always nagging me not to go home. Too late to let me do this and that. Although those constraints are no longer available. But I don't feel like I'm free. Instead, he put on heavier chains. And so on, and so forth. Ma Heli is very sorry again. I'm a little too self-absorbed. But Emperor Wu expressed his understanding because he really knows that feeling too well. It may be due to treatment. The identity of the person in the blood family. Therefore, Emperor Marshal Emperor Wu. I gave Ma Heli my contact information. After listening to this story, Guo Jijiang fell into deep thought. Moments later, he posed a new question. That's who confessed first. Speaking of which, Guo Jijiang wrote very excitedly, but Emperor Huang Wu was a little puzzled. I don't know what confession means. And Guo Jijiang was also very speechless. Isn't it about exchanging phone numbers? Is it a relationship? In yellow, after Emperor Wu introduced Ma and Li to the brothers, he soon put. He became a member of the imperial state. Due to his easygoing personality, I usually get along very well with everyone. We often go to KTV to sing together. Until one day, Parks Hoa held a meeting. It means we have succeeded. Recaptured the area that was previously looted. Now, we have to fight back. And Guo Jijiang also made his own understanding. Is to concentrate as many troops as possible to deal with them. But Park Shi, he shook his head. The current imperial state is compared to the Federation. Numerically, we are martyrs. So other areas have to be stocked as well. The minimum system of defense forces. Here's what I thought. Throw Emperor Huang Wu into the rear of the Federation camp. While their attention was attracted by Emperor Huang Wu. We are taking the initiative, but this battle plan. But it aroused the dissatisfaction of Ma Heli because this is the premise that Emperor Martial Emperor is the right ear about this. Debugging and feeling very angry. When even expressed, this is not something you can do. Separate access. But Brother Wu Di said he had something to do. Let me wait for him here. Park Shi had to make a compromise. Let Ma and Li find a corner and stay by themselves. We need to talk about important things. But Ma and Li fought back. You mean there is no Brother Wu Di? A series of losers who can't do anything. Is it inflamed? Park Sui's face suddenly darkened. Let him not understand. Don't talk nonsense. Ma and Li got more and more excited. You are the second in command of the Emperor gang. He actually said he was going to put in a leader or something. That's a very disrespectful way of saying it. And what Ma and Li said deeply resonated with Guo Jijiang. So he got lost in thought. But the adjustment came to Ma Heli. Confronting him, what do you take me for? Do I look like an auxiliary emperor? But his face didn't change. Speaks his mind, the second in command of the Emperor gang. The role of assisting Martial Emperor's brother. But the voice did not fall. Park Shiha interrupted him with a slap. Guo Jijiang, who was on the side, opened his mouth wide when he saw this. I don't know what to say. You are a plaything of Emperor Wu. If you don't want to die, just put yourself in the right place. But just then, the door of the conference room was opened. Emperor Huang Wu walked straight in. His face was also very gloomy. Ask Park to fit in with the current situation. Give a reasonable explanation. Can you believe? Dajin still hides a third force. That is Qiwu, created by Emperor Huang Wu's father. The autumn refers to Huang Qiux. And another chrysanthemum. He was referring to Lu Shankai's father, Lu Juhan. Also, as the name says, there were only two founding members of this violent organization. One was Huang Qiux, who was in charge of the battle. One is responsible for Lu Juhan of the staff. But such a violent organization. He actually dominated the entire field. Just now, Park's Ha slapped Ma Heli. This led to a verbal conflict between Emperor Wu and him. I want the other party to give a reasonable explanation. But even so, Park Shiha still doesn't change his face. It means that Mrs. Ling doesn't know the size. So I gave him some hints. Tell him not to interfere in the affairs of the Emperor gang. And the Emperor mother also heard Park. He has something to say. So we cut to the chase. Ask if the other person is mocking you. But Park Shi felt very ridiculous. You should have been the one who cared about the Emperor. But ever since you were with that girl, I've never seen you at a train conference. Could it be that you let Marjorie act as an agent to listen to the government? After listening to these words, Emperor Huangwu was so angry that he rose up. But he still suppressed his anger and asked Park Siakha. So what do you want from me? Can you speak directly? Don't beat around the bush. What I mean is, now is not the time to immerse yourself in tenderness. Do I have to tell the truth? Can you understand? And about this, Emperor Huangwu really couldn't find any reason to refute. But that's two different things from what you did to Ma and Li. Finish this sentence. Emperor Martial Emperor raised his fist. This move made Park Shi very dissatisfied. I didn't expect Emperor Wu to do it for a woman. Throw punches at him. So he put himself in a position to fight back. However, just then, Ma and Li suddenly appeared between the two. Stopped the feud. After all, what he did was a bit excessive. Obviously not a member of the organization. But he was too arrogant because of his relationship with Emperor Huangwu. As for Brother Sui, please stop. If you still plan to go according to plan, then you two shouldn't do it now. But Pu Sui did not receive the kindness of the other party. Instead, they mocked Ma Heli's eloquence. But your man doesn't seem to want to stop. And Emperor Huangwu's attitude is just as the other party said. Want to take this opportunity, help Park Fit change his arrogant attitude. Until Ma and Li put their arms around Emperor Huangwu's arm, to improve his attitude. After all, if the two of them fight, Nama and Li became bad women. So he begged Emperor Wu to give him face. That's it for today. But the simple, he said, Ma and Li don't make any sense. Emperor Marshal Emperor will not stop for that reason. But the result was unexpected. Emperor Marshal Emperor actually chose to stop. Just glanced at him before leaving. This made Park Hop very upset. I cursed an idiot in my heart. You are even with Ma and Li, without anyone knowing. Keep listening to him. And Guo Jijiang on the side. I don't know what to say. It feels like it's been forgotten. But then again, someone was able to pull the gang leader away. Could it be that Ma and Li's arm strength is amazing? When I think of this, Guo Jijiang couldn't help sweating on his forehead. But just then, someone called him. He was shocked. Quickly catch up with the emperor who wants to leave. Tell him to wait a moment. Because the uncle at the recycling store called. So the two agreed. Came to that street location. But this is a rundown playground. It's empty. When Emperor Wu stepped into that sandy land, old memories start to come to mind. It's a memory of a man playing with a child. It was also an amusement park. As a result, Emperor Huang Wu fell into memories. I just kind of forgot what that man looked like. However, just then, the uncle suddenly appeared. Behind, he greeted Guo Jijiang as soon as they met. Asked the other person how they are doing recently, but I haven't waited for the two to chat a few words. Emperor Huang Wu came to him. Let him tell me where his father is. And the uncle expected the general. I know that the nurse will tell Emperor Huang Wu about this. It's just a little surprising. I didn't expect you to inherit your father's impatience. I prayed. Never pass this on to you. But you can rest assured. I came today just to tell you everything. But before that, Guo Jijiang, you have to avoid it. But Guo Jijiang was very dissatisfied. After all, he is also the right-hand man of Emperor Wu. What can't you hear? The uncle still patiently explained. This guy's house is a bit complicated. I'm afraid it's inconvenient to let others know. Just understand. And Guo Jijiang saw this and did not choose to insist. But this surprised the uncle. I didn't expect the other party to become so obedient. Then Guo Zi will leave. The uncle began to tell everything. In the beginning, he didn't know where to begin. Until I thought about it. He decided to start with the establishment of Kia Ju. But this made Emperor Marshal Emperor feel very different. Asked the other party if they are referring to Kiwu Group. And he didn't deny it. It is the Kiwu Group you are familiar with. Since it has developed around Asian, they're already in the middleman business. But at first, Kiwu is not that kind of large enterprise. His predecessor, the violent organization your father and I founded. As for the name, Kia Ju, it doesn't make much sense. It is to take the word autumn, learned by your father, Huang Kia, and my Lu Juhan's oranges. Although the origin of the name is very simple, but we got along pretty well. There is also a little brother of Chonlai, except it's all your father's fault. Because the guy standing in front of Kia Ju, it was almost shattered by Huang Qiu's fist. And my role, just grasp the direction of Kia Ju. If you have to define, probably the role of staff. With our collaboration, Kia Ju's power is gradually growing, and swallowed up other violent organizations. Decades later, Kiwu, violent organization with only 2 startup members, unconsciously, owned the title of Kiwu Group. And that's when the problem started. After all, the operation, Enterprise, it doesn't work by relying on the force learned by Huang Kia, which leads to his tactical mind. Difficult to solve easily. Finally, the only way he could think of, it is to form the Kiwu Preparatory Group. The gist of this plan, it is cultivation that can help Huang Kia Zhu and I lead the elite of Kia Ju, because I felt at the time, unlike me, who climbed up from the bottom. When everything is ready, cultivated talents, it will definitely solve the various problems of Kia Ju. And the first target of this plan, it's my son. Children go into battle, so I started when he went to middle school. I started training him. The educational content, it all revolves around the autumn chrysanthemum. like operations, the methods of organization, and the skills of ravaging the enemy. The end result is also very successful. This kid hasn't grown up yet. It improved many of Kia Ju's problems. But when everything is going well, but something big happened. That is Emperor Huangwu, you were born. And I was very excited. Because Kia Ju's successor has finally arrived. And you look exactly like Kia Zhu. But I was so excited. I missed a monster. The sound that starts to move. From the day Emperor Huangwu was born. A monster named Desire. It was born in the heart of Lu Shangzhen. He began to show his fangs. In order to build its own power within Kia Ju. He alone has brought in many geniuses. Over the course of several years, Huang Qiux soon had a second child. And Lu Shangzhen also sat on it, the position of Kiwei Three Hands, already qualified to participate in the regular council. And he wasn't satisfied. Instead, think about how to usurp the throne. So he set the date for today. Not long after, there is a group. The man in black with the kitchen knife came to his office. Only at this moment did his face become ferocious. But he just said lightly, "Let's go." When Lu Zhuhan saw the scene, cold sweat on forehead, he looked panicked. Because of him at that time, didn't think of it at all. My own son would do such a thing. Regarding Lu Zhuhan's questioning. And he was so calm, so surprised. "Father, didn't you teach me to appear in Kiwu? Then I will get rid of the eagle with my fist in the past for this." Just mixed into the lungs of the Li title. This should be considered for the sake of Kia Ju. And Huang Qiux also understood what he meant. So I took a few steps forward. Come to confront him in front of Shang Zhen. Anyway. Draw a knife in front of your father. It's a little bit unfilial. Lu Zhuhan probably didn't educate you like this, did he? But he still doesn't change his face. Instead, let Kia Zushu understand, because these men of mine, no one can deal with you with their bare hands. And Levi Shangzhen's explanation, obviously not understood by Huang Qiux. He was already staring at the other party with a dark face. The fists in his hands crunched and sat down. Lu Zhuhan on the side couldn't help but yell at this. "Levi Shangzhen, you idiot. Don't think that with just a few kitchen knives you can deal with Kia Zhu, right?" And he gladly admitted that. Means it's just minimum system insurance. It's just that the weapon I prepared is someone else's. That is, Emperor Wu and Emperor Cao. Do you think these two weapons are qualified? As soon as the sentence comes out, Huang Qiux's face suddenly darkened to the extreme. But Lu Shangzhen didn't seem to see it. Still talking to yourself from now on. If anyone dares to do something against my hospital, they will both be at some point in their lives silently dragged to hell. After all, father can't be healthy forever. Kankan's company with his children. The scene in front of him made Lu Zhuhan instantly disappear. He just kept cursing himself. But inside, he was afraid. Mosquitoes who are afraid of becoming monsters. I am also afraid that he will die under Huang Qiux's fist. After all, in this world, no one knows his brother's strength better than him. However, Huang Qiux did not do that. He finally chose to give up. Kia Ju, who has worked hard for many years, handed over to Lu Shangzhen. The only requirement is not to touch your own children. The man of steel. He eventually became a father. That's all. The end of the era of Huang Qiux and Lu Zhuhan. And Lu Shangzhen also smiled at this. Can't help but praise you for making a wise decision. And he wasn't satisfied. Instead, constant oppression created Kia Ju. Me and your father. As if we don't disappear from this world. He doesn't plan to stop. Go on like that. You and your brother obviously can't be at peace with each other. So Huang Qiux is as your grandma said. To protect you, I chose to leave. But Emperor Martial Emperor was very puzzled. Why didn't you tell me all this until now? Even if it's for atonement. After all, from a certain perspective, I caused you to lose your father. So I've been wanting you to meet your father. Because unlike me, you father and son can meet. Until this moment, Emperor Huangwu just asked who he was the most. The answer you want to know. Do you know where that guy is? But he shook his head. I don't know the exact location, but I can roughly guess where he is. Because when Kia Ju was still in the violent organization, set up some strongholds. It was originally intended as a follow-up for other organizations during their protests. Although we have multiple locations across the country. However, 5 of them, only Huang Qiux and I know where. And he must be somewhere in those places. After that, Lu Juhan, I told him the location of those strongholds. Please ask Emperor Wu to say hello to your father for him. Emperor Wu, who must know about this, did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, I came to Taiwang Mountain to write my diary because this is where the imperial state was established. It holds a big place in his heart. Can live to this day. Emperor Huang Wu. I always thought I was the year I was abandoned. So he never had a milestone in his life. That's why he thinks he can do whatever he wants. The reason for desire. That's right. The life of Emperor Huang Wu never felt any sense of responsibility or guilt, including the new incident of injuring the horse and his own father. Does it survive like this? Why on earth do I want to see him so much? Father was once king. However, he gave up everything. What is the reason? Made him make that choice. For the first time in Emperor Wu's life, he was confused. He really wants to know. However, there is only one answer. He had to leave for this. Just in the latest fight. Even Guo Jijiang noticed. One of Emperor Huang Wu, so he asked Park Siak-ha. Do you feel the beating sound of Big Brother Wudi? Become a little different. It was originally a feeling like this. But now, it's a party. Although Pashi did not understand what he meant, but he also saw it. Emperor Huang Wu has indeed become different. Recently, he has been obediently following the battle plan. Should not, he really plans to engage in that kind of national wandering. After Emperor Wu made up his mind to leave, he started to deal with what you should do as a gang leader. Although I really want to hit the road immediately, but he knew he couldn't do that. But it also puzzled him. Could it be that it is only now that the sense of responsibility has arisen? Finally, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. That's funny. And when Marjorie found out about it, and I rejected him in all seriousness, but Emperor Wu still chose to insist. He said he was only away for a while. You can come back in 2 or 3 months at most, but even so, Ma and Li still refused to agree. He is afraid that when the time comes, girls all over the country will pounce. Own boyfriend. Emperor Huang Wu couldn't help but complain. The only person who follows me all day is you, and not like my guy. It's just a man addicted to fighting. Hearing these words, Ma Heli was relieved. But he had a request. That's when you wander across the country. Be sure to tell me where you are at any time. Where are we going? Emperor Huang Wu was very helpless about this. However, he still agreed to the other party's request. So time flies. Finally, it was time for Emperor Wu to leave. He has no idea that he will. What kind of things will you encounter on the road? He doesn't know the end of it all. What awaits him? Just this morning, Marjorie went to the flower shop and bought a bunch of roses. But this is not for Emperor Huang Wu. And in the street, he passed by. There are 2 people with a student in Europe. Their expressions looked very happy. And there was this tall guy who was kicking the horse like crazy. The student who was beaten just covered his head with his hands. I can't help but shed tears from the corners of my eyes. He looked very bleak at this time. But Ma and Li still didn't stop. He arrived at the hospital. Walk into the ward of No. 321. The patient here is named Ma Shakson. It's the bouquet of roses in his hand. It was for him. Because this person is his biological brother. But when Ma Heli looked at it, she suddenly smiled. Aloud, he couldn't help but say to himself that the opportunity had finally come. This is the last challenge of Emperor Huang Wu. It's the gamble of life. He chose to believe in his brother. Think he can become a qualified king. And I'm not qualified at all. He just suffered abandonment. So I want to prove myself. And he went out of his way to win. Trample your opponent underfoot. To stand tall. However, he is not in this vortex of fate, after all. Find a way to prove yourself to me. That's right, Emperor Wu. I have no idea how to become a king. But if it's that guy, maybe get it all. On the day Emperor Wu left, Emperor Gang, all the members gave him a farewell party. And Guo Jijiang was crying, obviously very reluctant. Just before leaving, he also uses both hands, deliberately compared with the loving action. This made Emperor Martial Emperor couldn't help but inquire. What a fuss. And Park Hot's reaction was different. He seemed very calm. This made Emperor Martial Emperor feel a little guilty. So he went to the other party before he died. For my personal reasons, this is what happened. But I'm not going to go against my instincts. So I had to go. Make sense of it. Not in the days I'm away. The Emperor State will be handed over to you. Questions about the battle situation, I will find out through Lion Jixin of the 3rd team. But Park Suk stopped him at this moment. 2 years ago, you were determined to bring down Yuan Yuan. It's your instinctive desire. I felt so appreciated. That's what gives you the power you want. But I don't know when. I'm on you. I don't feel that aggressiveness anymore. Come on, do you still have that thing on you? The atmosphere of this chat makes people around you feel very different. What were they talking about? I saw that Park Shi couldn't help but widen his eyes, obviously a little shocked. I didn't expect this. The words will come from the mouth of Emperor Huang Wu. After all, as long as it is a man, you will have the ambition to stand on a high place. Standing tall. I can impress everyone. Then came a private chat. Let the tune fit shock again. This made the people around them look stunned. Desperate to know the answer. But after Huang Wudi finished speaking, he got on his motorcycle. Then he turned the accelerator without hesitation. Walk away. After a puff of smoke, there is only one stone river left in place. And Guo Jijiang went forward to ask the other party at this time. What were you talking about? Does it feel serious? About this question, Park Shi chose to close her eyes. After a moment of silence, he spit out 3 words from his mouth, go back. But he suddenly remembered something. Asked Guo Jijiang, do you know where Ma and Li are? And he answered that truthfully. It means that after Ma and Li talked to the gang leader in the morning, just go somewhere else. Meanwhile, the other side. Leave he listening with a middle-aged man. His face looked very indifferent. Just ask if the other party is ready. He was on the safe side. Repeat the location again. It's the 1130 Sunshine National Highway, right? Exactly. Emperor Huang Wu will be around that time. Then I wish it wasn't you. I almost had nowhere to take my revenge. But Ma and Li asked him if it really didn't matter. If you change your mind now, it's not too late. But the uncle touched his head like a father. My son joins that damn emperor list. When dealing with people at the construction site, hit by falling building materials and lost his head. I went to that guy to hold my life accountable. But he seemed very indifferent. Even enter. Wu's organization has someone like my son. At that time, I felt both frustrated and self-blame. If only I were a more promising one. If only my son's idol wasn't that bird. Inferior guy. It's me, so he won't be involved in that? Damn battle. Just pretend I'm hopeless. When you want to jump off a building to learn about yourself, you found me. And gave me a chance for revenge. So it doesn't matter. It's all set. I'm going to kill my son's idol today. Only then can I die in peace. Meanwhile, the other side. Ma and Li are staying in the ward to visit their brother. But he can't help but recall scenes from the past. I was bullied as a child. My brother will avenge himself. And this time I shot. That stupid emperor. Mother, I didn't even know I was your sister. She opened her heart to me. If you knew I was innocent, open this. Revenge will certainly not stand idly by. After all, you didn't often say that to me before. I won't let you be bullied. And I don't know why. He obviously made you into such a bastard. I was hoping that my uncle would change his mind. And so on, and so forth. Marjorie burst into tears. And he was talking with his legs. Kneeling on the ground. He didn't know why he was crying until he saw the letter that had fallen to the ground. Was attracted attention because his name is written in the lower right corner of the letter. So he picked him up, ready to open it up. But just then, the nurse outside the ward came in to apologize. It must have been accidentally blown off by the wind. It was just yesterday. Someone asked me to pass this on to you. Man is a super big guy. The name seems to be the Emperor Mother. These words made Ma Heli feel very different. If that's the case, didn't the Emperor Mother know long ago? Ma Shaxin is my brother. At this time, Emperor Huang Wu on the other side hit the bus head on. But there was no trace of fear on his face. Because long before, he knew his own end. So he refused Lu Juhan's greeting to him. As for the idea, it also happened suddenly after hearing these words. He thinks the person who should be reunited with his father cannot be himself. After all, he lived his life to freely. Milestones are behind us. Yeah, maybe my game should end here. Meanwhile, on the streets, Park and Pudding are lost in thought. He didn't expect it. Emperor Marshal Emperor has always known. It's just so crazy. It turns out that Emperor Marshal Emperor, before leaving, the words spoken to him stand tall. I can prove my existence to others. But as long as you still doubt yourself, I can't be king. That's it. Let the simple and feeling Huang Wu Emperor completely helpless. And he was right. Emperor Huang Wu has made up his mind. After all, power breeds violence. It also motivates others to take on the challenge. And this is probably the last challenge of his life. So when he rushed towards the truck, with a smile on his face, just because it was abandoned. So he wants to prove himself. And they fight to win. Trample your opponent underfoot. To stand tall. However, he was not in this vortex of fate after all. Find a way to prove yourself to me. Exactly. Emperor Huang Wu had no idea how to become king. But if it's that guy, maybe get it all. And that person is own brother, Yellow Grass Girl. Since Emperor Huang Wu disappeared for 2 months, led to Huang Debang's battle with the Federation. Gradually falling into martyrdom, even Guo Jijiang feels the trouble. But he still refused to give up. But because some areas have been connected, Confederacy takes away plus the tune of being the captain of the first team. The test box is unconscious. The morale of the members of the organization fell to the bottom. Every time they win, will pay a huge price. And Guo Jijiang also felt powerless. I hope Big Brother Wudi can come back soon. Waiting for the belated Lion Jixin. When you see the scene in front of you, can't help but laugh. It seems that the battle is quite intense. How can you be so tired? But these words aroused Guo Jijiang's dissatisfaction. Blame him for coming now. But even the district is very helpless. Because they were also raided there. But there were less than 30 of them. It should be the Federation for. Stop me from joining you. Cool means. But he wasn't finished. The Federation's reinforcements attacked again. And this time, the leader. It's Wu Yun's, who ranks 4th in the Federation. Even Ji Hoon had to admit it. The chief of staff of the Federation is really difficult to deal with. No time to rest. As for Guo Jijiang's thinking, it is completely different from his. The moment he saw the enemy, he wants to crush the opponent. But Lion Jixin stopped him. Tell Guo Jijiang not to be brave. Retreat first. Ki Guo Jijiang. I don't agree with Lion Jixin's suggestion. Because he thinks if it were the gang leader, he will never retreat. About this, even Jixin agreed with Guo Jijia. But the problem is that we are not him. Finish this sentence. Lion Jixin took advantage of Guo Jijiang before he could react. And I punched him in the chest. He was suddenly covered in inheritance. I couldn't help but swear. But the next second, he went soft and fell down. And Lion Jixin held his body. Carried him up. Then the order to retreat was issued to all members. After all, if this is the case, even Guo Jijiang fell. Then the Emperor Gang is really over. Meanwhile, the other side. on a speeding Maybach. Lu Shangkai fell into thinking. He didn't expect it. Huang Kaiman actually disappeared without a trace, since he was directly attacked by Wu Yun's. And he stopped moving. Why is that? Obviously, the organization has been in crisis. But why hasn't he done anything yet? What was he thinking? Why not take the next step? Even the housekeeper driving in front of him. They are all aware of the inheritance of the young master, so he couldn't help but mention it. Things aren't going well? Quite the opposite. Things are going so well. If this continues, achieving the goal is only a matter of time. But how to say? Playing chess alone always feels a little too boring. But this sentence has just been finished. A ringtone came from the phone. It was Wu Yun's who came. He is calling this time to report on the battle plan on the front line, because everything is as he expected. After Guo Jijiang and Lion Jixin reunited, they fled. As for Kanazawa's words, he is being ruled by power and Li Kaimu. As long as Emperor Huang Wu is not in danger, they're not going to break through that easily. After listening to Wu Yun's report, Lu Shangkai issued the last order. That is, to completely destroy the emperor list. Meanwhile, the other side. Guo Jijiang just woke up from a coma. And Lion Jixin, I also told him about the current situation. Tell him not to be impulsive, hide for a while. But Guo Jijiang is very different. I think the other party is talking nonsense. If you do that, it means that the Emperor gang lost to the Federation. When the gang mainly comes back, how should we face him? But he wasn't finished. Interrupted by Lion Jixin, because he thinks the gang leader has abandoned the Emperor's castle. Hearing this swear word, Guo Jijiang was immediately struck by lightning, speechless for a while. At this moment, he only felt endless anger. So much to recall the scenes of the past. Let Guo Jijiang can't help but curse. Because he is. I really don't want to believe the truth. But the next second, the door of the house was kicked open. It was Wu Yun's from the Federation who came. The crowd behind him soon gathered around. Blocked the exit of the gate. The two captains saw this. I can't help but curse secretly. And as Wu Yun's order was issued, the crowd behind them rushed towards the two. But Guo Jijiang did not back down. Instead, he rushed head-on, struggling with the crowd. Because he thinks that even if the gang leader abandons us, we can't abandon the gang leader Qiao Jian either. After Guo Jijiang got on, not to be outdone, then he joined the battlefield. In the beginning, the two are still at ease. Can be overdrawn with physical strength. Plus Wu Yun's, who ranks 4th. The two couldn't help but fall into a disadvantage. Just keep getting beaten. As for Guo Jijiang's words, he's no better. But he was still praying. I hope Big Brother Wu Di will appear soon. On the road at this time, two of the chosen ones found a cell phone. Although it looks tattered, but it can still display the screen. And received a mass message. That is, all members of the Emperor gang gather at the stronghold. When they arrive at their destination, I can't help but sweat. Wu Yun's. He didn't expect the people from Huang Debang to come. And there are a lot of people on the other side. If you fight, it feels like you have no chance of winning. One of the leaders. It is the ace of the 4 squads of the Emperor gang, Jin Lechen. He came to save people on the order of the gang leader. But Guo Jijiang was shocked. He didn't expect the guy who insulted Emperor Wu. He actually joined the Emperor state. The gang leader, who has disappeared for 2 months, is in danger. He led the Emperor gang to turn the tide. Not only does it solve the confederation of Sequence 3 and Sequence 5, it also rescued the important combat strength of several parties. Just now, Jinal Chunfeng gang, Lord's order to come to camp. Save the captains of the 2nd and 3rd battalions. Finish this sentence. They were the first to charge. Struggle with the opposite side. And the two captains were in shock. Obviously haven't recovered from that painting yet. Even Wu Yun's showed the same expression. I want to know what's going on. Martial Emperor shouldn't really come back, right? But before he could figure it out, Jin Lechen has already rushed to his side and kicked him. But this blow was knocked down by him. And when he saw that the person who came was Jin Lechen, And I felt this sort of nameless rage. So much so that he just gently. Jin Etchen was thrown flying out. The next second, a hand from behind grabbed his hair. Throw him straight out. The person who came was Guo Jijiang, the captain of the 2nd Brigade. As soon as he saw Jin Lechen, just ask the other party who allowed you to wear the help. I remember, didn't you insult the gang leader? Within a time, Jin Lechen doesn't know how to explain it either. Only on the grounds of the order of the gang, master. After finishing the enemy first, let's chat in detail to fool Guo Jijiang and Wu Yun's, who overheard the words behind him. Shocked again. He also fell into suspicion. Will Emperor Huang Wu really come back? But the next second, his head was stomped on the ground. So much so that blood spreads like arrows. It was Lin Jixin, the captain of the 3rd Brigade. He was also very puzzled by what he had just said. Decided to come and ask me in person. After all, if the gang leader is really in danger, why doesn't he drink himself? I sent you here. These words resonated deeply with Guo Jijiang. So he warned Jin Lechen that if he dared to lie, you're really dead this time. And he was sweating profusely. Obviously, he was still a guy with a dead heart just now. As soon as I heard the news from the gang leader, I got excited. However, he still chose to report truthfully. It means that the situation on Brother Zexian's side is not happy either. Because I put most of the Emperor Gang's troops were brought here. So the gang leader had to personally command the 4th Brigade. And he was telling the truth. This is the gang leader. It may not be the gang leader in their hearts. Because on the other side of the battlefield, Boxer Du Zhong and Li Kusaki are pursuing Kim Zi Hyan. But what they didn't notice was, Zin's county has an earphone stuffed into its ear. The so-called help in Jing Lechen's mouth. Swallowing earphones. Give the order the next moment. Jin Ziqian yelled at the 4th Brigade at the crowd. Everyone scattered and fled. That was really loud. So much so that the powerful behind them all heard. But he looked down. Mocking Kanazawa Senral, trying to distract us with this. Little do you know, our goal this time is you alone. But Huang Kaemin is also the perfect jade plate for this. Guess, their target this time is the captain of the 4th Brigade. So they don't care at all. Open other members. Then we can take advantage of that. Set a trap to lure them. And the people of the Federation, after seeing Kanazawa run to the construction site first, there was no uprising. Then he chased after. Didn't notice the rope on the ground at all. So much so that those in power are still mocking Jin Zishan. I want to see him caught again. I'm really going to be caught. It's just that it's you who got caught this time. The moment I finished this sentence, all the members of the 4th Battalion come out of the other floors. They're each holding a rope in their hand. Appear serious. This weird scene make everyone sweat. Doubt these homes. The gang didn't spread out to escape, but to seduce us. See this scene. Even Li Kmu beside him is not calm. Because of what they're holding in their hands. I don't know when it has spread to our feet. But not until they figure it out. Shinzi gave the next order first. Is that what all the members gave me? Their best? And with their strength. The rope on the ground instantly danced. Just listen to a swoosh. A scream came from the construction site. When Jin Lechen came here with 2 captains. Calm has been restored here. He didn't look like he had fought at all. The 2 of them were a little bit together when they saw this. Can't help but ask if the gang leader is really here. Tell the gang leader before we arrive. Brother Z County has contacted. The gang had a fight here. And before Lion Jixin asked the result of the contest, I was taken aback by the scene in front of me. So much so that I couldn't help but scold out a national quintessence. As you can see, the Emperor gang wins big. Those who are bound. There is also a 3rd-ranked whole person who shakes the ranking. The 5th plum tree. This makes Lion Jixin. I didn't know what to say. After all, this contest, but 2 Federation cadres were caught. And Guo Jijiang also expressed his opinion at this time. If the law is not the helper, it's really hard to do. But this scene in front of you, it doesn't match the usual style of Big Brother Wu Di at all. Finish this sentence. He grabbed Jin Lekin's neck, threatened him to say, "Why did you bring us here?" After all, if it is really Big Brother Martial Emperor, then he will definitely throw them on the ground, rather than hanging. Didn't I say it all? It was the gang leader who ordered me to bring the captain here. Lion Jixin, on the side, soon understood. He means, so where is the gang leader? We have been waiting for the helper for a long time. If the gang leader is not here, we will never let you go. But now, there was a sound on the second floor, and it was better to hang it up. Throw it on the ground. Just win, right? Come on up. The leader is already waiting for you. The person who came was the captain of the 3rd Brigade, Kanazawa. Meanwhile, the other side, and the previous one also received a report from the front line, learned that the Emperor Gang stronghold led by Wu Yun's, due to the sudden increase in the other party, fail. Kingbai team led by Li Kaimu and Kwanzawa do. Then he fell into the trap set by the Emperor Gang in advance. Regarding detailed information, please refer to the content of the text message for the Chief of Staff. Looking at the message on the phone, I can't help but fall into deep thought. Unexpected reinforcements. There are also traps set with wire ropes. Which sets this trap? It will take at least 1 day. The other party designed it like this. It's as if I've been expected. Will Kanazawa, forced over there. When I think of this, he couldn't help but smile, right? You're finally back. Huang Kaiman on the other side of the same time. The 2 captains of the Emperor Gang also met the gang leader. But to their surprise, this gang leader doesn't seem to be Emperor Huang Wu. It was somebody they didn't know. After 2 months, the gang leader finally met the 2 captains. But the 2 were very puzzled. I don't know where the gang leader Jin Zishan said is. And Kanazawa is not ready to answer. He wants to hand over the situation here to Huang. Cao Min will handle it, but the act he chose to avoid. Let Lion Jixin feel angry. I can't help but ask Kanazawa Shan loudly. Who is that stinky kid in front of you? Why are you standing there? Regarding this knowing question, Huang Kaimin gave an answer for Jin Zexian. It means that Emperor Martial Emperor will not come back because he is dead. As soon as the sentence comes out, the 2 couldn't help frowning. Among them, Guo Jijiang couldn't suppress his anger. I want to teach him a lesson. Huang Cao Min sees the situation. Have to let. Brother Zexian took that out and showed it to them. So Kanazawa Shan stretched out his hand to the sleeve of the clothes. He took out the Emperor's death certificate from inside. Let the 2 take a good look. And when Lion Ji-hoon, who had expected it, saw the back, he also felt incredible. I didn't expect a man as strong as Emperor Wu died in a traffic accident. As for Guo Jijiang, he is still playing steadily. Think of 2 broken paper. It can't prove that Big Brother Martial Emperor is dead at all. Under normal circumstances, only immediate family members can obtain a death certificate. If you suspect counterfeiting, I can also do it again in front of your mask. Until this moment, Lion Jixin took a serious look at Huang Kaiman. But then, he looked at Jin Zishan again. I want to confirm the answer from his mouth. Kanazawa Shan also understood what he meant. When even means as you think. That kid is Qiao Jian, the biological brother of Emperor Huang Wu. After someone is interested in themselves, he introduced himself politely. But after Guo Jijiang heard these words, but couldn't help but refute, I've never heard Big Brother Wu say. He has a younger brother and he's been directing via text message recently. Emperor state if he really died. How was the order issued during this time? Result next second. Wang Kaiman took out a mobile phone from her arms. Let Guo Jijiang suddenly press the fire. And Lion Jixin was shocked again. He didn't expect it. Master's cell phone, it actually appeared in the hands of that kid. If that's the case. During that time, the ruling emperor. It's always been this guy. The thought of this. Lion Ji-hoon couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Come to Huang Taomin and confront him. I want to see what reasons he can find. Convincing myself to let him go, and Huang Taomin is also simple and clear about this. Indicates this period of time, even without the emperor's occupation. The emperor gang can also compete with the federation. They often have the upper hand. But when I put down the baton for a while, what happened? Today, the emperor gang is almost destroyed. Therefore, in order to defeat the Federation, I would like to ask for your assistance in the future. About this answer, although Lion Jixin felt very unhappy, but he had to admit in his heart, Huang Zhaoming is right, but Guo Jijiang's opinion is completely different from that of several people. He couldn't help shouting. What about the younger brother? What the hell is this about? Us? To put it bluntly, isn't it your kid who has been impersonating him all the time? Lion Ji-hoon, if you're going to stand there foolishly, then get out of the way. I'm going to kill this guy. Because I am only loyal to the gang leader. It won't be because you are the blood relative of the gang leader. Just be merciful. Finish this sentence. He walked slowly towards Huang Kaemin. Conditions after Guo Jijiang is real. Kins wanted to stop it first. He first blocked the other party's way. I'm persuading Guo Jijiang to listen to Huang Kaemin's words. But at this moment, he can listen. After all, Guo Jijiang within a day, not only did he learn of the death of the eldest brother of Emperor Wu, I also know that damn kid in front of me, pretending to be a gang leader and fooled us for 2 months. I didn't know about it. What the hell is going on? But today anyway, I have to kill that kid. Finish this sentence. He directly bumped into Jin Zishan towards Huang Kaemin. Power rush. But when the two passed by, Kanazawa-san grabbed him. But Guo Jijiang's strength is amazing. He was able to directly push Kanazawa and ran forward. This also took him by surprise. I didn't expect the guy who fought all day so strong. And Guo Jijiang suddenly thought of something. I think Kim Ziqian already knew everything. So you can't run. When I'm done, he'll come and clean you up right away. As for before that, you just lie on the ground and wait for your turn. And then he does it again. Kanazawa was thrown flying out. At this moment, even if he stands up again, it's obviously too late, because Guo Jijiang has already rushed towards Huang Kaemin, so he had to remind the other party. I hope Huang Kaemin can dodge this blow. But on Guo Jijiang's way forward, Lion Jixin is still standing there. So much so that Guo Jijiang couldn't help but shout, Lin Jixin, hurry up and get out of the way for me. But when he heard that, but did not choose to respond, he turns around in silence. After complaining that his head was about to explode, he stopped Guo Jijiang. This makes the other party feel very puzzled. So much so that the animal in my hand stopped. What do you mean? Why are you kidding him? I just feel like it is necessary to listen to what this kid has to say. After all, based on the current situation, there is a good chance that what he said is true. Don't you know that too? Lion Jixin's words made Guo Jijiang suddenly dumbfounded. I didn't know what to say. And behind him, Kanazawa Shan. Then he opened his mouth again to persuade Guo Jijiang. I know it may be difficult for you to accept, but what he said was true. The Queen Mother is really dead. Despite this, Guo Jijiang still insists on his own ideas. He would rather believe that a few people's brains are broken. I don't want to believe that man will die, let alone die in a traffic accident. And so on, and so forth. He let go of his clenched fist. Because, in the end, Guo Jijiang himself thinks it's a bit outrageous. So he didn't go on. Turned around and left the scene. And Huang Kaemin didn't say much about it. He did not choose to persuade Guo Jijiang to stay, until Lion Ji-hoon spoke again. What you said today? I can't believe it either. Regarding the death of the gang leader, I'll have the 3rd Brigade investigate separately. As for your question of wanting us to assist you, then you should think about it. Why do we follow Emperor Huang Wu? If you can't even figure this out, I only know how to play tricks. Then I will take half your life. And the remaining half life, it will be left to Guo Jijiang to handle. Then he came to Kanazawa Shin's side. Want each other. Find yourself a private place to talk. After everyone leaves, Wang Xiaoman began thinking about the problem left by Lion Jixin. But suddenly, someone called him from behind. Yellow grass rice, are you out of confidence? Come. It was Jin Lechen who had just joined the Emperor gang. The purpose of his visit this time, mainly to remind Yellow grass rice. Don't forget the promise you made with me. Whatever it is, you have to find the answer. You can rest assured about this. Even if I die, I will definitely fulfill that promise. But Huang Taoman's serious answer. but let Jin Lechen not. So he tried to break the silence. Hug Huang Kaemin's shoulder. Tell him not to be so serious. I just think the atmosphere is a little heavy. Just kidding. And I feel like they make you think about the reasons to follow Emperor Huangwu. It's just to get their approval. It doesn't look easy to get. Their approval is certainly not consciousness, but I still have a way. As for the first step, it should be to show your face first. So he found Clerk Yu, the president of the Dacian Federation, just like Emperor Huangwu did before. This is Lion Ji-hoon's angriest day ever. He really didn't understand. Why did the gang leader want to leave before leaving? Make that request to him. This has led to a very embarrassing situation for him now. Obviously want to teach Kanazawa Sean a lesson. But for some reason, just give up the idea for now. Just now, Lion Jisoo has a showdown with Kanazawa Senral. After all, from the very beginning, he suspected that the other party's intentions were impure. The death certificate that Kanazawa took out. This means that when he joined the organization, the leader is already dead. It's also for this reason. Let Lion Jixin very curious. What is the real purpose of the other party joining the Emperor gang? And after Jin Ziqian saw that, he couldn't hide it from the other party. He chose to be honest. I really lied to you during this time. This led me to whatever I said next. You won't believe it. But I can tell you one thing for sure. That's why I really want to destroy the Union and come back. So I need the help of you captains. But Lion Jixin felt even more angry about it. So much so that I can't help but crunch my fists. Because he just said that. I heard that the other party wanted to use the Emperor gang. If you change it before. This is absolutely intolerable to Lion Jixin. But when he thought, what Emperor Wu said to himself before leaving, Lion Ji-hoon held back. He at that time, I originally wanted to persuade Emperor Huangwu to stay. After all, it hasn't been found out yet. What the hell is it suitable for? In case you are away during that time. If there is an internal fire within the organization, it will be difficult to deal with. But Emperor Wu said that as long as you are there, then this wouldn't happen. After Master Qiao Jian trusted him so much, Tian Jixin should have issued a military order. Since it is the order of the gang leader, then it's my duty. But Emperor Wu's next words. But let him be bold. This is not an order, it's a request. Every time he thinks of it, the anger in his heart disappeared more than half. But he was still very puzzled. I don't understand. Why did the gang leader make such a request to himself? But now, we can only hold Kanazawa County accountable later. After all, the Emperor gang still needs him now. But don't get me wrong. I didn't approve of you. This is just a strategic approach to cooperation. Besides, compared to me, that guy is the bigger problem. Because he's not like me. He is truly the leader of everything. Meanwhile, the other side, Guo Jijiang is walking down the street alone. He's in a mess right now. As long as you think of the fifth brother and eldest brother, he couldn't hold back his tears. Why are things the way they are? Why in the world? When you say this, Guo Jijiang used up almost all his strength. And the next afternoon, Wang Xiaoman met Yu Wenyuan alone. But he was very nervous. So much so that cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Because Yu Wenyuan gives people a sense of oppression, stronger than imagined. Even when Jin Lechen found out about it last night. I was also taken aback. I thought the two of them were going to besiege Yuaniwen. But Huang Kaemin said that one person is enough. When I heard that, Jin Lechen put on a thoughtful look. If I go alone, I'm afraid it will be tricky. You don't have to worry about the number of people who have to meet you when you want. But he was even more shocked. If you go alone, I'm afraid, will be explained in the hands of the other party. After all, Levi Shankai already knows your true identity. If I'm not mistaken. My true identity and the news of Emperor Huangwu's death. Only Lu Sheng and Wu Yun's should know. This shouldn't be possible. Because of me. Can't think of a movie where they do that. About this, I am also based on the movement of the alliance in the past 2 months. Analyzed. If you don't believe me, I can make an analogy. If you are the president of the Federation, if you know the news that the royal mother and brother are dead, what do you do? Isn't that nonsense? Of course, is it a general attack? Not to mention Park, the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Emperor Gang. The river can't fight either. And that's what happened. During this time, the Federation not only did not launch the headquarters, instead, it has been dominated by small-scale battles to suppress the imperial state. It's like waiting for someone to show up. As for that person, it should have the baton of the Emperor State. Although I don't know Lu Shang either. What do you want to do with this? But one thing I can confirm. That is, his purpose is inconsistent with Yu Wenyuan's. And we can take advantage of that. And so this is exactly what happened. When Yu Wenyuan found himself in front of him, after a kid appeared, he couldn't help but ask him, "I don't think I've seen you. But why are you blocking my way?" See, things go according to your expectations. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Even if it means I have something to tell you. Then yesterday, the prepared monologue was spoken. When Yu Wenyuan heard the back, a shocked look appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the other side. This spring, sitting anxiously on the bench, waiting for Huang Keaman. But he is very worried about Huang Keaman. This kid is really alone. Is that okay? Will it become a... The cold corpse was sent back. Result next second, Huang Keaman appeared in front of him. And can't help but complain that you are very in a hurry to go to the toilet. But Jin Lechen didn't seem to hear it. He hurriedly asked Huang Keaman and Yu Wenyuan what his reaction was. Did things go as you expected? But Huang Keaman sat on the bench calmly. It's hard to say yet. After all, I want to get rid of the president of the Federation. It doesn't mean anything, but if things go well, that should be an opportunity to get rid of him. Meanwhile, the other side. Yu Wenyuan also found Lu Shangkai. Ask how the battle is going on at the front. The Emperor Gang's counterattack was indeed unexpected, causing heavy losses to the Federation's forces. But the current situation has not been reversed. After all, they also need time to recover their combat effectiveness. We can let each other go for now. But this sentence just came out. He noticed that Yu Wenyuan's expression had changed. So that, he thought there was something wrong with his report. But Yu Wenyuan said nothing. Let him continue. And Lu Shangkai did not expect. His own affairs will be revealed by Huang Keaman. This caused Yu Wenyuan to look more at Lu Shangkai. The more wrong his face became. Because of him. I can't forget what the kid told me. Lu Shangkai, I have no intention of making you king. The Dacian Federation is going to launch a general attack on Huang Debang. And as the president, Yu Wenyuan is ready to participate in the exhibition. As for why he did it, this is all because not long ago, Huang Keaman found Yu Wenyuan alone. And tell him, Levi Shangkai, I have no intention of helping you become king. As soon as the sentence comes out, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. I didn't expect this guy in front of me. He actually knew that Lu Shangkai was such a good person. But what happened next shocked him even more. That is the real purpose of Lu Shang. Is the command of the Dacian Federation. He wants to get rid of you. Make yourself king. When I heard that, even Yu Wenyuan was stunned for a moment. But he soon calmed down. The disease slowly came to Huang Keaman's side. You kid came up and said amazing words like that? But why do you think I will believe what you say? After Qiao Zhanhuang, Cao Min did not answer. His tone immediately became cold. Emperor Gang Wei Mayan also let me down a little too much. How could you come up with such a clumsy Li Jianji? This time, depends on your little one having the courage to list. To see me alone. I can let you go once. And he did exactly what he said he did. When even ready to turn away. But Huang Keaman is not ready to give up. Although, the other party not only sees that he is a member of the Emperor Gang, and not at all interested in what he said. But Dynasty is sensitive and sure of what he is going to say next. The clerk is 100% interested. Do you know why the Federation couldn't win against the Emperor Gang? As soon as the sentence comes out, just as Yu Wenyuan was about to leave, he stopped. And he looked back at Huang Keaman's eyes. Filled with murderous intent, obviously hit the pain point. If Huang Keaman doesn't give a satisfactory answer, he's not going to walk out of here today. But Huang Keaman was already prepared for this. He should have said, the reason why the Federation cannot move forward, it's because Lu Shang doesn't want to. The Emperor just lost early, and this is exactly what he expected. Successfully attracted Yu Wenyuan's attention. But he went on. The teacher said, I thought you had found out. After all, Emperor Gang's current strongest battle order, Emperor Wu, is not here, and Park, who plays the role of a staff officer, she has been in a coma. If I were the chief of staff of the Daejeon Federation, I will definitely take this opportunity to launch a general attack. But let's not talk about the general attack now. Shanghai has been obsessed with small-scale battles instead. As if he was deliberately asking the emperor to help the dog catch his breath. And the reason why he did that, it's because he needs time to master the connection. Inner unity. Before this, although Yuan probably expected Lu Shang, I want to get something through the Federation. But I didn't expect it at all. What he wants. It turned out to be his seat and the Federation. If only he. As a prank of the Emperor Gang. So there were a lot of interesting parts about that. But I can't trust this unknown guy. What's more, what he said is unsubstantiated. About this, Huang Kaming also expected it. After all, today is their first meeting. It's normal for the other party not to trust him. You want to prove that I didn't lie to you. It's very simple. You only need to give an order. That is, to launch a general attack on Huangdabang. If Lu Shangkai really wants to help you become king, he will definitely help you. But if what I say is true, then he will stop you from launching a general attack. But about this plan proposed by Huang Kaemin, Yuan did not give an answer. And Huang Kaming also saw through his concerns. After all, this doesn't sound like something someone would say when they meet for the first time. However, he was certain that the other party had. I realized that Lu Shang had ulterior motives, so he didn't say much about it. Just turn around and walk away. But Yuan stopped him. Ask him who he is. Why are you sending me such a warning? You can take me as a nuisance for now. Emperor Huang Wu's people. But I have to warn you of one thing. If you don't take what I say seriously, sooner or later, Lu Shang will annex the Federation. The first time the two ended their conversation, Yuan found the chief of staff. Let the other party report the situation on the front line. But Lu Shangkai avoided the important points. Show him a few more days. The next battle plan can be formulated. But he wasn't finished. Yuan turned around and left. And tell him not to worry. The next battle will be designed by me, myself. This sudden change. Shang Yu Shangkai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. In the end, I still endured my fear and asked my doubts. President, why did you suddenly decide to make a battle plan yourself? Because, except for that time at Jiagawa Bridge, Emperor Huangwu has never appeared. And Park Shi is also in a coma. I want to get rid of the emperor list that is currently only empty shells. What other battle plan do you need? Just when Lu Shang wanted to say something, Yuan interrupted him directly. It seems that this battle does not require your participation. So you can take a vacation after a long time. So the next morning, the Great Iron Federation held a general meeting. But Li Rongshu, who ranked 8th, was very confused. I don't know what's going on now. And Ming, who ranks 9th. Du Sham is just like him. After all, the chief of staff did not notify. The two couldn't help but hope. Looking back, the president should have not ordered for almost 2 years. So many people have been gathered. I saw the huge square. It's full of people from the Federation. After Qiao Jianren arrived almost, Li Tianhao, who was ranked 2nd, began to shout. But listen up. The president wants to issue an order, and the clerk Yu also went straight to the topic. It means that the Daejeon Federation has not been available for a long time. Altogether, the reason why I called everyone here this time. Just to end the battle between us and Huangdabang. From now on, the Great Iron Federation will move from total war. Upgrade to launch a general attack on Huangdabang. When Jin Lechen on the other side. When I got the news, the instant noodles in my hand are suddenly not fragrant. After all, the Emperor Gang. Now, we're in an unprepared situation. If not summoned immediately, Brother Zexian and the other captains. I'm afraid I can't stop this general attack. There is no need for that, because it's me who goes to Wenyuan. Propose to launch a general attack, but don't worry too much. Even if the Federation wants to launch a general attack now, they can't do it either. But these words made Jing Lechen very confused. I don't know what that means. Didn't you launch a general attack on Wenyuan? Things are as you said. The imperial state is in a defenseless situation. If you are attacked in this situation, maybe the emperor's state will fall. But that guy definitely doesn't want to see the situation. Speaking of which, the corners of his mouth can't help but rise slightly. Meanwhile, the other side, Lu Shangkai also fell into the general Huang Kayaman with a mobile phone. When it disappears, it doesn't matter. But that's different now. After all, judging from the recent battle, the phone in that kid's hand can still be used for command. Emperor State. If I want the baton of the Emperor State, then I have to stop. This is the general attack. But if I'm right, his intention must have been to induce me to think so. Looking at the video in my hand, and he was lost in thought. Moments later, he gave a crazy smile. Huang Taoman. Long time no see. Your courage has become even greater. He actually wants to provoke my relationship with you when you want to steal my power. It's really getting more and more interesting. Then I'll break your game upright. I didn't expect the order of Yuan Yuan, King of Daishan. It was opposed by 3 captains at the same time. Among them is his deputy Li Tianhao. Faced with such a situation, Yuan Yuan asked how to resolve it. It wasn't that long ago, since Huang Debang was a martyr in the battle. As a result, Long Yigao returned to the United States, a subsidiary of the association. This is also the school bully in the school. Becomes the same as usual. Start collecting protection money in full view of the public. And as a member of the group, Jiang Shiju, even more smiling, because he can earn a living from it. The only pity, it's just that Huang Tao Minmen kid is not here. As for chores, like collecting money, naturally, it was handed over to his younger brother, Han Changxi, and he was very happy about it. But Song Mingguo on the side gritted his teeth angrily. He regretted not being in charge of the emperor gang. Go to Han Changxi, this old man. Rat people eat a few mouths. I'm afraid I won't have that opportunity in the future. After all, according to the rumors he had heard, the emperor's state is currently in a state of total collapse. When I think of this, Song Mingguo trembled with anger. Han Changxi came to his side. He didn't even notice, until the other party asks him for protection money. He just reacted, reaching for the phone in the sleeve of my clothes. Show Han Changxi his transfer record from yesterday. But his behavior aroused the dissatisfaction of the other party. So I reached out and hit him twice. As for the reason for hitting someone, it was Song Mingguo's action of picking up his phone just now. Let Han Changxi mistakenly think that he is going to do it. The two reminded everyone before leaving. I advise you to prepare your graves for next month in advance. Otherwise, you will taste the consequences of not getting on your feet in time. After they leave, Song Mingguo whispered a complaint. If I could take control of this place, you two are dead. But he soon returned to reality. Start complaining about your miserable life. This also reminded him of Dynasty Rice. Because, in the old days, Song Mingguo often, and Huang Cao Min shares this feeling. But now, he doesn't know where he is. Another point at the same time. Jin Lechen, preparing for the upcoming duel. He did 100 weight-bearing push-ups on purpose for this. After doing all this, he didn't forget to thank Huang Kayaman. But he was still very worried. I don't think it's the way to stay idle like this. If only Lu Shang was there, not following your plan. What to do then? But Huang Kayaman told him not to worry. Levi Shangkai will definitely stop Yuan Yuan. Launch the motherland, because the last time he commanded a war, must have found that I have come back. That is to say, he has the opportunity to gain command of the imperial state. But if the emperor gang is defeated by the Federation, he has no interest in taking this command. So as long as he doesn't want to miss this opportunity, then he will definitely stop the general attack. After all, your decision was too hasty. Right now, Quan Jido and Li Kmu are still injured. Unable to return to the front line to fight, but his actions aroused Yuan Yuan's suspicion. Because he really did what the little guy said. Reacted. Although I don't believe the little one 100%. But Lu Shangkai's reasons for opposing the head office are not clear. This guy obviously has other intentions. So he went straight to the point. Express that you don't understand. You as chief of staff. Theoretically, there is no reason to stop the general business. Or is there any other reason? Speaking of which, Yu Wenyuan's eyes suddenly became famous. But Lu Shangkai did not feel timid about it. Instead, the answer with righteous words will be President. You seem to have misunderstood me. I'm not alone in opposing the general business. I just said that. Footsteps came from this place. The people who came were the three main cadres of the Federation. One of the leading guys. It is Li Tianhao, Yu Wenyuan's deputy, and against total justice is their opinion. This sentence made Yu Wenyuan feel a little puzzled. I wonder why they object. Among them, Li Tianhao was the first to express, I'm not blindly disapproving. It's just not the time yet. We think so. Let's cancel this order for the time being. But Yu Wenyuan is still very dissatisfied with this. Can't help but ask. Are you not in my absence? Held a discussion. It's my first time seeing you two so sympathetic. Li Tianhao Wenyuan changed his tune slightly. He also wanted to express his gratitude to the emperor. Launch an offensive no less than the president. But if you fall into a trap like last time, then we will be devastated. That is to say, the Federation is under the premise of dispatching all personnel. It also needs to be reserved a little bit. The Chief of Staff saw this as an opportunity. Let the President listen carefully to the opinions of the cadres. After all, they are also interrupting apprentices for the sake of the Federation. The last three said in unison, President. This is our request. I hope you can accept our opinion. Yu Wenyuan, who heard these words, fell silent. Finally forced to. I had to agree to everyone's request. After this, He Shangkai thanked Li Tianhao alone. After all, he was with Yu Wenyuan. The Dacian Federation founded together. If it weren't for his participation this time, the president will definitely not agree to their request. But he asked the other party not to make mistakes. The reason why he persuaded Yu Wenyuan. Just consensus. And that doesn't mean I agree with you. Although I don't know about you. What the hell is this guy doing? But don't think I'll do what you want. Before leaving, he also warned the other party. Don't think. All the horses are on your chessboard. Then he stormed the door without looking back. In a huge room, only Lu Shang was left alone. This took him by surprise. I didn't expect Li Tianhao to be quite difficult to deal with. But, since he intends to act according to his own will, that's fine. The most difficult thing to deal with is Huang Rumin. He gave me a lot of bad ideas. This time, actually went to see me and Yu Wenyuan. Opposite point. Too bad you still missed a bit. That is, those who oppose Wenyuan's opinion will not forgive, but all the cadres of the Federation. When I think of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come on. Erase all your paintings. Next, I'd like to see what you do. Another point at the same time. In a luxury community, Yu Wenyuan is looking into the distance alone. He doesn't know when it started. The guys who used to listen become daring to disagree with my opinion. It seems that I really need to remind. Who is the true king? So the next afternoon, he led his own SS. Came to Qingdi Gao. When the students here see the fishtail, they look far. Suddenly froze in place. Cold sweat on his forehead. The next second, he was punched and sent flying by Yu Wenyuan, while the other mate ran back to the intimate headquarters. Tell everyone the news here. When Jinzi first heard these words, also slightly stunned, he didn't expect it. How things go, although Huang Kaiman really expected it. But this time, the lineup is very luxurious. Everyone is tall and big. The leader. It is also known as Yu Wenyuan, the king of Daishan. But even so, Huang Kaiman still didn't feel panicked. Instead, a smile arose at the corner of his mouth. How strong is Yu Wenyuan's youth team? It only took 10 minutes to break through the entire Qingbai. You know, before that, Qingbai has never been breached. He is known to the outside world as the indestructible copper wall. But this statement, it is only because Yu Wenyuan has never been here in person. After all, the defense here is in his opinion. It's like a paper jug. And the other party, he was shocked and speechless by the statement. The next second, he was punched to the ground by Yu Wenyuan. Eyes turned white, instantly lost consciousness. In Wenyuan's consciousness, as long as a person has absolute power, and that means dominance, can hit the weak. Even everything except me. But he still longs to dominate more. That's why he united the weak who ruled. This is his power, Dacian Federation. And it turned out to be very successful. Every time I fight, I just stand there and watch. The weak I rule will themselves come up and help me out of trouble. After all, power itself will have greater power. This power allows me to control more things. It's like a pyramid. And I'm at the vantage point inside. But in my pyramid. But something intolerable happened. That's the weak I rule. How dare you refute my order? So I'm going to show my strength again. Not just for the enemy. You have to impress them. Let them know. A person with absolute power can dominate others. And that person above the weak is me. But the situation of the war gradually reversed as reinforcements arrived. When you were about to fall into a headwind, Clark Yu decisively chose to join the battlefield. And kill. Ask the other party why they haven't seen Jin yet. Zexian finished the sentence. He threw a right hook. Knocked the other party out. And the force of this blow is also amazing. He actually sent the man flying 10 meters away. Until 2.5 seconds later, he just lay on the ground motionless. This made everyone with light arms suddenly sweat. Fundamental. I can't imagine how to resist the gloves of that monster. So far, Yu Wenyuan's strength is beyond imagination. If this continues, I'm afraid he only needs himself. You can break through the blue wall known as the Iron Wall. Also, because of this punch. As a result, the momentum of the Federation suddenly rose sharply. They quickly rushed back up. But just then. But there was a loud roar. Only we are really powerless. We need Brother Zexian to come to the town farm. It was Jin Lechen who was wearing the Emperor's uniform. Unexpectedly, the King Di Gao of the tribal golden suit was actually pierced by Yu Wenyuan. Faced with such a situation, even Jin Lechun was sweating profusely. So he turned and ran. I'm going to invite Brother Zexian to testify. But his behavior aroused Yu Wenyuan's curiosity. The younger brother next to him saw this and quickly started popular science. It means that the kid is the king of the 4th Brigade of the Emperor Gang. The Clark Yu, who heard these words, felt a bit of an accident. He just thought that guy. Just an ordinary ant. Save if that's the case. Instead of hitting a few small fish and shrimp guarding the entrance, then it's better to apply for that guy. After all, the 10 characters I experienced personally are Kanazawa, Sean. The other party happened to be his right and left hand. Therefore, Yu Wenyuan decisively ordered, let the crowd go after that guy. And Jin Lechen is behind the crowd after Kiao Fitness. His reaction is bigger. Not only run away. He also asked for help from Kanazawa Senral. They didn't care. She followed him into the gym. But the environment inside is very dark. Make people feel a little uncomfortable. So people started whispering. Are all the guys who complain about cheating nocturnal animals? Even the fishing clerk rushed to disdain. He thought there would be an army hiding in the gym. The results were extremely disappointing. But in the next second, the door of the sports gate was closed. He also deliberately surrounded it with chains for more than a dozen times, prevents the people inside from using violence to open. When the people of the Federation reacted, it's obviously too late. But they didn't care. Because even if it's a trap, with the strength of them and the president, can also handle easily. But Jin Lequin is dismissive of this. It's just your idea. After saying this, he took off his sunglasses. And Huang Taoman saw the connection. The gang came to the stadium. He released a new secret. That's when we start fighting back. He first asked his brother's crowd to cover everything. Shine into the gym. And they took out the slate that they had prepared in advance. Put them on the wall one by one. Sounds coming from outside. It made Yu Wenyuan feel a little bad in his heart. Soon, they began to block the second layer of sunlight. This is what other people have noticed. But they can't do anything at all. I can only watch helplessly. After a while, the entire stadium was shrouded in darkness. This caused everyone in the Federation to lose sight. Because of the human eye, the time it takes to adjust to the dark is about 30 minutes. and the eyes of the Federation. We are in a state of darkness. It's called blindness. That's why Jin Lechen put on sunglasses in advance, in order to easily adapt to the next environment. There is also a group of members of the Emperor Gang hidden in the gymnasium. This leads to the battlefield. At this time, presenting the situation on one side of the island. After all, they got here half an hour early, and in order to adapt to the dark environment, before each other broke in. Keep your eyes closed. In this case, no matter how strong, if you can't see anything, there's nothing you can do. Feeling the constant pain on my face, Yu Wenyuan gradually fell into anger, so much so that he subconsciously said a sentence. Which presumptuous guy is it? How dare you attack me? As a result, the next second he was hit hard on the left face. Look at the situation in front of you. The muttering of Jinglechun Zhao Sheng. I'm sorry. Not an individual, but a group. I saw the dim gym. No less than 30 people pounced on Yu Wenyuan. Their faces glowed. Zhou wants to personally take down the president of the Daisian Federation. 2.5 hours later, Kanazawa Prefecture has finally arrived here. I'm not sure I agree with that approach, but it still has to end well. Kanazawa-sen fights Yuan, Yubang, etc. Sword versus United King. The battle of the century went to waste. Book. Pick up. Due to the clerk, the light guard he led fell into the enemy's trap, causing heavy losses to the police. Only 10 minutes have passed. Yu Wenyuan was the only one left on the battlefield. And in the following time, the emperor helps everyone spear. The head is pointed at this king of Daisian. Everyone here wants to be able to control themselves. Come and solve this problem yourself, the long-known overlord. But can things really turn out the way they want? After half an hour, Kanazawa Sentinel also came to this block stadium, although he was very reluctant to end up in this way. The person who became famous, Long King of Daisian, but he can't help it. I have to fight for this. Draw a perfect conclusion. So he ordered his 2 team members to open the door. The moment Kanazawa-san entered the door, the tragedy in front of him also shocked him. Frowning slightly, only at the feet of Wenyuan, lying in a row of Federation players. And he was bloody. Clearly a spent force. But he has lived up to his name as the King of Daisian. As for the Emperor Gang who besieged him, also scarred. The moment Jin Lechen met the captain, it's also a relief. He couldn't believe it. How could someone survive countless attacks? Still standing there. And Kanazawa-sen, to show respect, he also took off his coat. Prepare to meet this lingering man with power. The wheezing king of the field. By the way, it also draws a perfect end to this battle. But when Yu Wenyuan heard the sentence, like hyped up, directly rushed to Kanazawa Prefecture regardless. Prepare to break up with him. And Yu Wenyuan's strength is also beyond Kanazawa Prefecture. Expected? He really didn't expect to be injured so badly. To be able to use such a difficult ladder. This also caused him to not fully block the blow. It flew 10 meters away. When he stood up again, Yuan had already appeared in front of him. I can't help but praise the strength of the Emperor State. After all, this is the first time someone has pushed me to this point. Facing Yu Wenyuan's ridicule, Jin Zishan did not choose Li Kuo, but to advise the King of Daisian in front of him. Now is not the time for leisurely talk. Embarrassed on all sides is your current state. And the smell of gunpowder between the two is also a mistake. They got together before they could say a few words. 1 round down. Yu Wen is far from gaining the upper hand. Because Kanazawa Prefecture's fist is very powerful, even though he only took 1 blow. There was a fire in his cheek. As for Kanazawa-san, he also holds the same attitude. He couldn't believe it. Yu Wenyuan is actually in this state. Can wield such terrifying power. Just a monster. So that I was distracted for a while. Yu Wenyuan took the lead. The first to shake his fist. But he soon came to his senses. And find the flaws. An uppercut punch hit Yu Wenyuan's jaw. I fought this blow. It's going to be a little overwhelming for him to say less. Unexpectedly, It only took him 2.5 seconds to get it right. Holding back the pain, he grabbed Kanazawa Shin's clothes. And then there's an onslaught. I can't help but mock. Don't you think? I'll just end it here. But this attack came down. Kanazawa County gritted its teeth and endured a coal pit. When this offensive is over, his body was half on his knees. And Yu Wenyuan was also tired and out of breath. Jingla Chunjian on the side, the situation is not good. I want to greet the remaining brothers. Let's go support the captain together. But Kanazawa Shan stopped him. But he doesn't care. After all, Yu Wenyuan is just like Emperor Huangwu, known as the strongest man. I can't let him get embarrassed by the gang fight. Forced exit. So he forced his body to stand up. And said that Yu Wen left me alone to solve it. The speech made the other party feel very puzzled. You actually want to rely on yourself to block my attack? Are you sure you won't regret this stupid decision? Don't worry, I won't go back on it. With Kanazawa Shin's answer, the two sides scuffled again. But this time, there was an accident. Yu Wenyuan suddenly felt, your body can't move. Just like the situation of Emperor Huangwu last time, the body has reached its limit. When I think of this, and he had a look of relief. So you feel the same way too? Subsequently, he was sent flying by Jin Ziqian's fist, and this time it fell. He never got up. For Yu Wenyuan's tragic situation, Kim Ziqian did not feel regret. Because that's how it ends to be king. It's just early.